Previously, on the history of Byzantium, the Eastern Roman Empire was enjoying its first spell of peace, prosperity, and relative calm in many a year under the rule of the elderly emperor Anastasius. Known for his frugality, the emperor had boosted the Byzantine economy by issuing new coins and was slowly filling the treasury, as he felt was his duty. The emperor's Monophysite beliefs began to cause problems towards the end of his reign. With the Bishop of Antioch Severus egging him on, Anastasius tampered with the liturgy in Constantinople's churches, setting off riots and a rebellion in Thrace by one of the army commanders, Vitalian. Although Vitalian was defeated when he marched on the capital, he was not killed and remains at large. Then, on the night of the 9th of July, 518, Anastasius died after a 27-year reign. It's surprising to learn that the emperor, so fastidious with much of imperial business, had no succession plan in place. Some of the histories claim that he did have an illegitimate son, but that he died during one of Constantinople's major riots. However, Anastasius did have 3 nephews, Probus, Pompeius, and Hypatius. The latter we've already met. He was sent out to put down Vitalian after the initial revolt, but was defeated, captured, and ransomed. This setback can't have hurt Hypatius' standing too much, as by the time of the emperor's death, he was serving as master of the soldiers in the East, one of the most important jobs in the empire. However, Hypatius was not to become emperor, nor apparently can he have wanted to be. After all, a man who both had a legitimate claim to the throne and commanded the Eastern army would surely have been in a position to press his case. In fact, Hypatius and the other nephews continued to take official positions in service of the new regime. Although it's complete speculation on my part, I wonder if Anastasius felt that he perhaps didn't have the right to begin a new dynasty of his own. He was, after all, only chosen to become emperor by Zeno's widow Ariadne. He might have felt that he was merely an imperial stopgap. There were still relatives of the Theodosian line alive, and just maybe Anastasius felt the crown would return to them. We'll never know, of course, but what we do know is that once the emperor was found dead, the palace was gripped with the fever of ambition. The chance to become head of the civilized world was up for grabs, and with Hypatius several hundred miles away, the time to act was now. The palace filled with senators and officials jockeying for position, and the 3 key men were Sulla, the Master of Offices, Amantius, the Imperial Chamberlain, and Justin, Count of the Excubators, the Imperial Bodyguard. On the morning of the 10th of July, Sulla began to hold discussions with the Senate, while news filtered around the capital and the hippodrome filled with an expectant crowd. Sensing an opportunity, Amantius, who was a eunuch, put forward one of his men, Theocritus, as a candidate. Theocritus was not well known, and so the Chamberlain decided to oil the decision-making wheels by spreading some cash around. He needed to secure the support of the Imperial Guards, who would naturally have a key role in the proceedings, and also wanted to get his bribes out to well-placed men outside of the palace. He had to make sure that the crowds would not begin chanting anything embarrassing, such as, "Who is Theocritus?" Here, Amantius made his big mistake. He decided to hand the cash over to Justin, Count of the Excubators. Who could be better to have on your side at this stage than the man commanding the best troops in the city? Of course, Justin, upon receiving a bag full of cash, asked himself the question, who better to become the new emperor than, well, me? Justin dispersed the money as requested, but instead of telling the recipients to support Theocritus, it was his name they were to acclaim. The crowd in the hippodrome were becoming restless, and the guards present in the imperial box began yelling out the names of potential candidates, to much booing and cheering. On the other side of the door leading from the box back to the palace, the chamberlains refused to open up until they had word from the senators as to who they should deliver the imperial regalia to. With pressure growing on Sulla and the assembled Senate, the name of Justin was dropped into the conversation. Here, surely, was the best compromise candidate. A fellow senator, a well-respected, if hardly noble man, who the palace soldiers would happily support. Justin agreed, and made his way through the passageway to the imperial box, and emerged dressed in the robes of the emperor. The executors lifted him on their shields and placed a gold chain on his head, to many cheers. Justin promised good government, and a donative to the troops, of course, before leading a procession to the Hagia Sophia, and then back to the palace for a banquet of celebration. The Byzantines had a new emperor. We don't know if that's exactly how it happened, as the histories have slight variations in the order of events. But what is in little doubt is that when an emperor dies with no successor, the imperial bodyguard will more often than not have the final say. Flavius Justinus, known to us in English as simply Justin, was around 66 when he became emperor. He was born about 452 in the Balkans. His hometown was Bederiana in the province of Dardania. He came from a family of peasant farmers and was probably a swineherd. Justin grew up in a changing world. The Western Empire was still around, and his hometown was a place where the Pope's influence on church life was strong, and the people spoke Latin rather than Greek. When he turned 20, Justin and two friends walked all the way to Constantinople to seek a better life. He joined the army and was able to sign up for the new palace regiment, the Executors, which had just been formed by the Emperor Leo. He served with distinction in the Isaurian and Persian wars and rose through the ranks to become the leader or count of the elite palace regiment. If Justin's story was the ultimate rags-to-riches tale, then his wife Lupicina could claim to have topped him. She was an ex-slave, an ex-concubine slave, who Justin had purchased and then married. Now she was the empress, and changed her name to the more imperial-sounding Euphemia. At first glance, the new emperor would seem distinctly lacking in pedigree. A senator he may have been, but educated he was not. It's possible that he was illiterate. He certainly had no formal education, nor did he have any experience of governing. He might have seemed to some a disastrous choice. However, Justin had several important advantages which helped smooth over his less than aristocratic appearance. The first was that he was uncompromisingly orthodox in his beliefs. For those who had risen against Anastasius's Monophysitism, Justin was a reassuring sight. Second, he was well respected by the army, one of the most important constituencies to please in these situations. Third, Justin was in his 60s, older than Anastasius had been when he donned the purple, and he had no son. If Justin turned out to be a terrible administrator, perhaps no one would have to suffer for very long. Of course, if the emperor really was illiterate, then he was going to need an educated colleague to help him manage the affairs of state. And fortunately for Justin, he had an energetic, ambitious, and highly educated nephew named Justinian. A member of the palace guards at this stage, we don't know what role Justinian played in the elevation of his uncle, but no one would be surprised if he had been wheeling and dealing with the best of them. Justinian was to prove himself a highly motivated campaigner for his uncle's interests, and by extension, his own. While the older man was settling comfortably into the palace, his wily nephew was building a political base of support to make sure that the new regime laid down firm roots. I'll introduce Justinian properly in the next episode, but he was certainly involved in the administration from day one. On day 2, Justin got to work. The first thing to do was to get rid of Amantius and Theocritus. If Justin really had spectacularly defrauded the Grand Chamberlain, he could hardly leave a bitter and vengeful rival just hanging around. So Amantius was accused of heresy and was executed along with Theocritus, while several of his domestics were exiled. That was the only blood spilt, initially at least. Many of Anastasius's ministers were kept in place, including Marinus, the man behind the most important financial reforms, who now became Praetorian Prefect of the East. Anastasius's nephews were assured of their safety too, and then came the big moment. Vitalian was invited to come to Constantinople and put a formal end to his rebellion. While the message went out to the rogue general, the ground was prepared in the capital. Justin let it be known that he would be happy if pressure was brought to bear on the Patriarch to overturn Anastasius's ecclesiastical policies. A crowd soon gathered around the Hagia Sophia and began agitating for the Patriarch John II to restore the names of the Patriarchs Euphemius and Macedonius, who had been dismissed by the late emperor, and to set a day when the Council of Chalcedon could be commemorated. Chalcedon, of course, being the ecumenical council which had defined orthodoxy against Monophysitism. The Patriarch agreed amidst much excitement and chanting, particularly of the Trisagion, with no Monophysite alterations. 2 days later, John assembled a council of all the bishops he could find and began undoing much of the ecclesiastical legislation since the Council of Chalcedon. In other words, the Henoticon was to be ignored, and the Monophysites were not to be appeased. Jesus had 2 natures, one human and one divine, and that was that. So now, Justin's orthodox credentials were seen to be as impeccable as Vitalian's. There was no need for more hostility. The general should abandon his hideout and come home. Doubtless nervous about this invitation, Vitalian asked for some kind of concrete reassurance of his safety. So Justin, Justinian, and Vitalian exchanged oaths of allegiance, and with that, the general was welcomed back into the fold. More than that, Justin greeted him warmly and appointed him commander of one of the praesental armies for good measure. Justin, of course, wanted more than just the restoration of orthodoxy. He wanted to put an end to the Occasion Schism and get the church back in communion with the Pope. Growing up as a Latin speaker in the Western Balkans, it was anathema to Justin and his countrymen to be cut off from their spiritual leader. An embassy was sent to Rome to begin negotiations, though this was not as simple as it might sound. One of the men who was not happy to see Justin become emperor was Theodoric over in Italy. Now in his 60s, the great Ostrogoth knew that upon his death, the Byzantines might try to repudiate Gothic rule in Italy and take it back for the empire. The Roman clergy were not interested in any compromise with heretic Monophysites, so as long as the emperors were pushing compromises like the Henoticon, the Italians might actually prefer to have Goths guarding their churches. However, with a true champion of orthodoxy on the throne, there was every likelihood that the Italians would revert back to seeing the emperor as their true ruler and the Goths as foreign interlopers. Sensitive to this situation, Justin wooed Theodoric with 2 offers. The first was that Theodoric's chosen successor, his son-in-law Eutharic, would share the consulship with Justin himself the following year. Moreover, Justin would adopt Eutharic according to German custom, so not a legal adoption in Roman law, but still enough to assure his succession to the throne. Eutharic, by accepting the adoption, would also give formal submission of the Gothic state to the empire. With the diplomatic path cleared, Pope Hormisdas could finally get what he wanted, The Henoticon was no more, and the memories of Acacius, Zeno, and Anastasius were all damned for their part in it. They weren't erased from history, as Augustus had once tried to do to Mark Antony. Their names would just no longer be remembered by the Orthodox Church during its annual celebrations. The schism was at an end, and Justin set in motion a persecution of Monophysite monks and clergy. Throughout the East, men were asked to either accept the Orthodox Creed as laid out at the Council of Chalcedon, or leave their posts. This worked out adequately in the case of the bishops, with only 55 reportedly refusing to accept. However, nothing was done about Egypt, whose Monophysite majority were too firmly entrenched to be easily removed. Justin left the Patriarch of Alexandria, Timothy, alone to guard his flock, which by now included the agitators Severus, who had fled Antioch upon Justin's accession. Bishops were one thing, monks were another. The reason Zeno had come up with the Henoticon was because attempts to force Monophysites to change their views had conspicuously failed. Half a century later, and their beliefs were as firmly held as ever. Jesus had warned his followers that there would be pain in store, and so the brave or the pious now became martyrs for their Monophysite beliefs. One monastic community at Amida were driven from their home, but were still campaigning to be reinstated a decade later. Some monks were forced to live amongst the people once more, but of course continued to practice and preach their beliefs, in some cases converting citizens who would otherwise have remained Orthodox. The persecutions would rumble on for some time, and we will return to them again. As I mentioned earlier, we will deal with Justinian's rapid political rise in the next episode. But by 520, he had been given command of the other praesental army, so that he and Vitalian would be comrades at meetings in the palace. An interesting aspect of Vitalian's revolt was that he had not done what practically every other rebellious soldier in Roman history had. He had not declared himself emperor. He had simply styled himself as the defender of Orthodox belief, and had never stated officially his desire to replace Anastasius. Vitalian had therefore become a powerful figure. His cause had won the day, even if he had not been personally victorious. He was made consul for the year, and his position at court seemed assured. But things were not as they might seem. In July of 520, on his way to dinner at the palace, Vitalian was ambushed and killed. Gibbon reports that he was stabbed 17 times. No official verdict was given on who was responsible, but the fact that the deed was done near the palace, and that Justinian was the one who most benefited from his death, the verdict of historians is unanimous. Vitalian had rebelled against an emperor, and could not be trusted, and now there was no longer any serious rival to Justin or his nephew. Last time, we introduced the man who became emperor after Anastasius, Justin, a Balkan peasant turned soldier whose first acts upon securing the throne were to reorient the imperial attitude toward Christianity. Justin's firmly held Orthodox beliefs led him to restore communion with Rome and persecute those Eastern Monophysites who he could get his hands on. The power behind the throne, it has always been assumed, was that of Justin's nephew, Justinian. It is he who we now need to introduce. These next few podcasts are all going to feature fairly detailed introductions to the characters who will inhabit Justinian's court. Some of the books on the period almost list off a dramatis personae, like the program of a play, to make sure you know who everyone is and how they relate to one another. I'm trying to spread these introductions out amongst the narrative so you don't have to memorize too much all at once. Stay with me, and future podcasts will be far more rewarding because of the work we put in now. Flavius Petrus Sabatius was born around 483 to Justin's sister Vigilantia and her husband Sabatius. They were a family of peasant farmers in the village of Teresium, not far from where Justin had been born. We know nothing of his early years, but at some point while he was a teenager, his family headed east at the invitation of Uncle Justin, who, now that he had become a respectable soldier in the capital, was determined to find positions for his family. This included Justinian's sister, also called Vigilantia, and Germanus. It was young Petrus, though, who Justin clearly favoured, as he formally adopted the boy, and in gratitude, Flavius Petrus Sabatius added the name Justinianus to his name, and so is known to us in English as Justinian. It was that last name that he would be known as by his contemporaries and by history. Justinian's face is more familiar to us than perhaps any other Roman emperor because of the survival of the famous mosaic in Ravenna. He was described as of medium height, neither fat nor thin, with a round shaved face, a sharp nose, and curly hair. Like many a poor man made good, Justin wanted to ensure that his adopted son had the kind of advantages that he didn't. This meant that young Justinian received the best Roman education which money could buy. This would of course have included the traditional liberal arts with grammar, rhetoric, law, history, and so on. But by now this education would also involve plenty of religious instruction, and some exposure to the Neoplatonist philosophy which had tried to marry classical philosophy with Christian theology. Some threads of this thought sought to identify the one true God with the concept of a transcendent realm where the conflicts of lower domains, such as ours, were reconciled. Historians have surmised that Justinian's education helped shape the distinctive worldview he would later demonstrate, and so a little speculation on what his education may have taught him could be valuable. Born in the West, like his uncle, Justinian would have inherited his family's predisposition toward orthodoxy, the Pope, and a nostalgia for the Western Empire. Once his education took hold, he would have been steeped in the history of a people who throughout their writings saw their empire and their laws as upholding civilization against barbarity. His philosophy teachers spoke of a realm where the one true God brought everything to peace, and his religious education would have taught him that the job of the Roman Empire was now to mirror the kingdom of heaven on earth. For Justinian, therefore, an ideology may have been developing, which saw the Roman Empire as needing to retake what was lost, not just for civilization's sake, but because it was what God willed. The unity and peace of that higher realm should be brought to the earthly empire where all people should unite under one law and one belief in one God. A little armchair psychology also gives us clues as to what drove the young man once power was within his grasp. Justinian was, after all, an outsider in Constantinople. He grew up on a farm in a Latin-speaking village that no one had ever heard of. He stepped into a Greek-speaking world where many of his classmates would have had an intrinsic understanding of language and culture that he didn't. It's easy to imagine in Justinian an insecurity stemming from this disadvantage and a feverish desire to prove that he was as good, if not better, than others. William Rosen, who writes very entertainingly about Justinian, suggests that he may have had a convert's enthusiasm for Constantinople and the circles he was now moving in. It must all have seemed so exciting compared to the rural surroundings of his formative years. To bring us back from speculation closer to the evidence, the sources describe Justinian as a good student, bright, alert, and interested in multiple topics. He would turn into a workaholic and insomniac as time went on. Contemporaries refer to him as being constantly at work, and Procopius reports stories of his late-night fretting around the corridors of the palace. We should note, however, that Justinian was keen to emphasize this himself, writing in some of his edicts about his tireless work to restore the empire. There is little evidence to suggest otherwise, though. One law which Justinian was directly involved in drafting concerns the regulation of the price that Constantinople's small farmers could charge for fresh vegetables. If there was something he could work on personally, then he would. We're also sure of his devotion to Christianity. Procopius tells us that he took Lent very seriously, fasting for 2 days and then abstaining from wine for the rest of the season, living off wild herbs dressed with oil and vinegar. The personal writing of Justinian, which survives, reveals frantic theological speculations on Christian doctrine. Through this and the laws he passed, we see a genuine concern for his faith and a real hostility to the enemies of the Church. This has been, of course, a far more thorough introduction than most emperors receive, which, as I pointed out last time, is a reflection of both the length of his coming reign and the sheer amount of sources that have come down to us. Once his education was complete, Justinian was enrolled in various palace regiments, simultaneously avoiding hard military campaigning, while also gaining a good deal of insight into the politics and intrigue of court life. Justinian may well have used this knowledge to ensure that Justin would emerge as Anastasius' successor. Justinian was about 36 at the time of Justin's accession, and was one of the imperial guards. 2 months later, we get a pretty clear insight into how close nephew and uncle were when we find Justinian himself writing to the Pope, inviting him not just to send representatives to Constantinople, but to come himself to end the schism. Clearly Justinian felt confident in his uncle's support to make so bold a venture, and he wasn't done there. In 519, a group of monks from the province of Scythia gained notoriety by formulating a new explanation of Christ's nature that might be able to heal the rift between the Orthodox and the Monophysites. This doctrine became known as the Theopashite formula and argued that one of the Trinity had been crucified. This formula, in theory, could satisfy both sides of the theological divide. Basically, there was a divine part of Jesus, and by occupying his human body, it could be brought to suffer on the cross. The key here was to keep the one nature of Christ, the mono nature of Christ, as divine, to keep the Monophysites happy, while also showing that he did genuinely suffer in a human body to satisfy the Orthodox. The relevant point here for us is not really the theology, but the politics. The Orthodox in Constantinople were very wary of any doctrine that looked to be compromising what they had just celebrated the restoration of. However, the Theopashite formula received the support of Vitalian, whose Orthodox credentials could not be doubted, and the delegation of monks were encouraged to make their case to the papal delegates who had arrived to end the schism. They were, of course, not in the capital to negotiate and turn the monks away. The monks, though, determined in their beliefs, headed for Rome, where they were to remain for 14 months, irritating the Pope until he could expel them. In the meantime, though, Justinian listened to them and wrote to the Pope to oppose the new formula. Then, a few days later, after thinking it over, he changed his mind and wrote again, urging the Pope to accept the proposal for the peace of the Church. Of course, the Pope wasn't interested in any of this, but it tells us several interesting things about Justinian. Of course, there is the sheer brazenness of the emperor's nephew writing to the Vicar of Christ to tell him his opinions on theological matters. There is also some suspicion that Justinian didn't want Vitalian to be the man who had supported the formula which unified the church. But perhaps less cynically, we can see this incident as evidence of Justinian's flexibility and genuine desire to unite the church. Despite the persecution that his uncle was unleashing on the Monophysites, Justinian could already see the value in a formula which would allow the church to be brought back together. One church of one empire, worshipping one god. Justinian would not forget the potential he saw in the Theopashite formula, and will return to it down the road. By 519, Justinian had been promoted to Count of the Domestics, and a year later he was master of one of the praesental armies, from bodyguard to general in 2 years. It's now that we catch up with the narrative from the last podcast, and the verdict of history remains unanimous that Justinian engineered Vitalian's murder in order to secure his own position as heir presumptive. However pious a Christian he might be, we can be sure that moral concerns didn't stand in the way of his ambitions. Justinian had risen from peasant to potential Caesar, and he wasn't about to let that slip from his grasp. Soon afterwards, he gained the rank of patrician, which paved the way for him to become a senator, and in 521 he was made consul. One of the few responsibilities left to this once great office was to host and pay for the consular games, to be held at the start of the new year. Justinian was determined to win the favour of the crowds, and also wanted to draw a contrast between the new regime and the prudish, penny-pinching era of Anastasius. So he spent, and spent, and spent. Estimates suggest Justinian splashed out about £4,000 of gold on decorations, stage machinery, 20 lions, 30 panthers, and a number of other exotic beasts who were to be fought and killed in the hippodrome. A certain amount was laid on in handouts and freebies for the people. The games were intended to be the most lavish public spectacles that Constantinople had ever seen, and few claimed that they weren't. The chariot races were said to be of such superb quality and caused such excitement that the final contest had to be cancelled for fear of serious public disturbances. Justinian handed out magnificent horses as prizes to the charioteers. No expense was spared as the consul put Anastasius's treasure reserves to the kind of use that the deceased emperor would have thoroughly disapproved of. The games were a success for Justinian, but he was still aware of his uncle's precarious position. He was, after all, an upstart emperor, with no political base of support beyond the palace guards. So Justinian decided to secure a base himself, and the expense of the games had naturally endeared him to the demes. Emperors had tended to favour one of the factions over the other, and although Anastasius had tried to avoid the issue, he had been associated with the Greens. Justinian, therefore, sought out the Blues. Here, after all, were a professional organisation who could chant support for his uncle, win races in his honour, and provide a gang of street toughs to give him muscle, should any opponents need reminding of who the new men in charge were. Justinian's covert and overt support for the Blues became quite extraordinary over the next few years. They took their new political support to mean that they had a license to banditry, and began assaulting their enemies, extorting protection money, or robbing people's houses. Some in positions of authority were attacked for reporting their crimes, with Justinian apparently looking the other way. By 523, the Blues were accused of openly murdering their opponents in daylight, and respectable people everywhere were aghast at the abuses going on. When a well-known citizen was killed inside the Hagia Sophia, news reached Justin, who was furious. It's not clear how much he knew about what his nephew was up to, and he reacted firmly, executing those involved and handing out strict punishments to other members of the Demes. Justinian did not intervene, and probably realized that he had let things get out of control. He began to rein the blues in, and by 527 issued a law which made it explicit that justice should be even-handed for rioters in the cities. We'll leave domestic concerns until next episode, and finish this week's installment with the foreign policy issues which Justin had to deal with during the earlier part of his reign. In the West, relations with Theodoric's Italy began to deteriorate soon after Justin had smoothed over the reunion of the churches. As you know, Theodoric's great fear was that the empire would want to reclaim direct rule over Italy, destroying the safe and favourable position which his people currently enjoyed. A series of events conspired to make Theodoric increasingly paranoid that his fears were coming true. In 522, Euthoric, Theodoric's son-in-law, died, leaving only a 4-year-old son as heir to the Gothic throne. A few months later, and Pope Hormisdas, a strong ally of Theodoric's, also passed away. His successor, Pope John, was associated with the pro-imperial faction in Rome, and rumours began to swirl that senators were openly writing to the emperor to discuss how the Goths could be removed from the equation. Soon, an actual letter was found, and a senator named Albinus was accused by the Goths of conspiring with Justin. A highly educated and respected senator named Boethius attempted to defend his friend. Boethius argued that the letter was not a personal one from Albinus, but one expressing the views of the Senate and merely keeping their lawful sovereign appraised of the situation in his province. If you're going to punish Albinus, Boethius argued, then you might as well punish all of us. Unfortunately, some of Boethius's enemies at court took this to mean a confession of guilt and charged Boethius with treason. Theodoric took personal charge of the case and condemned him to death, seemingly to teach the Senate a lesson. The arrest and execution of such a popular figure took the other senators by surprise, and doubtless pushed many of them into the pro-imperial camp. Boethius took revenge on Theodoric with his pen, and while waiting for his execution, composed a book called The Consolation of Philosophy, where he lashes out at Gothic depravity, revealing many of the injustices which the Italians were feeling under the Gothic yoke. That fateful year of 522 saw things go from bad to worse for Theodoric. Across the sea in Carthage, the Vandal king Thrasimund died. He had been a strong ally of the Goths and was married to Theodoric's sister Amalafrida. The new king was Hilderic, who was the son of Huneric and Eudocia, the daughter of Valentinian III. You may recall from the history of Rome that she was carried off during the Vandal sack of Rome and had brought up her son to appreciate his Roman heritage. Hilderic went further than that, abandoning the Arianism of his people and becoming a Catholic. Hilderic was already on friendly terms with Justin and Justinian, and upon his accession he put an immediate stop to all the anti-Catholic policies of his predecessor, and when Amalafrida protested, she was locked up and her Gothic retinue were murdered. As if this weren't bad enough for the Gothic king, 3 years later, the dutifully orthodox Justin announced a new law banning Arianism within the empire. Their churches would be closed, and those refusing to recant would not be allowed to hold public office or serve in the army. Arianism was no longer a force within the empire, but as with any sect, it hadn't been wiped out completely. The law was quite an affront to Theodoric, of course, because he was a patrician within the empire, and his people were Arian. The law was calling into question whether he could rightfully rule the Italian prefecture. So in the autumn of 525, Theodoric sent Pope John to Constantinople to argue his case. Not missing a trick, though, Justinian rolled out the red carpet for the pontiff's arrival, greeting him with all the splendor and dignity that could be afforded. The Pope's status as the highest patriarch in the empire was reaffirmed, and Justin even insisted that he be recrowned by John personally. The Pope stayed in the capital for 5 months and celebrated Christmas and Easter in the Hagia Sophia, before returning to Ravenna with some concessions in hand. Despite getting Justin to agree to remove the harshest restrictions on the Arians, Theodoric was clearly unhappy with reports of just how friendly John had been with the emperor. Upon his return in 526, he was imprisoned and died shortly afterwards, although historians believe he was already ill and on his way out. Still, when his body returned to Rome, there were protests, and he was viewed as a martyr by the Catholics, who were looking with increasing suspicion at their Gothic, Arian king. The new Pope, Felix IV, was chosen specifically for his sympathy to the Gothic regime. Meanwhile, in the east, the news of Anastasius's death prompted the Persian king Kavad to send a note to the new emperor, reminding him that he still wanted money to be paid to guard the passes through the Caucasus Mountains, and also that the new city of Dara, which Anastasius had built, was an illegal breach of the treaty between the two great empires. Justin was slow in responding to these requests, which had, after all, been the pretext for war back in 502. So Kavad encouraged the Lakhmid Arabs, under their chief Al-Munthar, to raid Byzantine Osroene. I should really say Al-Munthar ibn Nu'man. Al-Munthar's raid was a success, and he managed to capture the local dukes and offer him for ransom to the Byzantines. Justin now sent his reply, a firm no, to Kavad, and negotiated for the return of the dukes and other prisoners in February 524. During the negotiations, news came of yet another incident that would require Justin's attention. In 523, a new king had ascended to the throne of Himyar, which covers the area of the modern Yemen. The new king, Yusuf Dunuwas, was Jewish and announced that all the Christians in his kingdom should either convert or be killed. This included the Aksumite, or Ethiopian garrison, who lived in the city of Zafar. Yusuf offered the troops safe passage home, and once the terms were accepted and the gates were open, he slaughtered them. Next, he moved on to the city of Najran, which had a large Christian population. This time, he locked a couple of thousand Christians in a church and set it on fire. Legend has it that a group of virgins, upon hearing the news, rushed down to the church to jump into the fire, crying defiantly how sweet it was to breathe in the scent of burning priests. News of these atrocities offended Justin, and worse, Yusuf had hoped to stir up the pagan Lakhmids to join in their attacks on the followers of Christ. Al-Munthar had many Christians amongst his followers, and so wasn't having it, and Justin dispatched the Patriarch of Alexandria, Timothy, to negotiate with the king of Aksum about crushing this enemy of the faith. Caleb, the king of Aksum, was happy to seek revenge, and in the winter of 524, a Byzantine fleet carried the Aksumite army to Yemen. It took 2 years to defeat him, but as the Ethiopian force descended on Yusuf, he accepted that his time was at an end and rode his horse into the sea. Although this incident is far from our usual field of operations, it was seen as important in Constantinople to encourage the spread of Christianity, as well as gain access to Red Sea ports, which could help circumvent Persian dominance of the trade routes. From a longer-term perspective, I'm sure you can see the significance for our story of religious turmoil in the Arabian desert. Before we introduce the woman who will become empress, I think we should continue the narrative of Justin's reign. The foreign policy developments during these years continued apace, even as Justinian was falling in love. Last time, we saw how Justin's accession was greeted by demands from King Kavad over in Persia for cash and the deconstruction of the fortress of Dara. When Justin was slow to respond, Kavad unleashed his attack dog, Al-Munthar of the Lakhmid Arabs, to raid Byzantine territory and show the new emperor what saying no to the King of Kings felt like. These were the signs of lightning, warning of the thunderstorm to come. The kingdom of Lazica, which lay on the coast of the Black Sea, just north of the fringes of the Byzantine Empire, had been a Persian protectorate for over 50 years by the time the 520s came around. But bordering the Christian kingdoms of Byzantium and Armenia, the people had come to accept Jesus as their savior of choice. In 522, the Laz king passed away, and his heir Zath travelled to Constantinople requesting baptism. This was no simple religious ceremony. It was an act of great political significance. Zath wanted to recognize Christianity as his kingdom's official religion and switch allegiance from Persia to Byzantium. Justin was only too delighted to invest Zath with the position of king, oversee his baptism, and even find him a Byzantine wife. King Kavad was naturally angry about one of his border states seeking closer ties with his great rival, and sent formal letters of protest. The defiantly Christian Justin responded that it was impossible to prevent someone who wished to enter a better way from knowing the one true God. Instead of seeing this as an insult, Kavad decided that if Justin wanted to go around protecting Eastern kings, then he might as well go all the way. Kavad wrote back to Justin and asked if he would formally adopt Kavad's own son, Khusro, just as he had Justinian. The emperor and his nephew greeted the news with surprise and delight. Here was a chance to ensure peace with the great Sasanian Empire. Justinian and Khusro could be brothers, both destined to inherit their respective thrones and lead a golden age of peace between the two bulwarks of civilization. So what exactly was going on here? I thought Kavad wanted cash from the Byzantines, not dynastic intertwining. Well, Kavad was getting old. The king was now in his 70s and had 3 sons. His first 2 had followed their father's support for the proto-communist teachings of Mazdak, the Zoroastrian reformer who had stirred up the hatred of the traditional priesthood. Mazdak's work had rallied many disaffected elements behind Kavad's throne, but there was a problem. Love. Kavad had fallen madly in love with one of his wives, and she had given birth to his 3rd son, Khusro. Young Khusro was ruthless, able, and bold, and Kavad showed him the kind of naked favoritism that was leading toward a constitutional crisis. If Khusro were named heir, it would not only lead his elder brothers to turn on him, but it would also undo much of the reforming work of Kavad's reign. You see, Khusro was an orthodox Zoroastrian and had no interest in Mazdak's teaching. Kavad was in a corner. He had to choose between his favorite son and the policies which he felt were strengthening the Persian state. In the resolute figure of the Emperor Justin, Kavad thought perhaps he could find a solution. If the emperor would adopt Khusro, then perhaps the traditional Zoroastrian elite would be too fearful of a Byzantine invasion to overthrow his beloved son. Everything seemed to be moving forward smoothly until Justin's quaestor got involved. The quaestor, as you know, was the highest legal officer in Byzantium, and the current incumbent of that office was a man named Proclus. An upright legalist, Proclus pointed out the obvious problem with adoption. Khusro might one day be the legal heir to the Byzantine throne. Although there was much debate about how any succession might come about, the solution seemed obvious. Justin could adopt Khusro under a lesser custom than a formal father-son arrangement. Only a few years earlier, after all, Justin had adopted Euthoric under the German custom, and surely he could now do the same for Khusro. Unfortunately, this idea did not sit well with the Sassanid prince or his father. Enemies they may often have been, but the Persians and the Romans had come to accept over the centuries that each was the keeper of civilization. They should treat one another accordingly, with gifts and ambassadors and an underlying respect. All other peoples, of course, were barbarians, no matter how militarily strong they were. So to suggest that Khusro in any way deserved the same treatment as a Goth was deeply offensive. To make matters worse, in the meantime, the Christian king of Iberia, the neighboring kingdom to Lazica, tried to follow his neighbor's example and switch political allegiance to the Byzantines. It was poor Hypatius, the nephew of Anastasius, who headed the delegation, which had the delightful task of telling Khusro the new adoption suggestion and to debate what to do about a state that bordered Persia itself asking for a Byzantine garrison. Khusro was of course outraged, and Kavad launched a retaliatory invasion of Iberia in spring 525. The small Byzantine force which had recently arrived quickly retreated in the face of a full Persian army, and Kavad annexed the country, demanding that the people adopt Zoroastrianism as their official religion. The Iberian king Gorgen fled to Constantinople with his family, while the Byzantines took up defensive positions. By 528, though, the Persians had the better of the fighting, and had captured key forts on the approaches to Lazica. Meanwhile, in Persia itself, Kavad supported his son, as Khusro began a brutal suppression of the Mazdakites. The renewed war in the east was not going to be good for the Byzantines. As much as Justin embraced the Christian conversion of the Caucasus peoples, it was pulling the empire into a war which they hadn't wanted. Meanwhile, in the west, Theodoric, the great Ostrogothic king, died on the 30th of September, 526. Christian sources delight in the suggestion that he was struck down for his poor treatment of Pope John, but he was in his 70s, so natural causes are entirely plausible. Theodoric had probably been the most successful of all the Germanic figures who had tried to hold Roman imperial titles during the era when the West fell. He had led his people away from the fallout of Attila's empire. He had crushed the enemies of Zeno in exchange for Italy. He had peacefully settled his people there and prevented the resentments of each side from overwhelming their pact. Often great figures in history are seen as such because of what unravels once they are gone. This is one such case. Theodoric's heir and grandson Athalaric was only 8 years old, and so his mother Amalasuntha became regent. Amalasuntha had been given a Roman education and was encouraged by her father to maintain good relations between Goth and Italian. and of course, Goth and Byzantine. Her first act was to restore the property of Boethius and the other senators who had been caught up in the conspiracy trials as a sign of goodwill. Her fellow Gothic nobles were less sure about her, though. She wanted Athalaric to have a liberal education, as she had had, but her fellow Goths disagreed, insisting that he should spend his time with other Gothic youths learning how to fight. Amalasuntha didn't feel she had the support to resist them, and young Athalaric was led into a life of debauchery, which was said to have ruined his health. While Amalasuntha held unsteady control of Italy, it's worth mentioning that Theodoric's other grandson, Amalaric, now became king of Spain and southern Gaul after a regency dominated by the Ostrogothic noble Theudis. An adult he may have been, but Amalaric was young and untested, and don't think for a second that the sons of Clovis weren't licking their lips, waiting to add another layer of territory to the realm of the Franks. Back in Constantinople, you'll recall that Justinian had spent the early part of the 520s cultivating the blues and allowing their thuggery to go unprosecuted until they crossed a line which Justin could no longer overlook. Doubtless during this time, Justinian did his fair share of socializing with his new blue friends, and we assume that it was through them that he met Theodora, the woman he would fall swiftly in love with and make his wife. Already the new imperial dynasty were an unlikely royal family. Justin and Justinian were peasant farmers who through the army had found their way into the palace, while the Augusta Euphemia was a freed slave who had been her previous master's concubine. Theodora would top them all. Today, if you attend a professional sports event like basketball, you will be used to the idea of halftime entertainment. And in the Hippodrome at Constantinople, things were not so different. A day at the chariot races could mean 25 separate contests, and so as you can imagine, the crowd needed entertaining while the next set of competitors were getting ready, or I suppose any fallen charioteers were being carried off. The entertainment was the responsibility of the demes. The blues and greens would employ troops of jugglers, acrobats, and animal trainers, and Theodora's father, Acacius, looked after animals for the greens, and provided for his wife and 3 children from his work at the Hippodrome. He died when Theodora was about 8, and his wife married another animal trainer, hoping to quickly secure the same life for her young family. At some time around 505, she marched out onto the Hippodrome floor with her 3 daughters and presented them before the box where the green faction leaders sat. Unfortunately, the Greens had already settled on another candidate and said no. Possibly just to spite their hated rivals, the leaders of the Blues took her up on the offer, ensuring her family's continued employment and earning the lifelong loyalty of Theodora. By the time she was 11, Theodora had followed her older sister Comito into the burlesque theatres of the capital to play in low knockabout comedy and farce. Actors were considered, along with gladiators and slaves, to be the lowest classes in society. Once you get to Christian Byzantium, this social stigma was coupled with moral disapproval of the titillating pantomime dancing which Theodora apparently excelled at. You may recall that the Emperor Anastasius attempted to ban this licentious dancing, and certainly by Justin's day, it was much reduced in frequency. Our main source for Theodora's teenage years and beyond is Procopius's Secret History. This was the book where he poured the scorn of the well-to-do classes on the peasant emperor and his prostitute empress. Yes, by the age of 16, Theodora was working as a courtesan. The word actress was synonymous with prostitute in the ancient world, and Procopius claims that Theodora was a popular mime act and beautiful, and so was much sought-after company. She was described as short, oval-faced, with brown hair and a quick wit. By the time she was 18, she had quite a reputation, and had potentially had 2 children already. We are pretty confident that Theodora led this life. Procopius goes on at such length about her exploits that it seems more than just his prudish imagination. Later in life, John of Ephesus, a bishop and friend of Theodora, refers to her in his writings as Theodora from the brothel, with no malice intended. However, what Procopius writes about Theodora's youth is X-rated stuff, and doubtless wildly exaggerated, and I won't recount it here. You can certainly find it in any good book on the period. In her early 20s, Theodora began a relationship with an imperial diplomat named Hecabolus, and accompanied him on his posting as governor of the province of Libya Superior. They soon fell out, however, and she made her way round the coast to Alexandria, which was by now a haven for Monophysites who were fleeing Justin's persecutions. It seems like she underwent a religious conversion at this point, and was most impressed by the patriarch Timothy, the same Timothy who was sheltering Severus and last episode negotiated with Aksum over the invasion of Yemen. By 522, Theodora was back in Constantinople and out of the courtesan business. Falling back in with the blues, she caught the eye of Justinian, and soon the 40-year-old heir to the throne and the beautiful 25-year-old Monophysite were living together in the Hormisdas Palace, evidently in love. Again, it's possible that she bore him a child which didn't survive. There were 2 obstacles to any marriage, though. The first was a law which forbid actresses from marrying members of the patrician class. Justinian immediately set about changing the law so that a penitent actress could apply for an imperial grant of marriage, which Justin was happy to grant. The second obstacle was more difficult, though, as the Augusta Euphemia refused to agree to the union. Presumably feeling that she had to fight hard every day to overcome the stigma of being a freed slave, the last thing she wanted to do was be publicly mocked for welcoming a known prostitute into the family. Euphemia passed away, though, in 524, and the following year Justinian and Theodora were married. Now, why, you might ask, have I given such a detailed introduction to an Augusta? We've certainly met influential women in the history of Rome before. Augustus listened to Livia's advice, and Trajan's wife Pompeia Plotina may have had a big hand in Hadrian's elevation, but in terms of influence and authority, Theodora will outstrip them all. No pun intended. Upon his accession to the imperial throne, Justinian insisted that they be crowned together, emperor and empress, a true imperial partnership. Provincial governors would soon be asked to swear allegiance to emperor and empress for the first time, and Justinian would certainly seek her advice on matters of state and treat her as a valued advisor. In fact, countless decrees he issued refer to Theodora as our most pious consort given us by God. Love letters in the form of imperial legislation. The marriage was a successful partnership. Justinian was more introverted than his wife and preferred to stay in the palace, working. Theodora was used to public attention and was happy to make the appearances required of a sovereign. We are quite sure that the couple were loyal to one another, in part because if there had been any rumours of infidelity, you can bet Procopius would have told us all about them, and while he is happy to paint the pair as demonic, he doesn't suggest that they weren't happy together. Of course, Procopius was not alone in being horrified at the rise of Theodora, and looked down on the imperial regime with undisguised snobbery. For members of the senatorial class, it must have seemed like a brood of peasants and actresses were taking the reins of their government. As Justin had done, Theodora brought her existing family into the new respectable world of court life, finding husbands for her sisters and her friends. Her elder sister Comito was married to one of Justinian's former bodyguards, Citas, who will feature in our story again. There is, of course, the issue of Theodora's monophysitism. It tells us quite a lot about Justinian's attitude toward religious issues that he wasn't bothered by his bride's beliefs, and as we shall see down the road, it's possible that Justinian saw this as an opportunity to unite the church by the example of their successful union. Although Justinian used the blue faction to make sure that the new regime had support on the streets, he also knew that he needed to cultivate friends in the Senate. During Justin's reign, they kept promoting the old elite, and made sure that imperial largesse was extended to influential men who he wanted to stay on good terms with. This backroom politicking may not have been needed, but it didn't hurt when Justin suddenly fell ill in 527 without having named a successor. The Senate begged the ailing emperor to crown Justinian Caesar so that he could rule while Justin recovered. The emperor assented, but was too ill to take part, and so the Patriarch Epiphanius performed the ceremony in the triclinium of the 19 couches in the palace on April the 4th. Justin survived only until August, when he succumbed to either an old war wound or some other illness. He was about 74 or 75 years old, and had ruled the empire for 9 years. In all the history books, Justin's reign is seen as a mere preamble to Justinian's. Part of why we think that is that we know a lot more about what happens next. But I think it's fair to say that being emperor was beyond a dream come true for Justin, and he was happy simply to manage the machine he inherited from Anastasius. The most important part of Justin's reign, in hindsight, probably is the time it gave Justinian to familiarize himself with that machinery of state and make his plans to transform it. Justinian, therefore, became sole emperor on August 2nd, 527, with Theodora at his side. He was about 45 years old and was so ready to get going. The next few years saw an explosion of activity on all fronts as Justinian let loose every idea he had for how to remake the Roman Empire into something worthy of its past, its god, and its new emperor. The only way to keep track of this whirlwind is to split the next few episodes between different fronts and foreign and domestic affairs, but I will try and keep the timeline straight if you will stay with me. Before I go, though, I should mention that in 526, a massive earthquake hit Antioch, devastating the city's buildings and killing thousands. The earthquake was clearly huge, as the nearby town of Apamea was completely destroyed, and the aftershocks were said to last for 18 months. This was on the back of a terrible fire the year before, and in 528 a second quake hit, killing thousands more. Justin and then Justinian sent generous financial aid and began reconstruction efforts. However, the traumatized citizens of Antioch suggested renaming the place as Theopolis, the city of God, to try and mollify his apparent wrath. I'm afraid the tribulations of the people of Antioch had only just begun. As I've hopefully firmly established in your minds, the reign of Justinian is one of the most complicated and incident-filled in the entire history of the Roman Empire. Upon his accession in 527, Justinian moved from being a workaholic behind the scenes to being the workaholic with the power to have his ideas put into practice. The results for us are that the 5-year period between 527 and 532 needs to be broken up into several different episodes so that we can fully appreciate what was going on. Today, we begin in a familiar theatre. Over the last 2 episodes, we've seen the increasingly unstable situation on the empire's eastern front. The Byzantine Empire was not only seen as a superpower by its neighbours, but now as the centre of Christianity. From Ethiopia in the south to the Caucasus Mountains in the north, states were increasingly seeing religion as a strong influence on their political relations with other states. The attempts by the kingdoms of Lazica and Iberia to switch allegiance to Byzantium were partly motivated by the antagonistic stance of the Persian state toward Christianity. Understandably, the Persians were wary that Christians might represent some kind of fifth column within their realm, and the turbulence stirred up by Mazdak within the Zoroastrian world was seen by some as a response to the success of Christianity at winning converts. However, religion is seldom the sole motivation for political actions. Lazica and Iberia were small kingdoms on the Persian doorstep, who saw an alliance with the more distant Byzantines as the route to an independent existence. Similarly, Justin may have told Kavad that he was bound to support these kingdoms as they sought to help their people get closer to the one true God, but naturally there were other considerations. The Byzantines didn't want the Persians to have access to the Black Sea. The security and wealth of Constantinople depended on controlling the approaches to it. Of course, the Persians probably weren't thinking on such a grand scale. Their stated demands remained cash and the destruction of the fort at Dara. Today we are going to do something a little different, and focus on one battle in particular, rather than simply survey the sweep of the war. With Procopius soon to arrive on the Eastern Front, we have a rare chance to see soldiers in action through his eyes and learn how battle in the age of cavalry had come to be organized. Remember, though, that we only know all the details you're about to hear from Procopius, who, as we've already established, has many an axe to grind and ear to please. In episodes 5 and 11, I made reference to a catastrophic defeat which the Persians suffered in battle with the White Huns, or Hephthalites, in 484. While Attila had been building his empire in Europe, the Hephthalites constructed their own vast domain, which today would extend from the western edge of China across Pakistan, Afghanistan, and north up into Kazakhstan. Their raiding tactics were similar to the Huns, or the Bulgars more recently in our story, and by 484 the Persian king Peroz had raised a massive army to meet them and destroy them on his northern border. Peroz himself lined up with the cream of the Persian military, the Immortals. These heavy cavalry had been in the front line on the plains near Herat and charged the lightly armoured Hephthalite horse archers. The Hephthalites had fled, and the Persians roared after them. But as was so often the case with armies from the steppes, their retreat was actually a trap. The Hephthalites had dug a large trench across the plain and concealed it. They left one crossing in the centre, which they quickly retreated across. The Persians fanned out to encircle their prey, and with dust rising ever thicker from the hooves of their great steeds, they did not see what awaited them. The front lines dropped out of sight and into the pits, and many behind them couldn't pull up in time and simply followed their comrades down, crushing those beneath them. Among the dead was Peroz, and in the aftermath, the dignity of the Sassanid royal house was insulted by the levying of tribute to the victorious Hephthalites. It was this double humiliation that pressed on Kavad to begin his war with Anastasius in 502. By winning great victories over the Roman Empire, Kavad could restore his prestige while also grabbing the necessary cash to pay his benefactors. Although Anastasius had managed to push the Persians back, Kavad could feel fairly happy with the campaign of the early 6th century. He had sacked Amida and several other cities, and Byzantine slaves and gold were in his hands. The Byzantines had been forced to fight a defensive war, which left the Persians feeling that their western border was pretty secure. This is where the problem of Dara comes in. The last serious war between Rome and Persia was launched by Julian the Apostate in 363. The emperor was killed, and the Romans were forced to cede territory to the Persians. This included the large fortress of Nisibis. Nisibis was strategically vital because it was one of the few points on the border between the two great empires where the land was suitable for large armies. To the north were the Armenian mountains, and beyond them the Caucasus, where Iberia and Lazica lay. As long as you built a fort to guard the mountain passes, it was pretty difficult for an enemy army to pass through those areas and keep themselves supplied. The same was true for the south, where the Syrian desert would make life pretty harsh for any invasion force, not to mention the newly minted Lakhmid Arab kingdom. So in between these natural barriers, on a route which led one way to Antioch and the other way to Ctesiphon, lay Nisibis. From their battlements, the Persians could look out and feel confident that the Byzantines were nowhere near, that their homelands were secure. Of course, from a Byzantine point of view, this was a strategic weakness, and after the invasion of 502, it was hard to feel like having an armed Persian camp on the border really made them feel very secure. So Anastasius had ordered the construction of a fortress over the village of Dara, opposite Nisibis on the Byzantine side. Now when the Persians looked across the plain, they would see an armed camp staring right back at them. It seems like a classic arms race. The Byzantines felt this equality would help ensure peace. The Persians felt it was an aggressive move designed to threaten their security. With all of that in mind, it's easy to see why the battle over Iberia and Lazica that broke out in 527 soon spiraled into war which would encompass the whole frontier. As the Persians got the better of the fighting in the north, Justinian ordered an attack to commence further south. Offensives against Nisibis and Thabatha were unsuccessful, although raids into Persian Armenia did manage to bring back a few slaves. During the winter, Hypatius was dispatched once more to try and arrange peace talks with Kavad. The king restated his demands for gold to pay for the defense of the passes through the Caucasus Mountains, but Justinian refused. There was sensitivity on the Byzantine side at the idea of paying tribute to the Persians, which is how many viewed the demand for cash. The Persian argument was that the money was no different than similar amounts given to Federate troops or foreign allies who defended the Danube. So the war escalated in 528 and 529, with bad results for the Byzantines. The Persians steadily eroded their position on the Lazican border, while a successful raid on Persian territory in Mesopotamia brought a fearsome response from Al-Munthar of the Lakhmids. After killing the local dukes in battle, he raided deep into imperial territory, ravaging the lands around Emesa, Apamea, and even into the territory of Antioch. On his way home, he had captured many slaves, including around 400 nuns, who he promptly sacrificed to the goddess Al-Uzza, who was likened to Aphrodite by Greek contemporaries. Even to pre-Christian Roman eyes, this would have been seen as a monstrous act. As we shall see over the next couple of episodes, one of Justinian's solutions to any problem was to build. He sent men to fortify cities along the border, but several drew Persian attacks, which prevented the work crews from completing their tasks. At Thanuris, it was Belisarius, who we will soon introduce fully, who was guarding the men. With a Persian army in the vicinity, reinforcements were sent in to join him under the command of two Balkan-born brothers, Buzes and Kutses. They are described as young and rash by Procopius, and so it proved. The Persians arrived with a large army and, learning from Peroz's fate, dug trenches in the desert before luring the excitable Byzantine commanders into a headlong attack. Once more, men and horses flew into the unseen ditch to be killed. Kutses was amongst them, and now it was the turn of the Persians to look down on their cunning with pride. Although there were casualties on the Persian side too, it was unmistakably their victory, and although Belisarius and the other commanders were able to retreat, the Persians took many prisoners, and the foundations of the new fortress were destroyed. Justinian clearly needed to act. First came a major reorganization of the Eastern Army. Clearly, one field army was not enough to push back the Persians and the Lakhmids, so fresh troops were drafted from the west, and a second field army, the Army of Armenia, was established with around 15,000 men. To the south, the Army of the East would now be about 20,000 strong. New commands were also created in towns and cities across the east, with noblemen from Constantinople hastily shoved out the door to help shore up the border. New commanders were promoted too, and Justinian turned to two Balkan-born men, like himself, Sitas and Belisarius. The two young men had come to the emperor's attention when he was serving as master of the praesental armies, and they were part of his personal bodyguard. These guards would swear oaths of loyalty to their commander and might be asked to take on confidential missions or even stand in the presence of their master while he ate his meals. Sitas had clearly made a favorable impression on his master because during the late 520s he'd been tasked with subduing the mountain-dwelling Tsani of northeast Anatolia, bringing them onto the tax rolls and conscripting their men into the army. His successful leadership had also won him personal favor, as marriage was arranged to Theodora's sister Comito, making him essentially part of the family. He was now promoted to Magister Militum in charge of the Armenian army and based at Theodosiopolis. Belisarius was younger still, and may have been as young as 25 when given important commands in the east. Born in Thrace, it's probable that Belisarius was from a minor noble family, as his first assignments seemed to be as a cavalry officer, and he clearly impressed everyone around him with his maturity and judgment. Belisarius was now promoted to be Magister Militum for the East, arguably the most important command in the empire. It's at this point that Procopius was hired to be his legal secretary and who made his way to Dara to join his master. Justinian couldn't rest there, though. He ordered more building work with improved fortifications for Martyropolis and Theodosiopolis. The abandoned streets of Palmyra were to be rebuilt to station troops, and in light of what Al-Munthar had just done, the monastery of St. Sabas had a fort built around it. The Lakhmids were becoming a pressing threat. Unlike their Persian sponsors, the Arab raiders could move too fast to be easily fought, and their raids were becoming ever more disturbing. So Justinian sent envoys into the Syrian desert. They sought out the leader of the largest Christian tribe in the area, the Ghassanids, and asked if they would be interested in becoming Byzantine clients. In exchange for cash and the title of Supreme Phylarch, which could be seen as simply chieftain, but king would not be inaccurate, the leader of the Ghassanids, Al-Harith ibn Jabala, was charged with protecting the Christian people of the eastern provinces and wherever possible, inflicting as much damage on the pagan Lakhmids as he could. Al-Harith was given authority over the whole area, from the Euphrates down to the Red Sea. He didn't currently hold that sway, and so as the Lakhmids had done, he now set about using his money and muscle to bring fellow tribes into the fold and organize the defense of the Byzantine border. The empowering of a people who once the imperial authorities would have ignored was seen as an unprecedented move by Procopius. But the times, they were a-changing, and Justinian needed help patrolling his southern border. As with Aksum and Lazica and Iberia, it was Christianity that allowed him to put his faith in the Ghassanids and not be fearful what arming and paying a huge group of men on his doorstep might lead to. Of course, I should mention that the Ghassanids were Monophysites, but Justinian was not in a position to be picky. So at last, we come to a halt at the gates of Dara. If a new fortress couldn't be built, then Justinian would settle for upgrades to his existing stronghold. In late 529, Kavad sent a letter to Justinian telling him that he needed gold. He gave him notice that war was coming and tried to guilt-trip Justinian into seeing his point of view. Look at all the innocent people on the border who are going to be killed because of your refusal to pay what you owe. Justinian assumed that negotiations would continue, but Kavad was serious, and after a string of victories, he was confident that he could push the new emperor's armies back and get the peace that he wanted. Work at Dara continued throughout the first half of 530, with Belisarius eyeing the horizon. News reached him that a huge Persian army was gathering at Nisibis, determined to destroy the illegal fortress once and for all. Although much faith had been placed in the young general, his youth was on the emperor's mind, and the Master of Offices Hermogenes was sent to lend the general his experience in the coming battle. By June, the Persians made their appearance. An army 40,000 strong began to gather outside the gates of Nisibis. Amongst the army were 5,000 of the Immortals. Their horses were draped in armor, while their rider wore iron plates, greaves, and gloves, and carried whips and maces and a lance so heavy that it had to first be attached to the side of the horse's mount. Most strikingly of all, the rider wore a one-piece helmet, crafted to look like a man's face. A striking sight to behold, no doubt, and their presence made it clear how important the coming conflict was to the King of Kings. The Persian commander Firuz also brought with him a train of artillery, sappers, engineers, and other weaponry ready for a siege and the razing of Dara. Belisarius had with him the army of the East, about 25,000 men strong, but only recently formed with new recruits from the West that weren't used to one another yet. Belisarius's personal retinue, or comitatus, was only 1,500 strong, and heavy cavalry though they were, they could not match the Immortals for training, equipment, or skill. Belisarius knew that the earlier defeats he had witnessed were not just due to superior Persian numbers or the rashness of men like Kutsis. No, it was superior Persian organization and discipline in mounted warfare that had often been the key to victory. The Byzantines may have learnt how to ride and shoot arrows at the same time, But they were new to this game. The Persians were centuries ahead of them in institutional experience. The Roman army, though, was hardly known as an undisciplined force, and Belisarius was a commander of rare vision who was able to get the most out of what he had and use his enemies' strengths against them. On hearing of the size of the Persian force, he knew that Dara would not hold out against a prolonged siege, and made the decision to fight out on the plain outside the walls. There were two advantages Belisarius felt his army had over their enemy. The first was that the Persian infantry were no match for the Byzantines. He dismisses them as merely the servants of the noblemen riding the horses. As a large part of the Persian army were infantry, their numerical advantage may not have been as overwhelming as it might seem. The second advantage were the federate troops serving the Byzantines. The army of the East had two contingents of particularly fearsome barbarians from north of the Danube. The first were some Herulians, riders originally from Scandinavia, who were good horsemen and had been particularly strong warriors in Attila's armies. Procopius claims they were the basest of men and utterly abandoned rascals. The other group were actual Huns, steppe horse archers whose reputation for their deadly arrow fire preceded them. In order to make best use of his forces, and attempt to overcome their numerical inferiority, Belisarius chose a strategy which the Persians were now entirely familiar with. Outside the walls of Dara, he ordered the digging of a trench. This was not to be a concealed trap, though. This trench was very much to be seen by the enemy. The trench was not a straight line. It looks to us more like a hockey goal. The motivation for digging these trenches was to protect the infantry from being crushed by the Persian heavy cavalry. Belisarius made sure that the enemy scouts would see the pits he had dug, and hoped that they would ensure that the Persian cavalry would steer clear of the center of his line. Behind the central line of the trench, he placed himself, Hermogenes, and the infantry. The Byzantine cavalry would sit behind the two other parallel trenches, and there were points where one could cross the ditches. It wasn't just a giant hole in the ground. But why the hockey goal shape, you ask? In the mouth of the goal, as it were, he placed his Huns. With ditches jutting out in front of them, they were unlikely to be charged by the Persians, but would maintain maneuverability, which was one of their key strengths. The Heruls were placed on the dip of a hill on the left side of the line, concealed from view, under their commander Pharas. The Persians duly split their forces in three in response to this, with infantry in the middle and cavalry on each wing. With his army assembled, Firoz began proceedings by sending Belisarius a note. In it, he asked if the Byzantine general would be so kind as to prepare him a meal and a bath in Dara for the next day. No doubt chuckling to himself, Firoz spent the first day discussing tactics with his officers, and perhaps debating what exactly Belisarius was up to with all his ditch digging. Procopius reports that to keep the Byzantines occupied, Firoz sent some men down to their line who challenged the soldiers to single combat. The next day, 10,000 more Persians arrived from Nisibis, giving Firoz a 2-to-1 numerical advantage. Belisarius sent a note to Firoz, telling him not to go to war without justification. Firoz replied that that would be good counsel from an honest man, but from a lying Byzantine, it meant nothing. Belisarius replied that the insulting letter would be fastened to the banners of his men for extra motivation. On the third day, the battle began. The Persians advanced and poured volleys of arrows across the trenches. The Byzantines returned fire, but the larger Persian numbers meant it was the Byzantines who were on the defensive, maintaining discipline behind their shields as the arrows rained down upon them. When each side had used up its arrows, the infantry used their spears hand to hand, although the Byzantine centre was well protected from direct attack by the ditches. The Byzantine left began taking heavy casualties, and the regular Persian cavalry advanced against that wing, who were commanded by Byzes, doubtless with revenge on his mind. Once within 100 yards, the Persians drew up in formation, ready to charge, and the Byzantines withdrew, rapidly. So rapidly that the Persians galloped forward, believing that they could turn the whole army in on itself. As had happened at Herat 50 years earlier, though, the Persians began to lose cohesion, and with dust flying into the air, they didn't see what awaited them as they rounded the trench in pursuit of the fleeing Byzantines. The Huns, in the left side of the goal, now sprinted out and around the trench, smashing into the Persian flanks. Meanwhile, Byzes led his men past the hill, and as the Persians raced to catch them, the heralds burst out of their position and smashed into their other flank. Turning to face two enemies on your sides is an impossible task, and with the mad press of men and horse, 2,000 Persians were dead within 20 minutes. Those who escaped fled back to their lines, with Byzes leading the pursuit. With the left wing disappearing into a cloud of dust and confusion, the Persian immortals, under the command of Berusmanes, were harassing the outnumbered Byzantine right. Again, the Byzantines broke and fled, but this time they darted back towards the walls of Dara and behind the trench, so that the Persians headed straight toward the Byzantine infantry. Belisarius was ready for them and prepared a wall of shields to block their path. Once they passed the edge of the trench, the Huns on the right of the goalmouth raced into action. With the speed and horsemanship that only a life in the saddle can give you, the Huns curved around the trench and into the Persian rear. Like a barn door swinging shut, the Huns bore down on the exposed backs of the Persian cavalry, firing arrows at point-blank range. Even the armor of the immortals could not protect them. As if this wasn't enough, Belisarius' reserve cavalry arrived on their flank, and the other group of Huns soon returned, almost surrounding the Persian cavalry. They were cut down in their thousands as they tried to escape. Procopius estimates that 5,000 died on this wing alone, with Berusmanes among the slain. Those who could escape raced away at top speed. The Persian infantry, realizing what had happened, also began to flee, many dropping their shields and making a run for Nisibis. The Byzantines pursued and cut hundreds down as they fled. The temptation at this moment of victorious slaughter would have been to surge forward away from the trenches and attempt to storm the rest of the Persian army, who were standing gobsmacked across the plain. But Belisarius had learnt his lessons, and gave the order to quickly abandon the pursuit rather than risk losing men in the chaos that would have followed. Belisarius had won the first significant Byzantine victory of the war, and he wasn't going to squander it. The Battle of Dara is perhaps more significant to historians than to history. As we shall see next episode, one victory does not win a war. But for those charting the change in military tactics and personnel, Procopius' account shows us the completely different way of war from the classical image of Roman legionaries standing on foot, wearing their enemies down. In Belisarius, the Byzantines had found a commander who understood the new realities of warfare and the Byzantines' own diminished position. It's worth saying that the bias of the people of the Mediterranean was still firmly in the infantry camp. Tales of Homeric heroism fill Procopius' pages, and he feels the need to mount a defense of why Belisarius' use of horse archers is not a cowardly move. But once we sift through the stuff his audience demanded, we get to the picture of a world where cavalry was king, and protecting these vital assets was of paramount importance. By using ditches to control the field of battle, Belisarius had put the Persians on notice that the Roman army was still a force to be reckoned with. Last time, we followed the developments on the Persian frontier. The war which began in Justin's reign over Lazica and Iberia soon spilt out across the whole eastern border as King Cavad committed the bulk of his armed forces to securing a favourable peace. Justinian was forced to scramble, building new defences and appointing new commanders until something stemmed the tide. The new master of soldiers in the east, Belisarius, was the man to finally do it, winning a famous victory at the Battle of Dara in 530. In fact, it was not only Belisarius who was victorious in the campaigning season of that year. To the north, Sitas, the commander of the army of Armenia, had met another large Persian force at Satala, outside Theodosiopolis, and routed it. Unfortunately for Sitas, we have no Procopius to tell us about what a wonderful guy he was, and so we are left with only the statement that he used a ruse to secure victory over the Persian commander Mihir Mihro. However he did it, it was clearly an impressive achievement, which allowed him, soon after, to conquer a slice of Persian Armenia and secure the defection of two important Armenian chiefs, Narses and Aratius. Justinian was thrilled with these victories, not only because they arrested the Persian advance, but because they were his men who had succeeded. An important fact for an emperor with little pedigree beyond his peasant uncle's sponsorship. In keeping with his favourite policy, he demanded more building of fortifications, including a massive upgrade to the existing walls of Dara. He wanted the city to appear impregnable, and renamed it Justiniana Newtown. For some reason, though, Dara was oddly hard to rename. Anastasius had ordered it to be called Anastasiopolis when he first converted it into a fortress, but the name never stuck, and the city's odd pride in its original name continues. Listeners of the history of Rome might be expecting to hear that instead of building more defensive fortifications, the armies of the Roman Empire might now take the fight to the Persians. That had been the usual balance of power for centuries, but it was no longer the case. The Romans had lost half of their empire, the Persians had not. It's also worth remembering that war with Persia was not something Justinian had any interest in. Born in the Balkans and educated about the glories of the Roman past, it was west, not east, that Justinian looked. By the autumn of 530, peace negotiations resumed, with the Byzantines ever keen to end the war. But unfortunately, the victories at Dara and Satala pretty much guaranteed that war would continue. Cavad wanted a peace favourable to the Persian state. To agree a treaty after being defeated would undermine him, and so he spent the winter licking his wounds, and when the spring of 531 arrived, his armies were back on the move. To show the Byzantines that he meant business, Cavad put together an all-cavalry army of 20,000, including 5,000 under Al-Munthar of the Lakhmids, and sent them straight towards Antioch. Belisarius began to follow them, but could not take his whole army, as he needed to leave a strong contingent to guard Dara. He did have with him a party of Huns, and his Ghassanid allies under their new Phylarch, Harith. The Persians began to ravage the province of Euphratensis, and then moved into the territory of Antioch itself. Many of the citizens of the great city fled in panic at the news. Remember that their walls were still being rebuilt after a devastating earthquake. Belisarius was able to get his forces to the city of Chalkis, which prevented the Persians from advancing any further. The young general seemed content to just let the Persians return home. They would do damage on their way, no doubt, but he saw no point in engaging them while he was outnumbered. However, the other commanders in the area disagreed. Sunicas, the leader of one of the groups of Huns from the Battle of Dara, had already harried Persian foragers, and Hermogenes, the master of officers, had just arrived with fresh troops who were agitating for battle. Another pressure on Belisarius was the fact that the prisoners who Al-Munthar had taken 2 years before, when he had sacrificed all those nuns, had just been ransomed and had returned to cities nearby, including Chalkis. Belisarius was called upon by the friends and family of these people to take revenge, now. Apparently against his better judgment, Belisarius led his forces to Callinicum, where an attack was immediately launched. It was a mistake, and the superior Persian cavalry swept the Byzantines off the field, driving many into the Euphrates River. Belisarius kept his infantry in tight formation to prevent a slaughter, but it was a defeat which undid the psychological success of the Battle of Dara. Now we might suspect that Procopius, being our main source for the battle, was massaging his employer's ego. Belisarius didn't want to engage the Persians, you understand. It was the fault of other men. However, this inability to control subordinate commanders happens repeatedly in Belisarius' career, to the point where it seems to be a huge weakness of his as a general. The truly great generals of history, like Caesar or Alexander, were men who others wanted to fight for, and for reasons we will explore down the road, Belisarius did not seem to command such respect. Justinian responded to the defeat by launching a commission of inquiry to look into who was to blame. Quite the modern bureaucratic solution to the situation, and Belisarius was duly recalled to Constantinople. This wasn't quite the slap in the face it might seem. Belisarius wasn't being fired exactly, just reassigned. To the north, though, the war continued to go better for the Byzantines. An experienced general of Gothic origin named Bessus arrived on the eastern front to become the dukes in Mesopotamia and routed a force of Persian cavalry on the banks of the Tigris. In response, a large Persian force tried to besiege Martyropolis, but Bessus and Buzes marshaled the garrison inside the city and held out through autumn, right through until November. Byzantine reinforcements gathered and were ready to engage the Persians when news came that Kavad, the King of Kings, was dead. The Persian troops withdrew, and Justinian breathed a sigh of relief. 4 years of war had exhausted his treasury, and now perhaps the expected civil war in Persia would put an end to the conflict. Kavad's son Khusro was declared the new king, but Justinian withheld his ambassadors, waiting to see what Kavad's other sons would do, and hoped that one of them might overthrow him and be in a position to strike a more favorable peace. But Khusro swiftly defeated his brothers and sent word to Justinian that he was now ready to negotiate. Khusro did want peace. He may have cleared away the obvious rivals to the throne, but he needed time to consolidate. And so the two men, who once might have been brothers, began to discuss terms. The negotiations lasted for a whole year, as ambassadors and messengers headed back and forth across the border, but eventually agreements were made. The Persians would withdraw from Lazica, while the Byzantines would do the same in Armenia. Dara would remain where it was, but the Byzantines agreed to withdraw the dukes of Mesopotamia from living there, so that his troops would be stationed further away from the frontier at Constantia. However, Khusro insisted that Justinian pay for the peace. The Persians felt that as almost all the fighting had taken place on the Byzantine side, they had had the better of the war, and therefore they should be paid for their withdrawal. Although the optics were not good for Justinian, as paying tribute was what it looked like, he agreed to do it. The Byzantines would pay 11,000 pounds of gold in order to secure the treaty, though ostensibly the money was to pay for the troops who would guard the Caucasus Mountains. Although this was a huge pile of cash, it's perhaps not as shocking as it might seem at first. That amount was roughly equivalent to the tax bill of Egypt for 1 year. Certainly a large number, but this peace treaty had no time limit. It was a perpetual peace, or as some would translate it, optimistically, an eternal peace. Previous treaties between the two powers had been for, say, 50 years, or some other long duration, which suggested that peace should be the norm between them. But a perpetual peace was quite the statement. Within the treaty it was explicitly stated that the king and emperor were brothers who should aid one another financially or militarily, without question. While these glowing sentiments may not have been taken entirely seriously, Justinian felt it was definitely worth paying a large sum now to end the expensive and damaging hostilities for good. As we shall see next episode, the expenses were racking up back home as Justinian's grand projects took effect. Now, he could give his whole attention to them and the other plans that were forming in his mind. For now, though, we travel back in time to 527 and see what's been going on the other major border of the empire, the Danube River. The Danube frontier was in a state of flux. Bulgars, Slavs, Heruls and Lombards lived alongside one another and eyed the riches of the empire with envy. Some would be paid to protect the border, some would sign up for the army, while others would raid the land and grab what they could. Around 520, Justin's other nephew, Germanus, was made master of the soldiers in Thrace and drove off some Slavic raiders, leaving the Balkans quiet for the next few years. However, in 527, the year Justinian became emperor, a major raid on Thrace took place, with Bulgars and Slavs joining in. The two peoples seem to have cooperated or commingled on these invasions, so you are free to assume that both are involved in these attacks. In 528, there was a raid on Illyricum, and in 529, the Bulgars returned and defeated Germanus and his colleague Baduaris in battle. The Bulgars pushed on into Thrace and the environs of Constantinople, hanging around long enough to extract ransom money from Justinian for the officers they had captured. However, the tide was about to turn in the emperor's favor, just as it did at a similar time on the Eastern Front. A Gepid prince named Mundus had been working for Theodoric the Ostrogoth until the latter's death in 526. At this point, Mundus returned home, and a few years later accepted an invitation from Justinian to bring his retinue and come work for the empire. As he had done in the East, Justinian made 2 new appointments that winter. Mundus would become master of soldiers for Illyricum, and a certain Chilbudius was made master of soldiers for Thrace. Chilbudius may have had Gothic origins, or possibly even Slavic ones. Either way, he was a competent general who, like Citas and Belisarius, had once worked directly for the emperor. In 530, the Bulgars came back for more, and were violently repulsed by the new generals. Mundus in particular crushed the force that he encountered, and captured the Bulgar king. Both generals pushed their troops to the Danube itself, and prevented any more raiding over the next 3 years. In fact, both led their forces into the territory of the Slavs, making raids of their own to send the message that the empire would not simply wait to be invaded. The work the two men did was so successful that we hear of no more serious raiding until the next decade. Jumping ahead slightly, in 533, Chilbudius took things too far and was killed in battle after crossing the river without a large enough force. Curiously, though, this is not the last we will hear of Chilbudius. In the meantime, though, Mundus's major victory over the Bulgars won him much acclaim back in Constantinople. Taking place as it did in the campaign season of 530, it coincided with Belisarius' famous victory at Dara. Justinian, the student of Roman history and eager restorer of its former glory, couldn't resist the opportunity and held a triumph in the city to celebrate the two victories. Justinian also melted down the statue of Theodosius that had stood in the Augusteion and replaced it with a statue of himself, dressed as Achilles, on a horse, holding a globe in one hand, facing the east, and with his other arm pointing to the rising sun. There are a number of interesting things to note about the statue. The first is obviously that Justinian had been nowhere near a battlefield, and yet all was for the glory of the emperor, who was to be seen as the one protecting his people. Second is that there were still relatives of the Theodosian family living in Constantinople, and the use of their ancestor's statue may have been a deliberate signal of Justinian's imperial legitimacy. This statement was slightly undercut by the fact that Justinian's statue was made of a bronze alloy, which could shimmer like gold, while also, of course, being much cheaper. We've spent the majority of the last 3 episodes on the frontier, and soon we need to head back to the capital to spend more time with Justinian. What was the new emperor doing day by day? Why did he need to cut corners with his finances? Why was he underlining his right to rule to the city's nobility? Next episode, these are the questions we will answer. The equestrian statue, by the way, did last for another 900 years until the fall of the city, when the Turks recycled it into a cannon. For now, though, we need to note some other developments in foreign affairs. Justinian's use of Christianity as a diplomatic tool continued in other arenas during the early years of his reign. In 527, the year he became emperor, he invited Grepes, king of the Herules, to convert his people to the one true faith. We don't know exactly how far Christianity had already penetrated amongst the Herule people, but a trip to Constantinople, lavish gifts and receptions, and the offer of future subsidies and titles was certainly enough for Grepes to accept Jesus Christ on behalf of his people. The Herules now agreed to guard the border around Singidunum in the old province of Second Pannonia. This meant that Herule troops were available to the empire, as we saw last episode, in spectacular fashion at the Battle of Dara. The following year, some missionaries that Justinian had sponsored succeeded in converting a group of Huns who lived north of the Crimea. Their king Grod accepted the new emperor's invitation to come to Constantinople and receive the same baptism and gifts treatment, and Grod turned out to be an enthusiastic convert and returned home to persecute heresy, outraging his native priesthood by melting down the silver idols of their pagan gods. a rebellion broke out which overwhelmed Grod and destroyed the Byzantine garrison at Bosporus, one of the two imperial cities in the Crimea. Justinian sent a fleet to retake the city, and the rebels withdrew. However, the emperor now needed to find another people willing to keep an eye on the Huns, so he made overtures to the Ostrogoths. Now, don't get confused. This was a small group of Goths who had never moved west with their brethren and stayed put by the shores of the Black Sea. They were Orthodox Christians and accepted Byzantine cash in exchange for guarding imperial interests. Justinian naturally ordered the building of walls and defences to secure the area. Justinian's military successes did not go unnoticed in the West. In Vandal Africa, paranoia ran high amongst the leading men that their king Hilderic, who was on very friendly terms with the emperor, might voluntarily cede their territory to him. A coup in 530 deposed him and replaced him with his Arian cousin Gelimer. Justinian sent strong letters of protest, demanding either Hilderic's restoration or his transfer to Constantinople. Gelimer refused either suggestion, and Justinian warned him that this meant the end of peace between the empire and the Vandal kingdom, which had been in effect since the time of Zeno. Gelimer was unmoved. In Italy, Amalasuntha, the daughter of Theodoric, found herself in a similar position to Hilderic. She continued to hear whispers that certain Gothic nobles planned on deposing her. Feeling increasingly isolated, she wrote to Justinian, asking if she could flee to imperial territory, should she need to. Justinian was more than happy to oblige, and had a mansion prepared for her in Dyrrhachium. When she heard this, she took action against the three leading conspirators. She sent them north on various pretexts, and then had them murdered. In the meantime, she had her possessions, and a good chunk of the treasury sent by boat to Dyrrhachium, just in case her plan failed. However, no revolt came, so she recalled the boat, and for now, remained in charge at Ravenna. The final bit of information to note is that Mundus, the slayer of the Bulgars, was briefly appointed to replace Belisarius in the east. Mundus duly made the journey across the empire just as peace negotiations began, and seemed to be going well. At this point, Justinian decided that Mundus was still needed in the Balkans and recalled him. By the end of 531, therefore, Mundus was wintering in the capital, along with Belisarius. In the last 2.5 episodes, we've been out on the frontiers, as the new Emperor Justinian tried to extricate himself from a costly war with Persia. This week, we return to domestic matters and explore what Justinian achieved during his first 5 years in power. Of course, as we know, the year 527 wasn't exactly Justinian's first year in power. Although he only became Caesar and then Augustus in the year that his uncle died, he had clearly wielded considerable influence during Justin's 9-year reign. It was the kind of imperial apprenticeship which very few men enjoyed. During this time, Justinian took a keen interest in the architecture of the capital. We have evidence of half a dozen churches which were restored or refurbished during that time, several of them originally founded by Constantine to honor local martyrs. Only days after his coronation, Justinian began the construction of a church of his own, which still stands today. The small church of St. Sergius and Bacchus honors 2 more martyrs. They were Roman centurions, who were dear to the new emperor's heart. These building projects give us an insight into the three guiding principles which motivated Justinian's first 5 years on the throne. The new emperor was a deeply committed Christian, who saw it as his duty to not only defend the faith, but to regulate and unify it. He took his inheritance of the Roman Empire equally seriously and wanted to restore its former glory. With those beliefs in mind, the refurbishment of ancient churches can be seen as an act of both piety and duty. What better way to signal the Roman Empire's strength and glory than by restoring its great churches? Of course, building is something that emperors had always been keen on, because it was a tangible achievement which would remind those who saw it of who was in charge, while surviving on to educate future generations. Justinian's constant building projects must also be seen in this context. Anastasius may have had no imperial pedigree to speak of, but he was chosen by the empress. Justin had been chosen essentially by the palace guards, and Justinian was therefore merely the nephew of a usurper in the eyes of some. With buildings gleaming anew in the capital, Justinian hoped to say, "Here is a man worthy of God, worthy of Rome, and worthy to be your emperor." Over the next few years, Justinian would commission a slew of new building projects. Some we already saw out on the frontiers. While back in the capital, he helped complete new baths, orphanages, hospitals, and several new public amenities for the suburb of Sikai, just across the Golden Horn. The population of the empire had been growing for a while now, and Justinian aimed to turn Sikai into an independent city, which he could then rename Justinianopolis. The plans wouldn't come to fruition in the end, but the emperor's desire for legitimacy and immortality would lead him to name at least 24 new settlements after himself during his time on the throne. The other interesting note about the expansion of Sikai is that the last imperially sponsored theatre was built there during this period. The ever-Christianizing population would soon have no interest in the plays of antiquity. Next, Justinian turned his attention to the law. Under Theodosius II, all the laws issued since the time of Constantine had been gathered together and published in 438. With the empire coming under attack from without and within, the law code had been an attempt to bring order to the chaos. Roman law was recognized by barbarians and Byzantines alike as representing something special, something that could legitimize rulers and regulate a kingdom. Since Theodosius's code had been issued, both the Visigothic and Burgundian courts had ordered their own compilations of Roman law to help bind their power to their new subjects. Legitimacy was something Justinian needed, and in early 528, he announced to the Senate his intention of compiling a new law code. Of course, expediency wasn't the emperor's only motivation. The Theodosian Code had been desperately needed. Century after century of imperial decree and legal decision had accumulated, making lawsuits ever more complicated and expensive. The Theodosian Code simply gathered all these rulings together into one place. No attempt had been made to remove obsolete laws or question laws which contradicted one another. And of course, 90 years had now passed since the code had been published, and so a collection of new laws and edicts had been issued in the meantime. Justinian appointed a commission of 10 expert jurists to create a new code. Their instructions were to collect together and revise every imperial constitution they could find, from the time of Hadrian up to the present. Law codes issued by Diocletian, as well as Theodosius, were included, along with all the edicts of all the Western and Eastern emperors. The commission arranged the new law code according to subject matter and then into chronological order. Not only were contradictory or obsolete laws removed, but words were altered, omitted, or added for the sake of clarity. The commission worked feverishly for just over 13 months, a terrific speed, so that on the 8th of April, 529, the emperor could announce the publication of the first comprehensive legal code in the empire's history, the Code of Justinian. The emperor was clear that every text included in the code would obtain the force of a general constitution. Justinian was clearly delighted with the code and the prestige it would lend his name. He announced that those things which seemed to many former emperors to require correction, but which none of them ventured to carry into effect, we have decided to accomplish at the present time with the assistance of Almighty God. The official aim of the code was to diminish the length and complexity of lawsuits for the public benefit, and official copies of the code were sent out to all the provinces. An important addition to the existing laws were the canons of the four great ecumenical councils, which Justinian now declared would have the same validity as imperial laws. In this area of religious behavior, Justinian now began to actively legislate himself. The first 2 years of his reign saw sweeping measures taken against anyone rejecting Orthodox Christian belief. Lapsed Christians were to be put to death. Those making sacrifices were to be put to death. The unbaptized were to be baptized, or they would lose their civil rights. Pagans were barred from imperial service. Along with their CV, new applicants would need 3 witnesses to vouch for their religious practice. Justinian also targeted heretics. In the confusing world of early Christianity, heresy was a term thrown around regularly as various sects began to differentiate themselves. But in Justinian's laws, the term heretic seems to take on its familiar medieval conception as both religious dissenter and social menace, or even political traitor. The heretics who were being targeted included homosexuals, pagans, Samaritans, and Manichaeans. Jews were included as heretics too, but didn't lose their civil rights, although Justinian did dictate which translations of their own scriptures they should be allowed to read aloud. Local enforcement of these laws undoubtedly varied, as they always had done under Roman rule. However, in 529, Justinian seems to have demanded a clampdown and strict enforcement of his new laws. A sort of inquisition began in Constantinople to set an example. Some prominent pederasts were castrated, a few practicing pagans were executed, and others were dismissed from public posts. This reached right up to senior ministers, including the quaestor Proclus. Pagans were also banned from teaching, and to underline this point, Justinian shut down the famous academy in Athens, confiscating its endowment. The Samaritans of Palestine were also harassed and had their temples destroyed, which led to a major uprising, which had to be bloodily suppressed with the help of the Ghassanids. Procopius, being from the region, was particularly upset at this and records that valuable farms were still lying abandoned 2 years later. Estimates suggest that around 100,000 people had either been killed, enslaved, or had fled the area. Christian persecution of minorities had been going on since the time of Constantine, and earlier emperors had certainly tightened up rules which encouraged the promotion of the faith. However, Justinian took the desire for religious unity more seriously than his predecessors had done. He was determined to close all the roads which lead to error and to place religion on the firm foundations of a single faith. By removing the right of pagans to teach, and indeed equating pagan with heretic, Justinian was closing the door on independent, secular learning. Future generations would only learn about the classical past from a Christian perspective. The year of 529 seems to have been a particularly paranoid one for the new regime. Historian James Evans describes it as a kind of McCarthyist witch hunt, as the emperor looked to remove those surrounding him who had lingering pagan habits. However, despite these upheavals, Justinian did not spend every year of his reign involved in bloody purges. For a start, the Monophysites were conspicuously spared from being labelled as heretics, and it seems clear from the dubious moral conduct of some of Justinian's closest advisors that as long as citizens professed orthodox belief in public, their private affairs could continue unscrutinized. One bishop in Palestine wrote to the local governor despairing of how to cope with the sheer number of people seeking baptism around Easter time in 529. Many officials and even teachers seem to have continued their lives much as they had done before, while giving nominal support to Christianity. 7 of the philosophers who had worked at the Athens Academy emigrated to Persia after Khusro seized on the chance for a public relations coup. Keen to emphasize his own greatness and tolerance, the King of Kings welcomed them with open arms, but they didn't stay long. Homesick and perhaps finding that Zoroastrian feathers were as easily ruffled as Christian ones, the philosophers returned to the empire when the Eternal Peace was signed in 532. Khusro actually had a clause inserted into the treaty to protect the returning teachers from persecution, which Justinian honored. As I said before, local enforcement of these measures remained lax. The Athens philosophers continued to write, and we still have records of pagans teaching in Alexandria as late as the early 600s. However, Justinian was certainly intensifying a trend toward homogeneity in religious practice, and the only way to advance your career was to follow suit. In his secret history, Procopius provides us with the opinion of the educated agnostic elite, when he says of Justinian, "Anxious to unite all men in the same opinion about Christ, he destroyed dissidents indiscriminately, and that under the pretext of piety, for he did not think that the slaying of men was murder unless they happened to share his own religious opinions." In a sentence that sounds startlingly modern, Procopius adds the following: "I consider it a sort of insane folly to investigate the nature of God. Man cannot accurately apprehend the constitution of man, how much less that of the deity." That attitude, though, was becoming rarer. Justinian was a man of great intelligence, and for him, and the vast majority of the Byzantines, debating the nature of God was the intellectual topic of the day. Justinian's Christian concern for his subjects did extend to areas that we would thoroughly approve of. Rapists were punished more severely, and laws were enacted to try and stop the trafficking of women into prostitution. Here, Theodora's influence can be felt, as the city's pimps and procurers were forced out, and a convent built where those fleeing the empress's former profession could take refuge. Justinian also began to prepare the ground for a reconciliation with the Monophysites. He began to lift some of the restrictions on the clergy in the east, and allowed Theodora to begin a dialogue with some of the leading men. Her Monophysite beliefs were well known, and it seems that the imperial couple used their unusual alliance to try and secure religious unity. Justinian could still present himself to the Pope and those in the West as the defender of orthodoxy, while Theodora could reassure the Monophysite communities that they had a friend at court. Those who saw through these maneuvers were scornful, though. In 531, the zealously orthodox Saint Sabas led a group of monks to the capital and refused the empress's request for prayers that she might conceive a son. Saint Sabas reasoned that given her Monophysite leanings, the child would turn out to be a monster. As he had done with his military commands, Justinian appointed new men to serve in the most important administrative posts in the capital. As with Belisarius and Citas, Justinian favoured those he saw firsthand, and who would owe their loyalty to him. Being of humble origin, Justinian also favoured men of ability, regardless of their background. The commission which had produced the law code was chaired by a man known as John the Cappadocian. A native of Caesarea in Cappadocia, he began working in the palace as a clerk in the office of the Master of Soldiers, and came to Justinian's attention during the time when he held that office. He was not highly educated, but like Justinian had a strong work ethic, lots of energy, and always found a solution to a problem. By the time he became chairman of the Law Commission, Procopius, who did not like him, conceded that he was a man of the greatest daring and the cleverest man of his day. Justinian made John Praetorian Prefect of the East in 531, and he was tasked with getting a hold of the finances of the state. Despite the large pile of gold left to Justin by Anastasius, the expenses were racking up. The war with Persia was dragging on, demanding fresh payments to allies like the Ghassanids, while new building projects are always expensive, and these included the restoration of Antioch after the devastating earthquake of 526. John set about his task with ruthless efficiency. He instituted stringent economies in the provisioning of the army, launched a determined campaign against corruption, and introduced new taxes. We have records of 26 of them which hit the rich proportionally more than the poor. Noble families who had enjoyed their loopholes suddenly found them tightened, and men caught bribing tax collectors were harshly fined. Imperial officials who were caught embezzling were dismissed, while a certain amount of downsizing added to the newly unemployed. The benefits of the traditional elite were being curtailed as power was centralized, and many of the discontented headed for the capital, where John became a monster in the popular imagination. Not all the stories about him were lies, though. He was clearly a bully, and was regularly accused of harassing or even torturing those he suspected were hiding wealth from the state. He became very wealthy through personal corruption, although according to Procopius, he would not alter state policy for any amount. His popularity was not helped, though, by his well-earned reputation for debauchery and gluttony. The abstentious and milder Justinian clearly tolerated all of John's less savory behavior because of his invaluable skills as an administrator. John's outspoken independence and lack of conservative establishment views doubtless endeared him to an emperor whose rapid reforms were looking distinctly radical to many. Another man who served on the Law Commission was the jurist Tribonian. We believe that he was from Pamphylia in Anatolia, and he was certainly educated at one of the great law schools. He was a first-class lawyer and caught the eye of Justinian for his outstanding abilities. After serving on the Law Commission, he was made quaestor, the emperor's senior legal minister who would draft imperial legislation. To understand the importance of this position, you need to consider that the quaestor would have to spend a lot of time with the emperor so that he could interpret and express the sovereign's ideas in law. Tribonian was John the Cappadocian's opposite in two important ways. First was that he was charming, erudite, and learned, so unlike John, wasn't going to embarrass anyone at dinner. Less admirably, though, Tribonian was corrupt to an extent that made a mockery of his office. Again, the stories may be exaggerated, but Tribonian was said to have accepted bribes to alter the law, and became stinking rich as a result. Between 530 and 531, the law on inheritance was said to have changed roughly every 2 weeks. This was an outrage amongst the senatorial families, who were, presumably, having to outbid one another. Finally, we should note the behavior of the new imperial couple. Conscious of their lowly births and the need to be seen as legitimate rulers, Justinian and Theodora enforced court etiquette strictly. Earlier emperors had required senators and other patricians to merely genuflect in their presence, or asked some to kiss the robe of the emperor, but the empress had received no salute. Now all visitors were asked to prostrate themselves before the royal couple, as men did at the court of the Sassanids. Procopius claims that Theodora used her position to humiliate members of the elite who she took a dislike to. Around the palace, officials began to refer to the emperor and empress as my lord and my lady, in the deferential manner familiar to us from the courts of kings. By Christmas of 531, Justinian had achieved a huge amount. From Pannonia to Persia and the Crimea to Ethiopia, Christian kings were in alliance with the empire. The Persians had been beaten back and then bought off. New churches and other buildings rose across the continent. New laws governed the courtrooms, and heretics and pagans had been further squeezed. The administration had been streamlined and organized, and all of this was just the beginning. Justinian had much grander plans in mind. The agitation in Africa and Italy between the Arian rulers of former Roman people had not escaped the emperor's attention. His new law code and the restoration of relations with the papacy were potentially paving the way for a restoration of imperial rule. Despite his dismissal from the east, Belisarius was back in the capital, and Justinian had plans for where to send him next. However, the emperor was not loved. His achievements were great, but they had come at a price. To his subjects, those first 5 years had seen constant warfare, bloody rebellion, natural disasters, stringent taxes, and layoffs. In the capital, the atmosphere was particularly poisonous. Nothing rankles quite as badly as injustice. To those whose privileges had been taken away, or who had lost a lawsuit that they should have won, the new regime was the source of their hatred. To the aristocracy of Constantinople, which, remember, contained the descendants of Anastasius and Theodosius, the low-born imperial couple were a particular disgrace. With all that kindling being amassed, all it would take was a well-thrown match to set it alight. It's a good thing, of course, that Justinian was on such good terms with the Demes. I mean, when you think about how the crowds of unruly young men hanging around the streets of Constantinople had nearly overthrown Zeno, or torn down Anastasius' statues, or nearly forced him to abdicate, well, what's that you say? Justinian isn't popular with the Demes? You mean the Green faction still hate him for the years he spent looking the other way while the Blues terrorized them? And the Blues now hate him for the last few years, where he began to remove their privileges and punish them equally with the Greens? Oh dear. In the last 3 episodes, we've seen the discontent stirred up by the policies of Justinian, a discontent that had spread through every echelon in society. As January of 532 arrives, it feels like the history of Byzantium, as well as the reign of Justinian, has reached a critical moment. The new year was usually a time for races in Constantinople. The consular games took place in the first week, and by the second, it was time for games to mark the Ides of January. Around the 10th of the month, the Greens and Blues ended up in yet another fight during the races, and several people were killed. Justinian sent soldiers in to restore order, and by Sunday the 11th, the city prefect Eudaimon sentenced 7 members of the Demes to death. These were known violent criminals, and they were a mixture of Greens and Blues, so Justinian probably didn't think anything unusual was taking place. Since becoming emperor, he'd abandoned his favoritism toward the Blues, and conspicuously dealt even-handed justice to the Demes. Despite this, though, little had changed in their attitude toward him. The Greens were still resentful of their mistreatment in the previous decade, and the Blues still assumed that they had friends in high places. 5 of the executions were carried out efficiently, but something went wrong with the final 2 men. Their hanging was botched, and both fell to the ground still alive. The execution site stood next to the monastery of St. Conon, and some monks who were watching gathered up the fallen men and rowed them across the Golden Horn to the church of St. Lawrence. When he heard what had happened, Eudaimon sent guards to retrieve the escapees. But the principle of a church being a place of sanctuary had already taken hold in Christian Byzantium, and the guards had to wait outside and aim to starve the men out. One of them was a blue, and the other a green. The guards would not move on Monday, as the leadership of the Demes asked for them to be released, and by Tuesday, tensions were running high as the hippodrome filled for the races to mark the Ides. Justinian was present in the imperial box, or kathisma, and both factions said loud prayers begging him to be lenient and release the 2 men. These calls for indulgences from the emperor were clearly a common part of city life, and considering Justinian's stance of impartiality, it seemed likely to the crowd that he would grant freedom to the 2 men and please both sides. To their dismay, though, no positive word came back from the imperial officials. The Blues seemed to have been particularly angered by this refusal, perhaps realizing that the emperor really had turned his back on them. The leadership of both factions had clearly conferred by the time of the 22nd race of the day, as an organized cry went up of "Long live the merciful Blues and Greens." Perhaps together their clamor would convince the emperor. By the end of the races, the Demes began to chant as one the word Nika, meaning victory or conquer. Usually one faction would be chanting about their victory in the races, taunting the other side. Now Justinian looked down on thousands of people chanting as one and pointing at him. Nika, Nika, Nika. It must have been a deeply unnerving sight and sound. The emperor retired to the palace, but the crowd's blood was up, and a mob descended on the praetorium where the city prefect worked. They demanded the release of their compatriots from St. Lawrence's. The officials inside could give no answer, and so the crowd stormed the building, killing several people, releasing all the criminals who were being held inside, and then setting fire to it. Thrilled with their success, the crowd now raced to the Augustaion to further demonstrate their anger. They targeted the palace gate, the chalk, and set it on fire. The fire burnt, and the gate began to crumble. But the Augustaion was not a large courtyard, and a wind blew north, spreading the flames across to the Senate House and to the Hagia Sophia. By the next morning, both had burnt to the ground. The church was the cathedral of the city and had been built by Theodosius II over a century earlier. As devastating as that might sound, Fires were a common occurrence in Constantinople, and for that matter, so were riots. Justinian was alarmed, but not seriously so. The Blues and Greens were always at each other's throats. Their alliance wouldn't last 24 hours, and then things would return to normal. On the Wednesday morning, the Emperor gave instructions that the races should continue, and hopefully the competition between colours would help restore the status quo. However, the crowd which appeared in the Hippodrome was angry to see that no concessions were forthcoming, and soon the north end of the great stadium was set alight. The Augusteion was targeted again, with its porticos being badly burnt, and the fires soon began to spread. This time, their victims included the giant baths of Zeuxippus, which stood between the Hippodrome and the palace. Rioters and palace officials alike looked on in horror as the baths collapsed into a great smouldering heap. The baths were much older than the Hagia Sophia, and had been adorned by Constantine himself with beautiful sculptures from across the empire. Carved mosaics and around 80 statues of major figures from the Greco-Roman past were all gone, forever. Justinian now began to realize the extent of the unfolding rebellion. His officials arrived soon after with messages from the leadership of the now united Green Blues. Their demands had moved on from the simple release of their fellow demesmen. Now they wanted the removal from office of 3 senior officials. Eudaemon, the city prefect, was an obvious target, but interestingly, the other 2 names were Tribonian and John the Cappadocian. This was the first hint to those in the palace that the rioters were receiving input from other sources. The Demes were known to take issue with local law enforcement, but it was unusual that they would attempt to remove the Praetorian prefect, or the quaestor. Those with real bones to pick with John and Tribonian were the senators, or the impoverished provincials who had headed to the capital in the face of the new tax schemes. Regardless of his suspicions as to who might be involved, Justinian was seriously spooked, and agreed to replace all 3 men. Their successors were announced instantly, each a deliberately popular choice, including a certain Phocas, who was renowned throughout the city for his honesty and probity. However, instead of appeasing the leadership of the revolt, these concessions fed their ambitions. The rebels decided to crown their own emperor. The natural candidates for the job were the nephews of Anastasius. It had only been 14 years since he passed away, and all 3 men lived in the capital. Hypatius and Pompeius were safely out of reach, up in the palace. A large group of senators had fled there after the initial disturbance, and so the choice fell on the remaining nephew, Probus. However, when the crowds reached his home, they were informed that he had, very wisely, left the city when he saw which way the wind was blowing. His house was burned down by the frustrated rebels. Justinian grew increasingly restless up in the palace. Historians have surmised that some of the senators taking refuge with him were secretly sending messages to the leadership of the Green Blues, promising money and encouraging them to unseat the upstart sovereign. As we saw last episode, Justinian and his officials were deeply unpopular with the rich, and this was a golden opportunity for them to harness the anger of the crowds to get themselves a ruler more to their liking. Justinian had more to worry about than his house guests, though. He had little faith in the palace regiments, the Scholares and the Excubators. He had done little to engender their loyalty and had sold off posts in the guard to raise cash. He was increasingly surrounded by men he suspected might throw him to the wolves outside. There were a number of men he felt he could trust, though. obviously John and Tribonian, whose fate was now linked to his, but also Belisarius, who was in the city waiting reassignment, and Mundus, the Gepid prince who was passing through on his way back to the Balkans. Belisarius had his bacalarii with him, and Mundus's retinue included a company of heralds. Between them, they probably had about 1,500 men, who now stood at the gates, protecting those in the palace from the mob outside. The next day, Thursday, Belisarius led the assorted soldiers out to confront the crowds outside the gates, and bitter fighting took place around the Augusteion. The professional soldiers inflicted nasty casualties on the rioters, but didn't have the strength to cow the far greater numbers. Belisarius was forced to return to the palace, leaving the rebels further enraged by their emperor. More buildings were burnt down as the city's clergy made futile attempts to restore order. For the next 3 days, the city was engulfed in street fights and arson. On Friday, the mob set fire to the Praetorium again, as it had only been partly burned by the initial fire. Whether by accident or design, soon the baths of Alexander were destroyed. Then the hospice of Eublus, the church of Hagia Irene, and the hospice of Samson. Many private houses and apartments went up in smoke too. Business had stopped taking place. Smoke hung in the air. Those who had somewhere to go fled the city. At some point, Justinian gave orders for boats to be manned and prepared should he need to flee. By Saturday, some more troops arrived by ship from local cities. With his numbers bolstered, Belisarius set out from the palace again and made battle with the mob in the quarters of the Chalco Praetor, near the basilica. The mob had occupied a nearby building known as the Octagon, which was also set on fire during the fighting. The flames spread south this time, destroying the palace of Lausus. The palace was filled with treasures which were consumed or melted down, and the church of St. Theodore Sphoratius went next. The fire raged along the Mysae towards the Forum of Constantine, destroying everything in its path: the colonnades, the shops, the church of St. Aquilina. By Saturday night, the complex of palace buildings was effectively isolated by the rioters. Justinian was being besieged, and his paranoia was understandably growing. Once night fell, he gave the order for all the senators in the palace to leave and return to their homes. Before they left, Hypatius and Pompeius swore to Justinian that they were loyal to him and had had nothing to do with the rebellion. After years of faithful service to the new regime, Justinian probably believed them. On Sunday morning, it was time to gamble. Justinian may well have been present on that amazing day when Anastasius took off his diadem and offered to resign in the Hippodrome. He saw the way the crowd's anger subsided in the realization of what they might lose. While not going quite that far, he attempted his own theatrical stunt by appearing before the crowds in the Kathisma and swearing on a copy of the Gospel, offering a general amnesty for any crimes committed in the last week, and promising to listen to the demands of his people. But what had worked for Anastasius did little for Justinian. No one believed him. A few cheers were soon drowned out with boos and catcalls. Some smart aleck asked whether the oath Justinian was swearing was worth the same as the one he'd given Vitalian. Less witty cries of liar went up amongst the general uproar, and then some cries of long live Hypatius. News that Anastasius's nephews had left the palace had now filtered out. The rebels rushed to Hypatius's home and dragged him to the Forum of Constantine, crowning him with a gold chain. His wife was along, objecting all the way, commenting that the chain was more noose than crown. Hypatius probably felt the same way, but now met with other senators who advised him to occupy one of the minor palaces and wait Justinian out. The other option was to just storm the palace and kill all those inside, but fears of the casualties that would ensue led to some debate. The Green Blues were impatient, and Hypatius himself favored a swift end to the affair. In the end, a mob raised Hypatius up on their shoulders, bore him to the Hippodrome, and lifted him into the Kathisma, much to the delight of the crowd, who loudly hailed him emperor and continued to yell abuse at Justinian and Theodora. The excubators, sensing the end of the conflict was at hand, entered the box to protect Hypatius from attack from the palace entrance. On hearing this, Justinian decided it was time to leave. The consensus amongst his advisors was to make for Heraclea on the European coast nearby in Thrace. The men seemed broadly in agreement until the Empress Theodora intervened. Although the speech which comes down to us is undoubtedly fictitious, the sentiment seems entirely plausible. The former prostitute was determined not to lose the status she had so amazingly won for herself. She pointed out how intolerable exile would be for those who once ruled the empire, and questioned if death was not preferable to going on the run. She closed with the line that the imperial purple would make the finest burial shroud. Either convinced by her argument or shamed by the boldness of a woman, Justinian and his men remained. Turning to the two options available to him, Justinian gathered a large bag of cash and handed it to a trusted Armenian eunuch named Narses, and told him to seek out the leaders of the Blues. Narses was instructed to remind them that Anastasius had always favored the Greens, and so surely Hypatius would too. What would stop their new emperor from leaving the Blues out in the cold in his new regime? Justinian clearly trusted Narses a lot. Remember that Justin only came to power because he had been handed a bag of bribes and used them to his advantage on the last occasion that there had been a crisis of succession. Narses, though, was worthy of the emperor's trust, and the seemingly frail man slipped unnoticed from the palace and located the leaders of the Blues. He seems to have been successful, as a number of Blues appear to have abandoned the rebellion around this time. The other option, the military one, was now exercised too. Justinian ordered Belisarius to attack the crowds while they were gathered in the Hippodrome. Belisarius initially wanted to use the passageway to the Kathisma and simply snatch Hypatius away. However, the excubators were unmoved, and so he had to make his way to the Hippodrome floor, climbing through rubble and smouldering ruins. There again he was blocked. Entering through the west side, Belisarius could see that if he tried to force his way up the spiral staircase which led to the imperial box, his men would have to turn their backs on the crowd, who would surely fall on them. So instead he gave the order to attack. From the other side of the Hippodrome, Mundus led his men in through the Dead Gate, so called because it was the place where fallen charioteers were taken. The Hippodrome was 117 meters wide by 500 meters long, but plenty of that space was taken up by the seating. The crowd, which numbered somewhere between 30 and 50,000, were mostly on the arena floor. In close ranks, 500 armed men could make a line 4 or 5 deep across the width of that floor. Once inside, they began to attack indiscriminately. It was a massacre, as the crowd was caught between 2 sets of armed killers marching slowly toward them. The majority of people were unarmed. Some of the Greens were said to be wearing armor, but in the press of panicking and hysterical rioters, there was little they could do, as the disciplined soldiers methodically cut them down. Procopius reports that 30,000 lay dead at the end of the day. Other sources say more, though it's not clear whether the estimates are based on the merely wounded or the actual dead. Either way, the casualties were enormous. The stench was terrible, the ground covered in gore, the city silent. With a population of around 500,000 people, everyone in Constantinople was touched by the toll. Hypatius and Pompeius were brought before the emperor. Justinian probably knew that they were innocent of any real crime, but at the prompting of Theodora and common sense, he couldn't allow them to live in case they became rallying points for another rebellion. They were executed the next day, and their bodies thrown into the sea. Their families were left unharmed, but their estates were confiscated. 18 other senators were similarly disinherited and banished for their part in what had happened. Some years later, when feeling secure on the throne, Justinian actually restored some of the property to those families. But for now they were gone, and Justinian's position was much strengthened. Effective opposition to his regime was silenced. Over the next few years, Justinian's projects would gather pace in such a way that he may have viewed the Nika revolt, as it would become known, as confirmation of his destiny. The center of Constantinople was, of course, in ruins. One eyewitness says that the city was uninhabitable because of dust, smoke, and stench of materials being reduced to ashes, striking pathetic dread in those who beheld it. Justinian looked at the charred ruins of the city in a different light. The great builder had just been handed the chance to remodel the capital of his empire to his own specifications. An ironic consequence of the revolt was to actually give Justinian the opportunity to cement his legacy in stone for future generations to see. The city prefect would be in charge of reconstructing houses and minor buildings, but for the most important structures that had fallen, Justinian would direct the architects personally and reimagine the city on a grander scale, one fitting of the greatness of the Roman Empire. The Christian Roman Empire, of course. Only 40 days after it had fallen, workmen were preparing the ground for a new Hagia Sophia, one Justinian had clearly already been dreaming of. As I said at the start of the podcast, the Nika revolt marks a turning point in the history of Byzantium. Contemporaries like Procopius bemoaned that Justinian had destroyed the last vestiges of Romanness from the empire, ushering in an Eastern-style autocracy. While it's certainly true that the Demes would never again unite in rebellion, it's highly debatable if they represented anything to do with the kind of republican virtues that Procopius and his ilk liked to celebrate. Where Procopius may be onto something, though, is the way in which senatorial influence and privilege had begun to disappear. During the last century, the emperors had been so concerned with gaining the upper hand over Goths and Isaurians that senators had been able to enjoy rather loose reins of government. Between the new taxes, tightening restrictions, and the attack on pagan learning, it's clear why the old Greco-Roman aristocracy would feel that Nika represented the end of an era. For the rest of his days, Justinian's power went unchallenged by the elite, and he was free to remake the empire without worrying about treading on their toes. Of course, the revolt was a horrible, scarring incident. Contemporary historians were very critical of Justinian for the slaughter he ordered. Many people were heartbroken, widowed, or destitute. The emperor, too, was left with a permanent reminder that those who kissed his robes might one day stick a knife through them. Within a year, John the Cappadocian and Tribonian were both back at their posts. However, Justinian reined in John's tax regime and kept an eye on Tribonian's legislation. He had been given a warning about the excesses of his regime and was not likely to forget how close he came to losing everything. For Mundus, Narses, and Belisarius, though, promotion awaited. They had all been there when the emperor needed them, and he would reward them with important duties. Last time, we saw the center of Constantinople reduced to blood and ashes in the Nika revolt. Having successfully put down a serious challenge to his rule, the Emperor Justinian felt certain that it was his duty, his destiny, to push on and restore the Roman Empire to its former glory. Only a year after Belisarius slaughtered rioters in the Hippodrome, Justinian handed him the responsibility of recapturing the province of Africa. Africa at this point meant essentially modern Tunisia and a slice of Algeria. As you all know by now, the German tribe of the Vandals had captured Carthage in 439 and had then used the fleet they found in its harbour to conquer Sardinia, Corsica, and the Balearics, before sacking Rome and raiding Greece. Peace had then been established, by treaty, during the reign of Zeno, but tensions had remained between Byzantium and the Vandal kingdom. Beyond the obvious geopolitical concerns, it was the issue of religion which had been the most frequent cause of angry letters. The majority of Vandals were Arian Christians, and not only maintained their faith, but actively persecuted their Catholic Roman subjects. I should perhaps pause for a second to clarify what I mean by Catholic. The term Catholic comes from a Greek word meaning universal. So in the time of Justinian, if someone had used the word Catholic, they would have meant the mainstream, legitimate, imperially backed church. This is the same church that I mean when I refer to believers who were Orthodox. I know this may be confusing because of our modern distinction between Greek Orthodox Christians and Roman Catholics. But in the 530s, we are a long way from those descriptions. So when I talk about Catholics, I mean all Christians who weren't Arians or Nestorians or some other definitive sect. The reason I keep using the term Orthodox is only to differentiate those who subscribed to the belief system as laid out at the Council of Chalcedon with the Monophysites who questioned it. But at this stage, a Monophysite was still a Catholic, because despite all the arguing, they had not been condemned as heretical. I hope that all makes sense. Successive Vandal rulers had changed their official position as regards their Catholic subjects. Some persecuted, some tolerated. The part Roman King Hilderic had made such pro-Catholic overtures that his fellow Vandals feared that he might lead their kingdom back to the empire. His cousin Gelimer seized power in 530, imprisoned Hilderic, and told Justinian to mind his own business. This was a red rag to an emperor who was determined to both restore the former boundaries of the Roman Empire and bring one Christian doctrine to all his people. Adding to the demand for action were the community of African refugees now resident at Constantinople. Many had fled during the persecutions, and some bore scars or mutilations as a result. Once the dust had settled on the Nika revolts, Justinian gathered his advisors and told them of his plans to retake Africa. Procopius tells us that the majority of Justinian's cabinet were opposed to any military campaign. The eternal peace with Persia had just been signed, and it wasn't cheap. The city was in ruins, and to rebuild it would also cost a huge amount. Most of the consistory were afraid of contradicting the emperor's wishes, but John the Cappadocian, so favoured for his outspokenness, voiced their concerns. As Praetorian prefect, and essentially Justinian's treasurer, he pointed out the obvious. A campaign against the Vandals was likely to fail, cause further conflict with an angry Vandal kingdom as a result, and would of course be massively expensive. He reminded everyone of the Emperor Leo's disastrous armada of 468, which had seen so much blood and treasure sunk without a trace. However, Justinian would not be moved. He was not insensible to the concerns raised, though, and prepared an expedition far smaller than the all-out assault which Leo had ordered. Around 16,000 troops were assembled, far smaller than the anticipated size of Vandal forces, with 10,000 infantry and 6,000 cavalry, including Huns and Heruls. Belisarius had shown at the Battle of Dara that he could defeat a much larger force with well-trained men and some deft tactics. Now he would be tested on a grander scale. He was given overall command of not just the army, but the fleet which would transport them. 500 ships were prepared to carry men and supplies, guarded by 92 dromons, the smallest class of warships, manned by 20,000 sailors. As the fleet gathered outside Constantinople, many looked on, fearing that they would never see these men again. But three facts were unknown to the residents of the city, which were about to play right into Justinian's hands. The first was a revolt in Tripolitania, fomented by imperial messages which threw off the Vandal government. This was the area east of Carthage, modern Tripoli, in Libya. The area was thinly populated, and so may not have seemed immediately important to the Vandal king. However, it meant that the invasion fleet would be able to land on a friendly shore. Before Gelimer could react, though, a second revolt blew up on the island of Sardinia. The governor proclaimed himself independent of Carthage and offered submission to the emperor in hope of some aid. He wouldn't get any, but he did provide the perfect distraction. Gelimer hadn't learnt of Justinian's plans and dispatched 120 ships and 5,000 men to bring the island back under his control. The third fact was that the Vandals were no longer the force they had once been. Over half a century of enjoying their lush African estates and the warm sun had loosened their grip on power. The men of fighting age were spread out across their towns, and their fighting style hadn't developed since the days when they had driven out the Romans. The stars seemed to be aligning for Justinian. He was still on friendly terms with Amalasuntha, regent for the young king of the Goths in Italy. She placed the harbours of Sicily at the emperor's disposal, leaving the path to Carthage open for assault. In June 533, the fleet stood ready and received a blessing from the Patriarch. On board with Belisarius were his wife Antonina and Procopius, whose first-hand accounts once again give us a fascinating insight into what happened next. Things didn't get off to the best start, as 2 drunken Huns killed another soldier, and Belisarius was forced to hang them. The fleet then had to put in at Methone in southern Greece, because John the Cappadocian, economizing all the way, had supplied bread to the army which had been baked using one of the bathhouse furnaces rather than a proper bakery. The mouldy dough caused 500 soldiers to fall ill. By September, the fleet had reached Sicily. Belisarius had been anxious throughout the journey, expecting the Vandals to attack them at any moment. Once safely ashore, he was amazed to learn that the Vandal fleet was in Sardinia, and that Gelimer seemed completely unaware of his approach. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately pushed the fleet to land at Caput Vada, something like 140 miles to the east of Carthage. Upon reaching the shore, some men pillaged the local farms for food. Again, Belisarius had to discipline them. He told them that they were in Africa to liberate the Roman people from Gelimer. An army of 15,000 would need 30 tons of grain, 13 tons of fodder, and about 30,000 gallons of water a day. Belisarius told them that they were going to buy the supplies they needed from the locals at a fair price, and that way ensure their goodwill toward the invading army. It was about 14 days' journey to Carthage, and so the army moved slowly along the coast, with the fleet following beside. At the first town they came to, Belisarius's policy paid dividends, as he was quickly welcomed by the Roman Africans, who offered to sell their goods to the hungry soldiers. Belisarius also distributed a letter from Justinian declaring that the purpose of the invasion was simply to restore Hilderic and liberate the people from the tyrant Gelimer. The diplomatic campaign worked well, as the army made steady progress along the coast road. Scouts were sent ahead under John the Armenian, while the company of Huns protected the flanks. By now, news had reached Gelimer, who was away from Carthage at the time. He quickly sent word to his brother Amatus at Carthage, giving instructions to kill Hilderic and the other prisoners and bring all the troops in the city south to stop the invasion. The Vandals could probably muster 30,000 soldiers, and they were largely a cavalry force who fought in the traditional Vandal manner, lightly armored with lance and sword. They were not skilled with bow or javelin as the Byzantines were, and of course 5,000 of these troops were away in Sardinia, but Gelimer could certainly match, if not outnumber, the invasion force. The king set a trap for the Byzantines, correctly predicting that they would stick to the coast road and aiming to catch them in a valley at the 10th milestone from Carthage, Ad Decimum. On one side were rocky hills, on the other, a salt plain. Gelimer instructed his brother to meet the Byzantines head-on once they entered the pass. He would sweep down on their rear, and one of his nephews would lead another 2,000 men across the salt plains. The plan required good timing to succeed, though. Belisarius had no idea he was about to be trapped, but fortunately for him, Amatus arrived at the pass early, presumably to scout the location. He was surprised to find John the Armenian's advanced guard already there. John's far better cavalry won the skirmish, killing Amatus and routing his men. The fleeing soldiers caused chaos in the badly organized army that was marching out from Carthage, who were then soon set upon by John's pursuing cavalry. The troops sent round to the salt plains fared just as badly. They now ran into the Huns, guarding the Byzantine flank. Although they were outnumbered 3-1, the Huns still slaughtered the Vandals and put them to flight. The Vandals simply had no defense against the composite bow. Gelimer mistimed his arrival too, reaching the pass before Belisarius did. Another Byzantine scouting party was easily driven off, and if Gelimer had charged headlong after these scouts, it's possible he could have swept Belisarius from the field, as his attack would have caught the rest of the Byzantines unaware. Or, if the Vandals had turned back to Carthage, they would have cut off John's forces and possibly captured the Byzantine fleet, which had been separated from the army by the rocky hills around Ad Decimum. Instead, though, when Gelimer reached the valley, he found the dead body of his brother, and wept. He stopped his army there and aimed to bury Amatus nearby. The Byzantine scouts had quickly found their commander, and Belisarius seized on the chance to attack the stationary Gelimer. The Vandals were not lined up ready for battle when the Byzantines arrived and put them to flight. They didn't make for Carthage either, but fled into the countryside. A large part of the Vandal army survived, but the road to their capital was now open. The victory had been won by the cavalry alone. Belisarius had not kept his army together, and the infantry only arrived after the action was complete. It was around the middle of September when the victorious Byzantines entered Carthage. Once again, Belisarius' major concern was to keep his men from looting the city. Once discipline was secure, he led his men in to meet the cheering citizens. The Catholics inside took the opportunity to kick the Arian clergy out and reoccupy their churches. Belisarius gave orders for ditches to be dug and for repairs to be made to the city's walls, and once his day's labours were complete, he was able to seat himself on Gelimer's throne, surrounded by his officers, and enjoy a feast that had been prepared for the Vandal king. Belisarius' smaller army could now rest easy behind Carthage's walls and plan their next move. Although their victory owed much to the superior training and skills of the cavalry, there was a good deal of luck involved too. Gelimer's plan was a good one, but it had been poorly executed, and the king himself had made blunder after blunder, which played into his enemies' hands. It's interesting to speculate what would have happened if Hilderic hadn't been executed. Gelimer had naturally killed his rival so that he couldn't be restored to power. However, imagine if Belisarius had marched into Carthage and Hilderic was there waiting for him. Technically, the Byzantines would have restored the rightful king, and would either have had to fight for him or leave. Perhaps Gelimer would have been overthrown, and the Vandals reunited as a people. It seems pretty clear that Justinian didn't commit precious resources just to protect Hilderic's right to rule. So it sure would have been awkward if Belisarius reached the throne room, only to be told by Hilderic, "Thanks for all you've done, but I'll take it from here." Out in the countryside, Gelimer restored order to his fleeing army and moved west. By December, he had reunited with his other brother Sazo, who had returned from successfully quelling the rebellion in Sardinia. They marched to Carthage and cut the aqueducts. The Vandals didn't feel they had the strength to besiege the city, but they were determined to make life as difficult as possible for Belisarius by preventing supplies coming in by land. Gelimer also sent men into the city to make contact with sympathetic citizens who he hoped could persuade the Arian troops in the Byzantine army to desert. Although none of them did, Belisarius became aware that his company of Huns could not be trusted. Their loyalty was highly questionable, and it seemed like they might switch sides should the Vandals gain the upper hand. Gelimer camped some 20 miles west of Carthage at Tricameron. The camp included a lot of those who had fled from the Byzantines, along with their property, wives, and children. By mid-December, Belisarius decided that it was time to attempt battle. He felt a decisive blow could scatter the Vandals, and had decided that he would prefer to deal with mutinous soldiers out in the field rather than letting them spend their days eyeing the city gates. Again, though, Belisarius didn't keep his forces together and allowed his cavalry to get far ahead of the infantry. Battle was therefore joined without full force. But again, the superior Byzantine cavalry was too much for the Vandals. Clad in chainmail and firing volley after volley of arrow into the enemy centre, the Vandals had no comeback. Sazo was killed, and his men could only attempt meagre sorties before being driven back. On the third occasion that the Byzantines made a charge at them, the Vandals broke and fled. As they did so, the Huns finally joined the battle and helped to cut down some of the fleeing men. As the Vandals scattered, the Byzantines came across their camp. After months of self-denial, the army engorged itself on the people and treasure they found there. Procopius notes with alarm that discipline was abandoned, and had the Vandals managed to rally and return, Belisarius's men would have been cut to pieces. But that didn't happen. Gelimer was a broken man, and rode away as fast as he could. His men followed suit, with many fleeing for the sanctuary of churches. Once again, Belisarius had been handed victory by a combination of superior troops and his opponent's blunders. Of course, victory is all that would matter back in Constantinople, and news of the success thrilled Justinian. Belisarius led his army to the city of Hippo, where they collected the Vandal royal treasury, which modern estimates guess would have paid for the whole campaign. Other towns were easily secured. As you may recall, the Vandals had destroyed the city walls of every other major town to prevent rebellion. The islands of the Mediterranean were scooped up too by the imperial fleet, and the Byzantine navy also took possession of two important forts on the African coast near the Straits of Gibraltar. The interior of modern-day Morocco was beyond recovery. Justinian was also about to discover that restoring all of Roman Africa would be far harder than just kicking the Vandals out. The Moorish tribes had long enjoyed freedom from imperial rule, and had improved on that position during the Vandal occupation. They weren't going to bow the knee to Justinian either, and prepared to further harass the settled communities. Meanwhile, Gelimer fled to Mount Papua, where he and his supporters could hide from the Byzantines. At the foot of the mountain, Pharas and his heralds, that we met at the Battle of Dara, waited him out. The cold winter months didn't improve the mood of either side, and Pharas sent a note to Gelimer urging him to give up. Gelimer wouldn't do it, but he did ask for a sponge, a loaf of bread, and a lyre. This odd request was granted, so that Gelimer could bathe his swollen eyes, eat some baked bread, and compose a song to his tribulations. By March, he finally surrendered, after being assured of his honourable treatment. Many of his soldiers were offered the same deal, and were told that they would be shipped back to Constantinople and enrolled in the imperial armies. Despite his total victory, Belisarius was not popular amongst some of his sub-commanders. Along with the messages Justinian received about the war, came a secret note from a cabal of officers telling him that Belisarius was planning to set himself up as king of Africa. Justinian didn't believe these claims, but left Belisarius a small test by writing to him, offering him the choice of returning to Constantinople or staying in the recovered province. Belisarius wisely chose to go home. It's worth speculating why Belisarius was able to command the respect of his soldiers, but not his officers. If you'll recall, the same problems were present after the Battle of Dara during the defeat at Callinicum. The suspicion of Procopius is that it was Belisarius' wife Antonina who was the problem. She was at least 10 years older than her husband, and like Theodora, had been a performer in the theatre. While her exploits were not as colourful as those of the Empress, she had had a number of children before she married Belisarius, and unlike Theodora, she seems not to have changed her promiscuous ways after the wedding. But Belisarius clearly loved her, and took her on campaign with him, perhaps to keep an eye on her. She was clearly a woman of strong opinion, and Procopius credits her for ordering extra water to be stored on the ships during the voyage to Africa. However, it's possible that other officers looked down on Belisarius for his attitude to his wife, the suggestion being that a man who can't control his woman was not fit to lead men. It's also possible that Belisarius' favoured position in the army incited jealousy, or that his strict discipline had irritated those who had seen plenty of opportunities for plunder. For now, though, Belisarius was the second man in the empire, and in the spring of 534, he returned to Constantinople as a conquering hero. Justinian's desire to restore Roman traditions led him to grant his general an honour which had been the preserve of emperors for 5 centuries. A Roman triumph. The procession began at his home rather than the city gates, and he was not allowed to ride a chariot through the streets, but simply walked instead. Behind him, though, were the most attractive Vandal captives, along with Gelimer in his kingly robes, and beside them were cartloads of loot brought back from Africa. The prize find being the famous menorah, taken by Titus from the Temple of Jerusalem in AD 70, which the Vandals had seized during the sack of Rome in 455. To the relic-loving Byzantines, this was a great moment, and confirmation of God's support for his people. Justinian would eventually allow the menorah to be handed over to the Jews and taken back to Jerusalem. The thought that the 3 cities which had once housed it had now all fallen may have lingered in his mind. Back to the triumph, though, and Belisarius now entered the hippodrome to the adulation of the crowds before reaching the Kathisma, where Justinian and Theodora looked down. Gelimer's robes were torn from his shoulders. Then he, the other prisoners, and Belisarius all prostrated themselves before the imperial couple. Gelimer is said to have quoted a line from Ecclesiastes upon seeing the spectacle of imperial majesty. Vanity of vanities. All is vanity. Gelimer actually had a good deal to be grateful for. His ancestors would surely have been executed for invading Roman lands. But he was now a foreign king who had simply broken a treaty. The Byzantines kept their word, and he was given estates in Galatia, where he and his remaining family and friends could live out their lives in peace. The few thousand Vandal soldiers who remained were now enlisted on the rolls of the Eastern Army, where they would be known as Justinian's Vandals. I think it's worth making 2 points about the reconquest of Africa, which are often discussed in the history books. The first is that it's often taken for granted that the Roman Empire had reached some sort of natural point of dissipation when the West fell. In the broad sweep of history, I think it's fair to say that the idea persists that the empire was on its last legs, and that if the Goths, Franks and Vandals hadn't invaded, then someone else would have. The ease with which Justinian retook Africa suggests something different. With its political stability secured, the East had by now made a full recovery from all the blights which the 3rd and 4th centuries had brought with them. The professional Byzantine army had learnt new techniques from Attila's Huns, as Roman armies had always done. And now with one army, Justinian was able to push the Vandals out and retake a major province. What that suggests to me is that one of the major reasons the West fell was all the little political dislocations which the History of Rome podcast chronicled. The empire didn't collapse simply because of long-term forces working against it. All those short-term problems, which Stilicho or Aetius dealt with, were key to the way things turned out. If the lesson we take from this is that a key battle or leader here or there really can change history, then it's worth saying that if Gelimer had made better choices, or had a little more luck, he might have crushed Belisarius, and Justinian probably would have abandoned his dreams of retaking the West. Speaking of which, the other point I'd like to make is on the question of whether that was Justinian's plan all along. I have no doubt that Justinian wanted to reconquer the West. I think if he'd had the men, he'd have asked them to march all the way to Hadrian's Wall, as later episodes will make clear. But the real question is if Gelimer hadn't imprisoned Hilderic, would Justinian have invaded Africa? It's hard to imagine the pretext for doing so, and perhaps Justinian would have attempted to make Africa a client kingdom, and pushed for closer trade, cultural, and religious policies. What seems clear is that Belisarius' swift victories fed the emperor's ambitions, and if he wasn't thinking of starting a war of reconquest before the African campaign, he certainly was now. Belisarius was made consul for the next year, and Justinian already had a new assignment in mind for him. Imperial majesty should not only be graced with arms, but armed with laws, so that good government may prevail in time of war and peace alike. The head of the Roman state can then stand victorious, not only over enemies in war, but also over troublemakers, driving out their wickedness through the paths of the law, and can triumph as much by his devotions to the law as for his conquests in battle. Long hours of work and careful planning have, with God's help, given us success in both these fields. Barbarian nations brought beneath our yoke know the scale of our exertions in war. Africa and countless other provinces restored to Roman jurisdiction and brought back within our empire after so long an interval bear witness to the victories granted to us by the will of heaven. However, it is laws that we have already managed to enact and collect, that all our peoples are ruled. So said Justinian in the preface to The Institutes, a handbook for law students issued in 533. It's a clear statement of the emperor's belief in the importance of the law in regulating the lives of his people, while also showing us his pride in retaking Africa, and one of the ways he used that conquest to boost his own image as a great and worthy emperor. Last time, we saw Africa fall to Belisarius and the Vandals swept away. Back in Constantinople, Justinian must have been ecstatic. He had emerged unscathed from the Nika revolt, and now his plan to restore the Roman Empire seemed to have been given divine approval. The emperor pushed on, his reforming zeal unleashed on the world. Two of his achievements stand above all others for their lasting impact. We begin with the law. You'll recall that in 529 the Code of Justinian had been published. The revised and edited collection brought together all existing Roman laws into one set of books. An immense accomplishment in itself, but it was only the beginning. The Quaestor Tribonian was then appointed chairman of a second law commission, who began work soon after, and were in the middle of their labours when the Nika revolt broke out. Fortunately for them, their endeavours were not reduced to ashes, and by 533 they were able to publish two more important legal works. The Digest was an anthology of legal commentaries, while the Institutes were an official textbook for law students. These might sound like more humdrum administrative reforms, but their story is far more significant than that. Roman law developed in two forms: statutes written by legislators and precedents decided by judges. The legislators were initially the Senate of Republican Rome, and then, of course, the emperors. The statutes, edicts, and laws had all been gathered up into the Code of Justinian. However, the precedents, as decided by judges in individual cases and lawsuits, were far harder to gather, as of course there were so many of them. We might tend to think about criminal cases when we think of the law. Publius stole a loaf of bread, theft is against the law, so Publius is guilty and should be punished. However, in practice, those cases are rarer than, say, Publius's will is contested, or Publius's prized apple tree fell into his neighbor's garden and the damage has to be paid for, or Publius is refusing to honor a contract because he claims the terms have been rendered null and void. In lawsuit-crazy Rome, thousands upon thousands of cases had been brought before the urban praetor, who would then have to write the complaints up into a form that would allow them to be easily understood by whoever was judging the case, be it an actual magistrate, a jury, or some other mutually agreeable citizen. The sheer amount of legal decisions and opinion became too large for one person to remember. By the dying days of the Republic, a lawyer like Cicero could make a fortune by constructing sophisticated arguments based on legal precedents. During the early imperial centuries, several prominent jurists had attempted to summarize whole bodies of legal opinion into a digestible form. By Justinian's day, the four jurists whose work dominated this field were Julian, Papinian, Gaius, and Ulpian. A quote from Ulpian helps demonstrate their collective skill at summarizing complex ideas, with the phrase, "The commandments of the law are these: live honorably, harm nobody, and give everyone his due." Tribonian's law commission were given the gargantuan task of summarizing the work of these four jurists and others from over 2,000 books of legal advice into a practical written form. As chief legal minister, Tribonian would also need to make judgments about the decisions of the past, as the jurists did not always agree, and then to bring them into line with Christian principles and the mood of Justinian's administration. The commission was made up of 6 law professors and 11 lawyers, and amazingly they only needed 3 years to complete the task. And the commissioners were not allowed to devote their lives entirely to the digest. Many of them were still working for the Praetorian prefect and were needed to help settle existing cases. When completed, the digest ran to more than 800,000 words in 50 books. It's worth noting that Tribonian committed fraud in order to create the digest. It was important to Justinian that he be seen to be restoring the Roman past and acting upon the authority of established judicial precedent. So to make the law say what Justinian would want it to say, Tribonian needed to make the great jurists of the past agree. In a case where Ulpian disagreed with Julian on something, Tribonian would simply rewrite what one of them had said. The result was a far more efficient digest, with all inconsistencies eliminated, but it was not an accurate reflection of the convoluted past. The digest was swiftly followed by the institutes, which would provide guidance for law students on how to learn and interpret the law. The following year, 534, saw a revised and corrected version of the Code of Justinian, with all the laws of the past 5 years included. Together, they formed the Corpus Juris Civilis, or the Code of Civil Law. They were intended to be the sole source of law, with no reference needed to the works of the past. No more would a canny lawyer unearth some obscure ruling which supported his case. All the answers were in the code. The completion of the whole code in less than 10 years has been called one of the most brilliant feats of organization in the history of civil administration. It's clear that Tribonian was a man of rare talent, who had matched the depth of ambition of his master in bringing his project to a successful conclusion. He was to remain Justinian's quaestor until his death in the next decade. The laws show us the continued Christianization of the empire, as many words are spent on the organization of clerical and monastic life. This included important protections for church property, which was never to be sold, and encouraged the serfdom of those who worked its lands. Bishops were encouraged to help run their local towns and enforce laws against gambling and other local sins. And interestingly, divorce was not made impossible on the grounds that to do so would only increase the instance of poisoning. We can also see the influence of the Greek East on Roman law. The patriarchal preference of the Romans was now diluted, as laws concerning family, inheritance, and marriage were all changed to improve the position of women, as well as that of freed slaves. It's possible that Theodora had some influence on these changes, and one can well imagine that she was in Justinian's thoughts when he approved the statement that mutual affection creates marriage, rather than a dowry. Another modern innovation was Tribonian's suggestion that gospels be kept in courtrooms for the swearing of oaths. For contemporaries, the code certainly simplified legal procedures and became the basis of Byzantine law going forward. However, the code was written in Latin, and despite Tribonian's best efforts to simplify the language, the vast majority of those in the East spoke Greek. Latin was by now only the language of law once you moved east of Constantinople, and even most law students during this time would only learn passable Latin. So almost immediately, it was the Greek translations of the code, or even the Greek commentaries on it, which came into practical use. Justinian was aware of this issue, and during the rest of his reign, he legislated more often than not in Greek. A later collection of his laws, the Novels, were written in Greek and were added to the code. The growing canon law of church courts was also written in Greek, and those out in the provinces would more often than not seek arbitration for their legal disputes with their local priest, who it was doubtful had ever read the code. However, if the code's immediate impact was less emphatic than we might expect, it would go on to have a surprising second life. Justinian's own attempts to restore the Roman Empire are not destined to succeed, but copies of the code will be issued to Italy soon enough. At some point during the 11th century, a huge portion of the code was found in a monastery in Pisa. It was taken to the great medieval university in Bologna, where it began to disseminate amongst interested scholars. Soon, both Western courts and the Catholic Church were mining the code for arguments to support their authority. The code provided a model for contracts, rules of procedure, family law, and wills that began to be given the force of law, initially spreading through the Italian city-states, where a written law was needed to govern increasingly complex commercial relationships. The use of the code then began to spread across the continent. At the heart of the code was a way to justify the divine right of kings, an important legal pillar for medieval royal families. The Roman and Byzantine emperors were, after all, autocrats. Tribonian's work had elaborated on the concept that the will of the prince has the force of law, to make sure that Justinian's authority was absolute. The emperor's insecurity and centralizing instincts had led him to make explicit the fact that any decision the emperor gave was to be considered legally binding. He justified it not only through his edited version of the Roman past, but also by the fact that he was appointed by God to protect his people. Centuries later, this handed the kings of Europe a way to legally establish their own rights. The legal thinking behind the code would even survive beyond the end of feudalism, and serve as the backbone to the Napoleonic Code, the largest law reform of the modern age. Because Justinian's code presented a well-organized collection of laws covering almost every dispute imaginable, many of its principles were simply absorbed or built upon. The civil law tradition, which flowed from this and which Napoleon and others codified, is the basis of the majority of countries' legal systems today. It was very influential on the European continent, and then, of course, during the era of colonialism, those same principles were taken out to South America, Africa, and Asia. The defining principle of civil law was one established by Justinian's code. In any dispute about law, the institution which drafted the statute prevails. In other words, the laws as laid down in a legal code is what will guide a judge's decision. Justinian's legal works thus came closer to governing the world than even his wildest propaganda could have claimed. By condensing centuries of Roman law into one body that could be read and understood, and which survived, the emperor and his quaestor left a sizable legacy for world civilization. When James Madison and his commission asked for a list of acquisitions for use by the First Continental Congress, the first thing he asked for was the Corpus Juris Civilis. Today, in the US House of Representatives, 20 cameos hang on the walls representing the greatest lawgivers in history, and alongside images of Napoleon and Thomas Jefferson are Tribonian and Justinian. Justinian's other great legacy is perhaps easier to immediately grasp, largely because it still stands in Istanbul today. After the Nika Revolt, downtown Constantinople was in ruins. The rebuilding work began immediately, and Justinian directed affairs. He rebuilt the Senate House on a smaller scale and constructed new baths of Zeuxippus, with a mournful plaque describing the statues that had occupied its predecessor. The Church of Hagia Irene, the Hospice of Samson, and other public buildings, including the porticos of the Messi, were also reconstructed from the ground up. Justinian took the opportunity to add to the palace as well. The rebuilt Chalk Gate now led into a domed entranceway, on whose ceiling elaborate mosaics were created, showing Justinian and Theodora standing triumphant over the Vandals. Inside the palace, the emperor made sure that if he were ever besieged again, he would have the necessary supplies to survive, as he added an additional water supply, a bakery, and granary to the already massive complex. Building, as we've already seen, was something Justinian took a keen interest in. Churches were of particular interest because they combined the PR need to demonstrate imperial worthiness with his religious desire to honor his celestial benefactor. Only 40 days after the dust had settled on Nika, the ground was being prepared for a new cathedral church, a new Hagia Sophia, to rise up in the place of the one which had been destroyed. It seems obvious from this speed that Justinian had already been planning to construct a massive church in his capital, as no architects could have drawn up plans so quickly. Historians suspect that Justinian may have ordered plans to be drawn up back in 527, when he became emperor. For in that same year, the largest church in the capital at the time had just been completed. The Church of St. Polyeuctus, built near the Aqueduct of Valens, was a construction ordered by Anicia Juliana. Anicia was the granddaughter of the Emperor Valentinian III and daughter of Olybrius, who had briefly been Western Emperor. Her impressive imperial pedigree made her a natural rival to Justinian, a man with no ancestors to speak of. Doubtless many of Anicia's friends were involved, or at least sympathetic to the Nika revolts. Inside St. Polyeuctus was a large inscription, comparing its sponsor to Constantine and Theodosius II, great builders, and of course distant relatives. The comparisons continued on to Solomon, the great Jewish king, whose famous temple was an inspiration to Christian church builders. Whether any part of Juliana's church was really intended as a dig at the peasant emperor, we don't know, nor whether Justinian's new church was a riposte. It's not as if the emperor was shy about starting new projects. However, it's an interesting bit of context to Nika and to the new Hagia Sophia. Justinian's bold designs would have had to find a new spot in the city if the riots hadn't intervened. Now he could build a new church at the very center of Constantinople. We should just pause for a word about the name Hagia Sophia. The church is not dedicated to any Saint Sophia, as many history books shorten it to. Instead, Hagia Sophia translates as Holy Wisdom. Wisdom was an important philosophical idea to Greek thinkers for centuries before Christianity. Many attempts were made to incorporate elements of Greek philosophy into the mystical traditions of Judaism, and one such effort saw the concept of wisdom as one of the ways God related to man. The wisdom of God had been linked to the Word of God at the beginning of John's Gospel, where the Word is that part of God that becomes flesh in the form of Jesus. Before we drift too far down any alleyways of theological speculation, just note that the full name of the church in Greek should read Shrine of the Holy Wisdom of God. The neighboring church of Hagia Irene was dedicated to God's holy peace. The shortening of the name comes from Sophia being the Latin phonetic spelling of the Greek word. Of course, in English, the name looks like it should be said Hagia Sophia. But we lack the soft G sound, which you would find in Greek, and we use the letter H, which they do not. In modern Greek, the pronunciation should be Hagia Sophia. I'm not entirely sure how the Byzantines would have pronounced it, and I don't want to confuse new listeners by attempting an accurate modern Greek translation all of the time, especially when I've been using a lot of anglicized and Latinized names during this period. I'll see how I go, and certainly as the empire becomes more Greek, so will my pronunciations. The design of the new church was entrusted to two of the finest architects of the day, Anthemius of Tralles and Isidore of Miletus. Both were academic mathematicians and had written famous works on engineering, but neither was an experienced architect the way we would think of that profession today. Certainly they had never attempted a building on the scale that Justinian was envisioning. The emperor gave the two men carte blanche over the design and cost of the building on two conditions. The church should be of unparalleled magnificence, and it should be constructed in the shortest time possible. The emperor was already 50, and wanted to make sure he was still alive to see his most important construction. Christian churches of the time tended to adopt one of two styles. Those in the West were built in the shape of basilicas. Originally a public building, and then increasingly a feature of palaces, a basilica would generally have a central aisle or nave leading to an apse at one end. The building suited the Christian service with a priest at the front and congregation sitting in the nave or side aisles. In the East, an alternative style had developed, which allowed the congregation to sit in the round, sometimes because the church was built around a shrine or the tomb of a martyr. The decision was taken to allow the new church to accommodate both styles of worship. Politically, it was valuable to have both because it meant that important citizens could be seated in a circle where they could witness the emperor at worship. However, by also having a long central aisle, the liturgical need for regular processions could be accommodated. To accomplish this, Anthemius and Isidore decided to build a huge dome, the largest anyone had ever seen, which would cover the basilica shape and allow in adequate light. Roman architects had created domed buildings before, of course, such as the Pantheon, but those domes were built on circular buildings. To accommodate the huge dome over a rectangular shape, an architectural innovation was needed. This was the pendentive, an inverted triangle which could carry the weight of the dome above by transferring all the strain into their thin bottom point, which could then be placed on top of sturdy piers below. With two semidomes, arches, and buttresses holding the dome in place, those piers would need to be pretty sturdy. Although Anthemius and Isidore did their best, there were problems. In their rush to meet Justinian's schedule, they didn't allow sufficient time for the mortar to set around the giant piers that they had sunk into the city's bedrock. 3 years into the project, the piers began to give way. The architects scrambled to secure their construction, changing the shape of their arches and adding stone projections to help strengthen the building. And although this worked for 20 years, by 558, the structural weaknesses would tell, and the dome collapsed. Isidore the Younger, either the nephew or son of the original architect, would raise the dome by about 20 feet to its current height. Back in the 530s, though, and the whole empire was raided for the materials needed to decorate the interior. 10,000 laborers worked every day to bring in the marble and porphyry, which would provide floor, wall, and column of different colors and hues. The interior of the dome and ceiling were to be colored gold, along with decorative patterns of red, blue, and green. There were no figurative mosaics, which most churches would have been adorned with. Instead, there were endlessly repeated images of the cross amongst the gold. This may have been a practical decision to speed the building process, or because the surfaces were too high for mosaics to be seen. As Procopius discovered, the effect was that the eye sweeps around the whole of the interior, rather than focusing on one area, as figurative images would encourage. At the base of the dome were 40 windows, giving the dome the appearance of being suspended from heaven by a golden chain. The light would then flow in, illuminating the gold and bouncing down to the colored surfaces below. The light would also bounce off the chains suspended from the gold, which held thousands of lamps and candelabra for evening services. The decorations were elaborate too, of course. A 50-foot iconstasis made of silver, a high altar encrusted with gold and precious stones. The patriarch's throne was made of gilded silver, and dozens of gold lamps surrounded the building. Estimates suggest that Justinian lavished £320,000 of gold on the church. And whatever we might think of that amount, Justinian got exactly what he wanted. It took 35 years to build St. Paul's Cathedral in London with near-modern engineering methods. The Hagia Sophia was ready for its inauguration only 5 years, 10 months, and 4 days after construction had begun. An extraordinary speed. On December 27th, 537, Menas the Patriarch and Justinian led a procession down the Messi to hold the first service. Although he probably didn't say it, the sentiment seems apt as Justinian viewed his creation and uttered the words, "Solomon, I have outdone you." The emperor was not the only one blown away by the church. The architectural genius astounded contemporaries. Evagrius, an ecclesiastical historian, said it was incomparable and surpassed all powers of description. Paul the Silentiary, who worked for Justinian, said the golden stream of glittering rays pours down and strikes the eyes of men so that they can scarcely bear to look at it. It is as if one were to gaze upon the midday sun in spring. Procopius describes the building as seeming to soar up to heaven and rise above surrounding buildings like a huge ship anchored among them. It's important to remember that for contemporaries, it was easily the largest building they had ever seen. For someone who didn't live in Constantinople and wasn't used to big structures at all, the sight would have been overwhelming. It would be the largest Christian church in the world for 1,000 years. Even with modern construction, it still sits in the top 20. It certainly served as an inspiration for those which have surpassed it, including St. Paul's in London and St. Peter's in Rome. It's hard to quantify the importance of the Hagia Sophia to Byzantium. It is only a building, and its effects on human psychology cannot be judged by numbers or some other measurable criteria. Certainly the emperors would not have been able to boast as convincingly that they were God's vice-regent on earth without a building to honor him that no other kingdom could match. As the tide of Islam swept the east and western kingdoms would grow in prominence, visitors from all corners of the globe would still marvel at the sight of Constantinople's most impressive building. To its citizens, it became a focal point of worship and celebration, and the admiration of the Byzantines never wavered. Germanos, a patriarch from the 8th century, said the church is an earthly heaven where the super-celestial God dwells and walks about. A century later, and another patriarch, Photios, calls the church Christ's bride. Even the final patriarch in residence before the city fell in 1453 calls it the handiwork of God, a marvelous and worthy work, the delight of the entire earth. To medieval visitors, it was such an awesome spectacle that legends grew up to explain its construction, such as how angels aided the builders, or the wood from Noah's Ark was needed for the doors. In celebrated legend, the Hagia Sophia would later so impress Russian envoys that they convinced their king to adopt the Orthodox Christian faith. Justinian couldn't have asked for more of his architects than the creation of such an enduring monument. Yet despite the building's unqualified magnificence, there were visible mistakes. Unpolished stone faces, slabs of marble simply butted together rather than assembled with metered edges, the dome that would collapse. One of Justinian's modern biographers, James Evans, says that the building puts Justinian's personality flaws on record. Impatient and eager that his church should exhibit his worthiness as God's emperor, he refused the builders time for their mortar to set properly, contributing to the structure's instability. An analogy for his emperorship, perhaps? Justinian brought North Africa back into the empire. The campaign confounded expectations by completely destroying the Vandals in such a short space of time. The emperor was now in no doubt that it was his destiny to restore the western half of the Roman Empire. The next target was Italy. The Arian Ostrogoths were ruling the Catholic Italians, and all Justinian needed was an excuse to invade. Only a year after the African campaign, the pretext arrived. The situation in Ravenna was precarious. Theodoric the Great had left the kingdom to his Roman-educated daughter Amalasuntha as regent for her young son Athalaric. She'd made a deal with Justinian for safe harbour should she need to flee, but had so far clung to the reins of power. Amalasuntha was not popular amongst the majority of Gothic nobles who felt she was a poor influence on her son. They had taken him away from the classroom to teach him more manly pursuits, like killing and drinking. In October 534, this diet of debauchery overwhelmed the 18-year-old prince, and he died. His mother had seen this sad day coming and had considered retiring to Constantinople. However, the allure of power proved too much, and she attempted to continue ruling. As a woman with no son and no husband, she badly needed a male consort, and turned to the last male relative of Theodoric's house, her cousin Theodahad. Like his cousin, Theodahad was no warrior, and had instead spent his time in Italy greedily gobbling up most of Tuscany. So renowned were his acquisitions of land that it was said of him that he considered it a misfortune to have a neighbour. But with no one else to turn to, Amalasuntha proposed that they share sovereignty. Theodahad would enjoy the power and prestige of kingship, but with none of the hassle of administration, which she would keep for herself. Theodahad readily agreed, but had no love for his cousin, and brought her enemies into his camp. In April 535 he had her imprisoned, and then soon after strangled to death. Theodahad did not want war with Byzantium, so it's slightly odd that he blundered into the same error that Gelimer had made when he killed Hilderic. Now Justinian had a legitimate reason to invade Italy, seeing as how its legitimate ruler had just been murdered. Amalasuntha's enemies presumably put pressure on the new king, and there is even evidence that the Empress Theodora may have encouraged the murder, though to explore all the possible motives takes us down a murky path. Whatever the true reason, Justinian had exactly what he was looking for. Theodahad attempted to claim he was innocent of any wrongdoing in a letter which he gave to the respected senator Liberius. We've met Liberius before because he served as Praetorian prefect for Theodoric, and even before that, for Odoacer. Since we last saw him, he was put in charge of southern Gaul, a very important role as it connected Visigothic Spain to Ostrogothic Italy. Liberius was a consummate survivor, highly thought of by every master he served, and his timing was exquisite, as he chose this moment to turn traitor, inform Justinian's ambassadors what Theodahad had actually done, and was warmly welcomed in Constantinople as a result. The emperor had been on high alert since news of Athalaric's failing health had reached him. He was busily preparing for war, and now gave the go-ahead. Mundus, the Gepid prince, led the army of Illyricum into Dalmatia, modern Croatia, and occupied the city of Salona, which gave the army control of the land leading into Italy. Meanwhile, Belisarius was dispatched by fleet to take control of Sicily. There was little resistance from the small Gothic garrisons on the island until the fleet reached Panormus, modern Palermo. The Goths locked the gates and prepared to resist, but Belisarius, with characteristic inventiveness, pushed the fleet into the unguarded harbour. The masts of the ships now actually rose higher than the town walls. He sent men up the masts, where they could shoot down on the Goths defending the walls, and soon the town capitulated. News of the fall of Sicily seriously alarmed Theodahad, and worse was to come when he heard that Justinian had sent gifts to the Frankish kings, encouraging them to encroach on Gothic land. The Gothic king met with imperial ambassadors and entered serious negotiations to hand over Italy in exchange for a well-paid position in Constantinople. Belisarius received instructions that once the deal was struck, he was to take over the country. It seemed like Justinian was about to do one better than Africa and reclaim Italy without spilling any blood. But it was not to be. The Goths were not ready to meekly submit, and an army had made its way from Ravenna down into Dalmatia. Although the battle which followed was inconclusive, Mundus was killed, and his army withdrew to seek further instructions. Soon after that, a mutiny broke out amongst the imperial troops in Africa, which we will deal with in another episode. However, it forced Belisarius to leave Sicily and head for Carthage. Theodahad suddenly recovered his nerve and arrested the imperial ambassadors. By the time Belisarius returned to Sicily, winter was setting in. The chance to swiftly conquer Italy was gone. The Goths were now preparing to protect the land that they had come to call home. Justinian underestimated the task ahead of him. The swift victory over the Vandals bred overconfidence, at the same time that imperial resources were stretched. This was the 8th major army that the empire was being asked to provide. Remember that a new force had been created to protect Armenia, and troops were needed in Africa to guard the province from the Moors. Belisarius had barely 8,000 men at his command, less than half the number he'd led into Africa. Nevertheless, when spring 536 arrived, the general was ordered to invade. He crossed the Straits of Messina and made his way up the peninsula. Once more there was little resistance to his advance, as the Goths hadn't concentrated forces in the south. However, with each town that was taken, Belisarius' force shrank in size, as each outpost needed its own garrison. When the army reached Naples, the largest city in the south, Belisarius was facing a major problem. The city walls were large, and with such a small force, it would be impossible to besiege them for long. Adding to his difficulties was the disposition of the Italian people. In Africa, the Vandals had alienated the Roman populace in a way which the Goths hadn't. The people of Naples had little incentive to help the invaders, particularly not the city's Jews, who were well aware of Justinian's oppressive religious policies. Worse still, when the Neapolitans looked down over the battlements, the sight they were greeted with was not an encouraging one. About half of Belisarius' men were barbarian mercenaries, a large company of Isaurians, along with some Huns and Moors. The majority of regular troops were needed elsewhere, and Belisarius had to send a message into the city, warning that he would not be able to prevent his troops from sacking it once they were in. Of course, that seemed an empty threat at this point. The Byzantines badly needed a safe port to operate from if supplies and fresh troops were to be brought in. But after 20 days of the siege, Belisarius was ready to give up and risk advancing with an enemy city to his rear. But as seems to happen to the great generals, Lady Luck found him just in time. After cutting the aqueducts to the city, one of the Isaurian soldiers had been amazed by the construction and gone exploring. He stumbled upon an opening which led into the city. It was too small for a man, but Belisarius seized on the opportunity. He noisily attacked the other side of the city while his men widened the gap. That night, 400 men crawled inside Naples, killed the guards, and the city was stormed. As he'd warned, though, his troops began sacking the city, and it took a couple of days to bring them under control. The sight of pagan Huns looting churches was the worst kind of PR for the restoration of imperial rule. It was still a significant victory for Belisarius, and the Gothic leadership were spooked into abandoning their king. Theodahad was killed, and the general Vitiges took his place. The apparently unstoppable imperial army led Vitiges to conclude that he should abandon Rome and regroup in the north. Mundus's replacement in Illyricum, Constantinianus, had reoccupied Salona and driven the Gothic army back to Ravenna. Vitiges headed there as well, where he married Amalasuntha's daughter, Matasuntha, in a bid for legitimacy. He also paid off the Franks in gold and land to stop their advance. The retreat gave Belisarius the chance to seize Rome. He stayed in Naples until December in order to receive a papal invitation, which was clearly vital in securing the cooperation of the populace. Once the invitation arrived, Belisarius led 5,000 men north and entered the Eternal City. For the first time in 60 years, the Roman Empire included Rome. The keys to the city were sent along with a captured Gothic chieftain to Constantinople, where they were displayed before Justinian. Although the campaign had been a success so far, Belisarius knew that he had taken things as far as he could. The Goths could still field full armies, while in order to hold what he had taken, the Byzantine general had had to divide his forces into many small detachments. All that the general could now do was hold the city and wait for Justinian to send more troops. Vitiges sent a force to attack Salona and keep the army of Illyricum tied down, and then gathered the majority of his men and made straight for Rome. The Gothic king had to leave garrisons spread around key towns too, but probably had an army of 15,000, with which he planned to besiege the city. Belisarius spent the 2 months before the Goths arrived preparing. He was able to bring grain up from Sicily and stored as much water and food as he could. The Aurelian walls still stood firmly around the city, but had to be checked for any weak points and hastily repaired. If 5,000 men were going to defend 12 miles of circuit walls, they would need every inch covered, and a moat was dug outside to further hamper attacks. Rome was a city of perhaps 80,000 at this time. Once it became clear that they were in for a siege, those who could fled, while a delegation asked Belisarius to leave. The general would not, of course. In PR terms, the Byzantines had reclaimed land for the empire, and Rome would now be defended as such. Strategically, Belisarius wasn't in a bad position either. Although he was badly outnumbered, he held the far more pleasant situation of living inside warm buildings as opposed to camping outside in the cold winter. By mid-February, the Gothic army reached the outskirts of the city. Belisarius had left a small garrison guarding a watchtower on the Aniene River, but upon seeing Vitiges' army, the men fled without warning. The next morning, Belisarius led 1,000 cavalry out to check the area and was surprised to be met by the Gothic vanguard. Fierce fighting followed, and the Goths recognized Belisarius' horse, directing their attacks toward him. As Belisarius returned to the city, covered in dust and gore, the men on guard didn't recognize him and initially refused to let him in. The Goths were in hot pursuit, and the general had to risk launching a charge at his pursuers, which drove them off before he could remove his helmet and get his men back inside. Procopius doesn't report what he said to the offending guardsmen, but it's possible he commended their caution. He can't have had long to remonstrate with them, though, as he hastily rushed around the walls of the city, double-checking every post and preparing his men for what was to come. Vitiges surrounded the city. Rome had 14 gates, but the Goths set up only 7 entrenched camps, all to the north, with one on the west of the Tiber, where the Vatican now stands. The Goths would have had men patrolling the south, but to set up camp there would have left them exposed to Byzantine units in the south of the country, taking them by surprise. The capture of Naples was absolutely key in preventing the Goths from entirely suffocating Rome. Vitiges cut all 11 aqueducts, although during the siege this had little effect on the thirst of the populace, who still had the Tiber and a number of wells to draw from. It did mean, though, that the city's corn mills stopped turning. Belisarius quickly improvised. He moored 2 boats in the Tiber, with mills on them 2 feet apart, and suspended a water wheel between them. The current turned the wheel, the corn was made into flour, and the citizens got their bread. The Romans copied this ingenious design and soon set up enough to feed everyone. The Goths tried to break the mills by tossing trees and corpses into the water, but Belisarius stretched an iron chain across the river, which caught any debris. After 18 days, Vitiges launched a concerted attack on the walls. The main thrust focused on the Salarian Gate, with large towers and battering rams. The spectacle of the advancing war machines was terrifying, but Belisarius openly laughed in an attempt to keep his men's spirits high. In the event, his laughter may have been genuine, as the towers relied on men and oxen to pull them into place. The Byzantine archers targeted both, and soon the towers were rendered useless. However, attacks on the other side of the city were more successful. At the Porta Aurelia, the old mausoleum of Hadrian had been turned into a fortress and incorporated into the walls. The Gothic soldiers managed to climb up it, but were eventually driven off when the Byzantines hurled the marble statues off the roof. Multiple attacks failed that day, as the walls proved too high and Belisarius's men too organized. As the Goths began to retreat, Belisarius ordered a general sortie. His cavalry poured out of the gates, slaying any besiegers within reach and burning the siege weapons to ashes. That night the Byzantines sang songs of victory and stripped armor from the Gothic dead. But Belisarius knew that things were only going to get tougher for all concerned. He wrote once more to Justinian, asking for reinforcements. The emperor had already sent some under 2 generals who were wintering in Greece, and now began to gather more. Belisarius also sent all the women, children, slaves, and servants of Rome down to Naples to relieve the pressure on provisions. The remaining men in the city, the artisans and tradesmen, were drafted into the army and paid a small wage to encourage their loyalty. Vitiges settled in to starve his enemy out, and the key for Belisarius was vigilance. Every night he put different men in charge of those guarding the fortifications. It was their duty to check that every man on watch was in his post and report any who didn't show up. Musicians were ordered to play around the walls at night to keep everyone alert, and detachments regularly patrolled the moat. Twice in a short period of time, Belisarius destroyed all the locks and keys of the gates and had new ones made. Nothing could be left to chance. The general knew that he couldn't just sit inside the walls either. He had to make the enemy suffer, and he had to keep his soldiers busy. The great advantage of the imperial army was, as ever, the skill of its cavalry. Belisarius ordered regular attacks on any isolated Goths, and the ferocious Moors and Huns were particularly effective. In a rage over these attacks, Vitiges ordered the execution of the Roman senators who were being held hostage in Ravenna. He also seized control of Portus, which deprived the Byzantines of easy communication by sea. Portus was a more valuable port than Ostia at this time because it had a towpath, where barges could be pulled by oxen, where Ostia required supplies to come up the river, which depended on the wind. Boats trying to reach Belisarius would now have to put in a day away and run the Gothic blockade. By April, though, the generals Valerian and Martinus arrived with 1,600 cavalry recruited from amongst the Slavs and Bulgars. Belisarius agreed to fight the Goths outside the walls now that the numbers were a little more even. He launched attacks either side of the Tiber. On the plain of Nero, near the Vatican-based camp, the cavalry was supported by an improvised infantry made of citizens, servants, and sailors, most of whom didn't have proper armor and who were arrayed like a phalanx in the rearguard. Meanwhile, outside the Salarian Gate, Belisarius wanted to lead a cavalry-only assault. He was persuaded by two of his slighted household guards, Principius and Tomatus, to allow another volunteer infantry division to march behind them and provide cover. For most of the day, the Byzantines drove the Goths back. As had been the case with the Vandals, the Goths had no answer to the mounted bowmen. With spear and shield, the Goths relied on the charge, something it's not easy to do when Huns are shooting arrows at your face. On the plain of Nero, the Goths were driven so far back that the inexperienced infantry began to plunder their camp in disarray. The Goths rallied and charged down on the amateur troops, causing chaos as they fled back to the city. Awareness of this reverse spread across the river, and the Goths there mounted a charge, which drove Belisarius's men back as well. The losses could have been catastrophic, but the infantry around Principius and Tomatus held firmly and delayed the Goths long enough to save their commander. Principius and Tomatus paid for their loyalty with their lives, and Belisarius refused to countenance another attack outside the walls. Instead, he returned to the hit-and-run tactics that could slowly wear the Goths down. Vitiges tightened his grip on the city. He sent men further south where they could more effectively cut off supplies that had been sneaking in from Capua or up the Tiber. By June, the city was suffering from disease and a shortage of food. A black market in sausages made from mules had sprung up. The atmosphere was tense and panicked. Even the people of Rome were asking Belisarius if they could die fighting in open battle rather than starving in their empty homes. Belisarius refused, though, and maintained an unflagging public enthusiasm and insisted that supplies and soldiers were on their way from Constantinople, even when we know from Procopius that the general was far from certain of such things. Of course, life was no better for the Goths. Living in tents in the Italian summer might be bearable, but imagine having to dig your own toilets and living next to them for months on end. As time went by, troops had to forage further and further away, and while their comrades were off gathering food, Belisarius would spot the weakness in the line and launch his Huns at you. The ground of the camps trodden daily underfoot quickly turned to mud, and disease spread amongst the ranks of the Goths. It wasn't until November that the extra reinforcements finally arrived at Naples. 5,000 troops, including 1,800 more cavalry, under the command of John, a nephew of our favorite old rebel, Vitalian. The new force moved up the coast along the Via Appia, and Belisarius launched raiding parties on the Gothic camps to prevent Vitiges from blocking their arrival. Belisarius had walled up the Flaminian Gate at the start of the siege, but now removed the bricks. 1,000 horsemen attacked the Gothic camp the next morning, drawing them near to the city, and then once they had passed the gate, a detachment raced out and surprised them, causing heavy losses. At the sight of this, and the arrival of the reinforcements, Vitiges sued for peace. He would offer Sicily, he would offer Naples, anything to get the Byzantines to end the war. Belisarius deferred to Justinian, and a truce was called while the peace offer was sent to Constantinople. Although, if true, Belisarius gave a beautifully sarcastic offer that he was very happy for the Goths to occupy the former Roman province of Britain. The 3-month truce was a disaster for the Goths. Ships arrived from Naples and brought fresh men and supplies into the city. Belisarius probably had an army of around 10,000 to call on at this point, and he sent John north to fall on the region of Picenum if the Goths tried to break the truce. Vitiges found it hard to watch his enemy grow stronger while he waited interminably for a message to traverse the empire. The Gothic king attempted the same trick Belisarius had used at Naples, but his men's tools were found in one of the aqueducts. Giving up on the truce, he launched assaults on the Porta Pinciana and across the Tiber, but both came to nothing. Meanwhile, news reached John that the truce was off, and his force of 2,000 cut off Picenum, disrupting supplies coming south. However, John disobeyed his orders, which included the instruction to leave no enemy fortifications in his rear. He bypassed 2 Gothic strongholds before the citizens of Ariminum, which was only 33 miles from Ravenna, opened their gates to him. Matasuntha, whose sympathies lay with her dead mother and not her new husband, opened negotiations with John, which seriously alarmed Vitiges. In mid-March 538, the king burnt his camps and headed north. 1 year and 9 days after it began, the siege was over. Belisarius refused to miss an opportunity. He waited until half of the Gothic army was over the Milvian bridge and then launched a general attack. Many Goths were cut down or swept into the river. The rest of the Gothic army was allowed to limp north, and the gates of Rome were opened once more. The epic siege was a personal triumph for Belisarius. His intelligence, will, and bravery were noted by those serving under him, and a less sensitive commander might well have alienated the Roman population. It's tempting to assume that the general would have received a good press no matter what, given that the historian we rely on was in his pay. However, Procopius pulls few punches, making it clear that it was other men who saved the general during the open battle, and criticizing him harshly in the secret history. Belisarius's good qualities cannot be ignored, though, and presents us with a very familiar story for the Roman Empire. One man just can't run everything. Augustus needed Agrippa. Diocletian needed Maximian. Justinian needed Belisarius. Without such a competent and loyal commander, the reconquest might well have already failed. For the citizens of Rome, the siege was no triumph. If either the Goths or the Byzantines were destined to emerge triumphant and strengthened from this war, then perhaps the aqueducts would have been repaired. As it was, they never were. 1,000 years of public baths and fountains came to an end. The harbours were damaged, the streets were empty, men had been killed or reduced to beggary. For the Italians, who stood between 2 armies at war, things were only going to get worse. We saw Justinian attempt to restore Italy to the empire. The diplomatic games failed to deliver a bloodless coup, and so Belisarius invaded from Sicily. After capturing Naples and then Rome, he bedded down for a year-long siege. By spring 538, the Gothic king Vitiges was retreating north towards Ravenna. Belisarius's sub-commander John, the nephew of Vitalian, had taken the town of Ariminum, 33 miles south of Ravenna, and now Belisarius faced a dilemma. John was deep in Gothic-held territory, having disobeyed the command not to leave enemy settlements to his rear. Belisarius was concerned that Vitiges might capture John, and the 2,000 cavalry under his command would be lost. As we know from his campaign so far, the highly trained Byzantine cavalry were the crucial weapon in any conflict. A detachment was sent ahead and made contact with John, telling him to leave Ariminum and return south. But John refused. We've explored some of the reasons why Belisarius struggled to command the loyalty of his subordinates, and in this case there were personality issues, as clearly John was bold and headstrong. Whatever other reasons there might be, matter less than the fact that Vitiges made straight for the city and put it under siege. Belisarius had already moved up the west coast to subdue the towns north of Rome when the news reached him. The situation quickly became confused when more troops arrived from Constantinople. Justinian had heeded his general's letters asking for reinforcements. However, a certain paranoia had crept into the emperor's mind. Procopius claims that it was fueled by Theodora, who saw in the brilliance of Belisarius a potential challenge to the throne. Reports had reached Justinian that when Belisarius had entered Syracuse, in Sicily, he had thrown gold coins to the cheering crowds, which was his right as consul for the year. Justinian's thinly veiled response came in a law issued soon after, which stated that from now on, consuls could only scatter silver. The newly arrived troops, 7,000 in all, were commanded by Narses, the 60-year-old imperial chamberlain last seen handing out bribes to the Blues just before the Nika rebellion turned into a massacre. The choice of a highly trusted eunuch rather than any other general can be seen as a deliberate attempt to keep an eye on Belisarius. Narses had also read carefully the instructions from Justinian which were issued to the commanders in Italy. The note ordered them to obey Belisarius so far as it was in the interests of our state. Narses, a master of palace intrigue, read between the lines, with disastrous consequences. Belisarius marched east and met the new army at Firmum on the west coast of Italy, about 100 miles south of Ariminum. Although John's situation was perilous, Belisarius argued that they should not march to relieve him. His predicament was due to insubordination, and to move north would allow the Goths to surround the imperial army. Narses, though, was a friend of John's, and argued that surely Belisarius wouldn't let petty disobedience stand in the way of doing the right thing. It wasn't just John who was in danger, but valuable troops, and the poor citizens of Ariminum. John could be punished later, if he had done anything wrong, but the right thing to do was to rescue the city. Belisarius relented and agreed to relieve the siege. His plan was to ensure that the Goths would be scared away rather than stand and fight, and with typical mastery of the conditions, the plan was a complete success. Belisarius led his men through the mountains, while another approached the Goths more directly, giving Vitiges the impression of being surrounded. When the fleet also arrived the next morning, the Goths abandoned their camp and made headlong for Ravenna. When a gaunt-looking John emerged from Ariminum, he offered his sincere thanks to Narses, a deliberate snub. Dissension now frustrated Belisarius. The geography of Italy meant that the Goths couldn't be defeated in open battle as the Vandals had been. The Apennine Mountains, which run down the centre of the country, meant there were dozens of Gothic strongholds that needed to be taken one by one. Belisarius favoured a cautious approach, and although Narses and John cooperated openly, they quickly pursued their own policies. The fact that Narses controlled the imperial pay, which Justinian had dispatched with him, meant he was able to maintain the loyalty of the army that had travelled with him. The next moves went smoothly. John overwhelmed the town of Imola, while Belisarius began besieging the town of Urbinum, which was well positioned on a hill. Once more the general's legendary luck appeared, when the town's spring ran dry, forcing the Goths inside to surrender. By winter, though, the divided forces hadn't made the progress which Belisarius would have liked, and were divided across the north of the country. Another wrinkle had come in the form of the Bishop of Milan. who during the siege of Rome had asked Belisarius to send a garrison to take the city from Gothic hands. With Vitiges in retreat, Belisarius had sent 1,000 men north, feeling he must respond to an Italian request for imperial support. Once the troops arrived in the area, known as Liguria, several other towns requested garrisons, and the 1,000 men divided up to oblige them. By now, only 300 soldiers held Milan, the largest city in the north of the country, and Vitiges' nephew had been gathering forces for a siege. He was reinforced by 10,000 Burgundian troops. Theodebert, the nearest king of the Franks, had sent the 10,000 to aid the Goths. If you'll recall, he'd already taken Justinian's money in exchange for not helping the Goths, and played off the invasion, claiming that the Burgundians were not under his control. By now, though, they very much were. Belisarius sent 2 of his commanders to camp on the southern bank of the Po River. Once they saw the size of the army besieging Milan, they wrote to their general requesting reinforcements. The nearest army was under the command of John, who refused to move without Narses' approval. So letters were sent to Narses, who agreed, but by the time all of this had taken place, Milan was done for. Uraeus, the nephew of Vitiges, sensibly secured the capitulation of the imperial soldiers, who were spared their lives in exchange for abandoning the city. So it was the Milanese, the Italian subjects of Goth and Byzantine, who bore the worst ravages of war. The city was sacked and destroyed, the male inhabitants slaughtered, and the women and children sold into slavery or given to the Burgundians. It was a disaster for everyone involved, including the Goths, who lost the wealthiest and most populous city under their control. And by now, it wasn't just the Milanese who were miserable. The north of the country was a war zone, and was rife with famine and disease. The marches and counter-marches of armies had picked the land clean of supplies. The imperial troops in towns could be supplied by sea, but for the Italians on their ruined farms, there was no aid. Procopius reports that people lived off acorns, grass, or even human flesh. And while he may be exaggerating, it's certain that thousands were dying of starvation, and that lands were not being cultivated as a result. By March of 539, news of Milan's destruction reached Justinian, including a letter from the furious Belisarius, who had no doubt where the blame lay. Narses was duly recalled, and a new letter issued stating in unambiguous language who was in charge in Italy. It's worth noting, of course, that had Belisarius refused to send troops to Milan, the whole situation could have been avoided. He had essentially made the same mistake that John had by entering Ariminum. Before Milan fell, Vitiges was feeling increasingly desperate. Imperial troops were embedded in towns across the north, and although he still had an army and held Ravenna, he was convinced that any day Belisarius would appear outside the gates, and his days would be over. Having already sought help from the Franks, the Gothic king looked around for some other ally who could distract the Byzantines. Any attempts to contact the tribes along the Danube failed because of Justinian's convert and pay policy. It left the king only one option. He wrote to the Persians. He sent a letter with 2 very well-bribed priests who could cross imperial territory without suspicion. They presented the letter at the court of Khusro in Ctesiphon, suggesting that now was the ideal time for an invasion of the empire. The king's words did not fall on deaf ears, and we will return to see what Khusro has been up to in a moment. But once Justinian got wind of what was happening, he quickly determined that it was time for peace in Italy. Belisarius spent the whole of 539 methodically besieging the Gothic strongholds on the route to Ravenna. The Gothic armies couldn't march south as imperial troops blocked every pass and crossing. And with no shame at all, Theodebert, the Frankish king, decided to betray the Goths and go plundering in Italy. He'd already backed down on his word to Justinian, so why not burn all your bridges? The Franks drove both Uraeus and the imperial armies from Liguria. Almost comically at one point, the Gothic cavalry just ran through the Byzantine camp as they raced back to Ravenna. The Franks, however, weren't laughing as they advanced into a country ravaged by famine. Finding that the country could not support the army and suffering from dysentery, the Franks returned home. By spring of 540, the final Gothic strongholds had fallen, and Witiges had done little to help them. His fears had at last come true, as Belisarius led the imperial army north and placed Ravenna under siege. There was no hope left for the king, who entered into negotiations to surrender. However, at this moment, imperial ambassadors arrived, with instructions from Justinian. The Persians were preparing for war, and Belisarius was needed in the east. Peace was to be made with the Goths, on lenient terms. The Goths would keep Italy north of the Po River, and the Byzantines would take the rest. Half of the Gothic royal treasure would be handed over to the emperor. Belisarius was furious. He had spent 5 years now in Italy and was one siege away from total victory. He had eaten mule sausages on the walls of Rome in the freezing cold to bring Italy back into the empire, and dealt with insubordination and crying Italians pleading with him, only now to stop short. Witiges signed the treaty, and when the ambassadors brought it before Belisarius, he refused to do the same. He demanded that the ambassadors write to Justinian and get an order from the emperor directly instructing him to sign it. The general knew that this delay would lengthen the siege, and Witiges now began to doubt whether the peace treaty was real. With supplies running low, the king hit upon a new idea that might preserve Gothic independence. What if the system of rule pre-476 was resumed? What if a new Western emperor was crowned, and the Goths could simply be his army defending Italy? Belisarius was a respected man and known for his honourable dealings. If he would become emperor, then the Goths would bow to him. The secret proposals were taken to Belisarius, who instantly agreed. He had no intention of betraying Justinian, but he simply saw his chance to take Ravenna quickly and return home as the man who had conquered the Goths and the Vandals. Belisarius sent John and other rebellious commanders away to garrison other towns, and then led his men into Ravenna in May of 540. Witiges became a respected prisoner, as Gelimer had done, and there was no looting or killing. The Goths were assured of their safety and property, and many of the nobles were encouraged to return to their estates. It's not clear at what point the Goths realized that they had been duped. By the summer of 540, Belisarius set sail for Constantinople, with Witiges, the entire Gothic royal treasury, and a host of noble prisoners. It's interesting to note that when Theodoric took Ravenna from Odoacer, he too used a phony offer of joint rule to be allowed into the palace. You know what they say about those who don't heed the lessons of history. However, when Belisarius arrived in Constantinople, he received no triumph. Justinian's reception was decidedly cold, and the people couldn't help but assume that the emperor was jealous of his general, who to them had reconquered the old home province and brought home wealth and captives. The reality was more complicated, and the debate over the rights and wrongs of the First Gothic War, as it should ominously be called, has raged ever since. It would be easy to take Belisarius' side in this matter. A heroic soldier who succeeded every time he was allowed undisputed command, the general was understandably outraged to spend 5 years in Italy and be denied victory when he had his boot on Witiges' throat. The Goths were there for the taking, and after all the frustrations which Narses and John had caused him, it's no wonder that Belisarius took the view that he was the man on the ground and that Justinian's order to make peace was an unnecessary precaution. To give the Goths time to recover would have seemed foolish. No one would think that the peace was permanent. Justinian struck no one as a man willing to settle for 3/4 of Italy. So the Goths would almost certainly have spent their peacetime readying for war and probably making a new deal with the Franks. Frankish ambassadors had arrived at Ravenna during the siege, and Belisarius had worked hard to make sure that the Goths would not renew their alliance with their neighbours. Through trickery, the general had taken the capital, the king, the cash, and proven his loyalty to Justinian by ignoring silly thoughts of becoming Western Emperor and instead reporting for duty, asking nothing more than a friendly pat on the back and perhaps a few screams of adulation in the hippodrome. Fair enough, right? Well, let's look at things from Justinian's perspective. It seems clear that the emperor initially underestimated the number of men it would take to conquer Italy. Leaving Belisarius to sweat it out in Rome suggests a misunderstanding of how easy the conquest would be. But Justinian swiftly sent reinforcements, and once Narses' extra 7,000 appeared, the Byzantines had a force almost as large as they'd taken to Africa. The Gothic and Vandal armies were essentially amateur forces, at least in comparison to the professional imperial soldiers and their mercenaries. The rapid victories which the Byzantines had won in both countries were testament to their superiority. The only power that could seriously threaten the empire were the Persians, whose own cavalry was stronger than the men Justinian could muster. The emperor was no fool, and after spending a fortune to secure the eternal peace, he was not about to endanger his eastern front by pushing on in Italy. He knew he needed Belisarius back east immediately and could crush the Goths again in a few years. As we've already discussed, I doubt the Goths would have become docile friends to the empire, but they would certainly have gratefully accepted peace in the short term. By betraying them, Belisarius guaranteed that war would continue. Italy was not yet pacified. North of the Po River, the Goths were free, and sure enough, when they realized that they would not soon be calling Belisarius Imperator, they elected a new king and continued the fight. For a man with a reputation for honor, it was seen by the Goths as a shocking act of treachery. There were still Goths living across the whole of Italy, and though the imperial troops left behind could contain them, without a commander of Belisarius' skill and patience, they were not going to find it easy. Belisarius, however good his intentions, had actually dealt the empire a double blow. By staying in Italy to complete the conquest, Khusro had no one who could match the force mustering in the east, while the capture of Ravenna would lead to more war in an already ruined Italy. The failure of the First Italian campaign is a case study of poor communication between sovereign and general. The fortune that had favoured the African campaign was gone, and the failure to finish off the Goths or leave them in peace was to cost the empire in ways it's hard to calculate. Justinian could hardly doubt his general's loyalty, though, given that he returned home after refusing the title of emperor. However, his disobedience caused a break in the friendly relations they had once enjoyed. Justinian would never quite trust Belisarius as he had done once. The mere offer of the imperial title also made Justinian uncomfortable. He was still an upstart after all, and memories of Nika probably lived vividly in his mind. Reports had come in from Africa, you'll recall, that Belisarius had wanted to make himself king, and now the title emperor was being thrown around. For a man sitting on a throne hundreds of miles from his conquests, it's easy to imagine how fears like this could grow. From one throne to another then, we move to Ctesiphon in modern Iraq, where we last left the King of Kings, Khusro, counting his coins after Justinian coughed up 11,000 pounds of gold to secure an eternal peace. As we've covered on the podcast so far, the Persian Empire had been rocked by various defeats at the hands of the Hephthalites, or White Huns, on its northern border. Khusro's father Kavad had begun a series of reforms to make the Persian state stronger, and Khusro spent the first decade of his reign continuing, deepening, or completing these ideas. Many of these reforms bear a resemblance to the changes Diocletian had to make in the wake of Roman military defeats in the 3rd century. The Persian army was divided into 4 main centers of power, complete with a chancery to help organize and pay these forces. New tribal groups were recruited to serve, whose loyalty would lie with the king, rather than their local nobility. The nobility, who had for so long dominated Persian politics, were targeted to reduce their local autonomy and to ensure that tax revenue reached the center. Smaller landholders were favored for positions in the bureaucracy and the army. And, not to ignore the influence Christianity was having in the borderlands of his empire, Khusro encouraged the office of the protector of the poor from the ranks of the Zoroastrian priesthood. From now on, the protector would offer the kind of social welfare you would expect from bishops in Byzantium. After suppressing his rivals for power, Khusro also began to style himself as an enlightened monarch. He tolerated Nestorian Christianity within the empire, welcomed the philosophers of Athens, albeit briefly, to the Persian court. The translation of works of medicine, philosophy, and music were widely encouraged, and law codification followed on the heels of Justinian's efforts. Even chess was imported from India during Khusro's time in power. The decade which followed the Eternal Peace led to a certain jealousy, though, on the part of the King of Kings. He was working hard to shore up his empire, building a series of defensive walls in each corner of his realm. Meanwhile, Justinian was off conquering new provinces and constructing huge buildings to celebrate them. Persian ambassadors were present during Belisarius's triumph in the Hippodrome, and reported to Justinian afterwards that Khusro felt he was entitled to a share of the Vandal spoils, seeing as how the conquest was only possible because of the Eternal Peace. Justinian didn't laugh at this suggestion either, making sure to send his neighbor a gift. Gifts were not enough, though. Khusro was still paying tribute to the Hephthalites, a wound to the pride of any great monarch, and as he eyed the uncertainly defended Byzantine frontier, he had fond memories of all the loot his father had brought home from the previous war. So when Vitiges' envoys arrived suggesting that the Byzantines were vulnerable to an attack, the King of Kings was more than ready to listen. Khusro's inbox had been filling up with pretexts to break the peace for some time. The Lakhmid and Ghassanid Arabs were quarrelling over territory in the desert, while there was serious unrest in Armenia. As you'll recall, the country of Armenia was occupied by both the Byzantines and the Persians. On the Byzantine side, the new army of Armenia had to be fed and paid for, which many Armenians came to resent. There was also general outcry when Justinian insisted that his newly published law code should apply to the Armenians. This meant outlawing Armenian marriage customs and feudal arrangements, which inevitably led to rebellion. Sitas, Belisarius's contemporary, was sent to deal with the situation, and was killed in the fighting which followed. He was replaced by Buzes, who we know from the Battle of Dara, and although he got a hold of the situation, some Armenian nobles slipped across the line and went to Khusro, begging him to do something about the meddling Byzantines. The King of Kings had heard enough. He gathered a large army and prepared to attack as soon as spring 540 began. This was the same time, of course, that Belisarius was refusing to do as ordered and hoping to starve Vitiges into submission. This meant that the Byzantines were without their best troops and general when Khusro came knocking. We saw the Persian king Khusro amass his army on the borders of Syria and prepare for war. The king had a list of justifications for breaking the eternal peace, but his prime motivation for the campaign was cash. The Byzantines had left themselves open to attack after getting bogged down in the Italian campaign, and Khusro saw some low-hanging fruit, ripe for the picking. As soon as spring 540 arrived, Khusro's massive army crossed the border, avoiding Dara, and made their way down the Euphrates to the city of Sura. The garrison at Sura resisted the Persian attack and sent their bishop out to plead with the great king. Once these discussions were over, the Persians took advantage of the bishop's return to the city, burst through the gates, and sacked it. Revealing to all his desire for loot, Khusro sent word to the bishop of nearby Sergiopolis, Candidus, asking him to ransom the 12,000 captives he'd taken for 200 pounds of gold. Candidus didn't have that kind of money, and so the king made him a deal. If he put in writing what he owed and agreed to pay it within a year, then all would be well. If he didn't pay it, then he would owe double next year and must resign his bishopric. Having suitably blackmailed a man who was bound by his office to make an honourable deal, the Persians moved on. They next came to Hierapolis, whose defences were sturdier than Sura's. Khusro again offered a deal. For 2,000 pounds of silver, he would not set up a siege or ravage the surrounding area. The citizens agreed, emptied their wallets, and the Persians moved on. The next city they approached was Veria, spelt Beroia, modern Aleppo, where the king demanded double what Hierapolis had paid. The city could only match it though, and after paying up, Veria was sacked anyway, for either lacking the necessary funds or withholding them. Now at this point, I hope you're wondering, where the hell is the Byzantine army? The actual regiments of the Army of the East were not gathered in one place most of the time. They had thousands of miles of border to garrison, including Egypt way down south, and had not been brought together under a central command. In a strange move, Belisarius had never been replaced as Magister Militum for the East. With the eternal peace in place, I suppose the assumption was that he could take time off to go conquering and would be able to make it back in time should he be needed in Mesopotamia. Well, we all know how that turned out, as at this stage Belisarius was still sitting in a tent outside the gates of Ravenna. So overall command of the Army of the East fell to Buzes, the man whose brother was killed by the Persians, who had fought at the Battle of Dara, and was now in charge of the army of Armenia. By the time Khusro moved on from Sura, Buzes was at Hierapolis, with the forces he'd been able to gather. Procopius merely reports that he left the city with a garrison and took the rest of his army out into the countryside, with the plan being to fall on the besieging Persians from behind. As we shall see though, Buzes never did get involved in the fighting. Instead he left the Persians to march from city to city while he remained at a safe distance. What are we to make of this seeming cowardice? It's interesting to note that Procopius is full of numbers when it comes to Byzantine victories, but is oddly silent on the size of the Persian army which invaded Syria. From this omission, and Buzes' decision to back away slowly, I think we can assume that the Persian host was particularly large. Even an invasion force of, say, 40 or 50,000 might have been enough to make any attempt at fighting them a suicide mission. The army of Armenia was not even half that size, and Buzes would have had men spread out across the east, garrisoning its cities. Okay, you say, maybe Boozies has his excuses, but what was Justinian doing about all this? Well, the emperor was of course anxious to defend the east, and aside from cursing Belisarius under his breath, he sent his cousin Germanus with a few hundred men to take charge of the defense of Antioch. The empire's third largest city was the most likely target of the Persian invasion, and someone needed to take stock of the situation. The city had still not fully recovered from the devastating earthquake of 526, and according to Procopius, Germanus concluded that the walls were not strong enough to withstand a siege. The best the general could do was to ask the bishop of Veria to negotiate with Khusro and try to bribe or persuade him not to sack the city. The king claimed that he was amenable to being paid off and asked for 1,000 pounds of gold. However, Justinian had sent word to Germanus that no money was to be handed over. It seems like the emperor didn't want the wealth of his cities disappearing piecemeal while the Persians roamed around. He presumably wanted to force them to negotiate with him for an overall sum, as he had paid to secure the eternal peace. But sitting in the palace 1,000 miles away, the lack of instant communication left Justinian playing catch-up, just as he had done with Ravenna. With the Persian army set to arrive at Antioch in mere days, this was the worst time to play hardball. Germanus soon abandoned the city as well, with Procopius reporting that there was no point in the general staying after he had warned the citizens of Antioch that their walls would not hold. However, another source tells a different story and reports that Germanus spent his last days in Antioch buying silver off fleeing citizens. Now, this might seem like a rather odd character assassination at first, but being the emperor's cousin, it's entirely possible that Germanus had access to enough gold to offer a deal to the many wealthy citizens who were fleeing Antioch at the news of the Persian invasion. Gold would be lighter and easier to carry than silver, which most movable wealth would be made of. So citizens who were interested could sell their precious items to Germanus, who would be able to load them onto boats headed for Constantinople, while making a tidy profit. If true, the incident paints Germanus in a terrible light, because not only was he profiteering during war, but he then abandoned the city despite the imminent arrival of 6,000 reinforcements from the neighboring province. After Belisarius' great labours in defending Rome, it's hard not to look askance at Germanus as he slinked off to the safety of Cilicia. By June, the Persians arrived at Antioch looking for their money. The reinforcements had arrived at just the wrong moment. The citizens of Antioch might have been able to raise considerable sums themselves, but the new arrivals gave them a false sense of confidence. The Persians set up a siege, quickly overwhelmed the defences, and took possession of the guard towers. Khusro had deliberately left one gate out of the city open to encourage the residents to flee and make his job easier. Just as the king hoped, it was the Byzantine troops who were first out the door once they knew the city was about to fall. When they were gone, the Persians stormed in, and it was left to the blues and greens, the young men of the hippodrome, to mount what resistance they could. But against professional soldiers, it was only delaying the inevitable. The sack of the city cost thousands of lives, and once it was firmly in the king's hands, he ordered it stripped of all its wealth and destroyed. Anything that could be taken was, including all the gold, silver, and even marble from the city's cathedral church. Once the king's wagons were full, the city was burnt and levelled, dealing a devastating blow to Syria and to Justinian's reputation. Of course, the emperor was aghast at the news. He dispatched ambassadors to Khusro immediately to try and persuade the king to go home. Khusro asked for 5,000 pounds of gold and another 500 every year after that. And while this offer made its way back to Constantinople, Khusro headed down to Antioch's port, where he enjoyed a nice bath in the Mediterranean. This was a deliberate reenactment of conquerors of old who had come from Mesopotamia to wash their weapons in the Great Sea. The Persians then headed to Apamea, where the citizens just opened the gates and let the Persians take any movable wealth they desired. The story goes that Khusro hosted a chariot race in the city's hippodrome and insisted that the green rider should win, just so he could stick it to the well-known blue partisan Justinian. More protection money was taken from nearby Chalkis before the army moved north to Edessa. Edessa was already a well-fortified city, and Buzes had been active making sure it was well garrisoned to the point where the king knew it would be fruitless to besiege it. He did, however, accept another 200 pounds of gold not to pillage the surrounding countryside. While pausing near Edessa, Justinian's envoys finally caught up with the king and ratified the agreement that had been proposed back at Antioch. The agreement stipulated that the king should return home without approaching any more cities, and although Khusro agreed to the terms, he let his army extort more money from the cities of Carrhae and Constantia before making an attempt to capture Dara. The Byzantines successfully countermined an attempt to dig under its walls, but the damage was done. Justinian was furious that the agreement had been broken, and peace negotiations were called off even as the king's army crossed back into Persian territory. War in the east, so expensively ended a decade before, would now resume all across the frontier, putting tremendous strain on the empire's resources. The invasion of 540 was a humiliation for Justinian, who the citizens of the East rightly felt he had abandoned to pursue conquests in the West. One chronicler hysterically claims that there was not a farmer or a taxpayer left at the treasury. And while that's an absurd exaggeration, it sums up the bitter feelings at the time. During the sack of Veria, we hear the alarming story that part of the garrison deserted to the Persians, claiming that they hadn't been paid in 5 years. Quite what Justinian thought of Germanus's behaviour, we don't know, but he was not given another military command for many years. Antioch, of course, was a smouldering ruin. Justinian claimed that he would rebuild the city on a grander scale, as he always did, but the archaeological evidence suggests that this was not so. 30,000 citizens were taken prisoner and led across the border back to Persia. In a sort of humorous postscript to their torment, Khusro had his men take down the dimensions of Antioch before he destroyed it. He then built a new city near Ctesiphon based on those plans, and housed the Antiochians in a city made to look just like their own. In the most hilarious translation I've found, the king named his city Khusro's, better than Antioch. Yeah, that'll show him. The campaign was a huge success for the King of Kings, though. In Ctesiphon, he had a mural painted in his throne room of the sack of Antioch, some say in a deliberate attempt to outdo Justinian's celebratory mosaics of the Vandal campaign. The damage to the empire's prestige was felt immediately, as the king of Lazica, seeing which way the wind was blowing, decided to switch his country's allegiance back to the Persians. You'll recall that Lazica is the country to the north of Armenia on the coast of the Black Sea. The switch of allegiance from Persia to Byzantium had been the cause of the war which had broken out at the start of Justinian's reign. That war had left the Byzantines in control of the city of Petra on the Black Sea coast, from which their garrison operated and controlled all trade coming into the country. The custom duties charged by the imperial administrators were seen by the Byzantines as a fair price to help pay for their presence, but was a much resented levy from the Laz perspective. With Antioch burning to the ground, Gubazes decided it was time to give Khusro a call and get himself a better deal. This was a tempting offer for the Persians, as it would give them access to the Black Sea and direct communication with the tribes in the north. By either method, they could harass the Byzantines and even contemplate attacking Constantinople if they ever needed to. By the next summer, 541, Allah's embassy guided a Persian army through the thick forests and hill passes of the country to Petra, where after a brief siege, the garrison capitulated and the Persians took control. At this point, though, messengers reached Khusro telling him that Belisarius had finally reached the east. The general had returned to Constantinople too late to do anything about the invasion of Syria, but once spring 541 arrived, he headed east with his Buccellarii and the Gothic cavalry taken from Italy, and prepared to invade Persian territory. The general was joined by the Ghassanid Arabs, led by their Phylarch Harith, and a council of war was held to determine where to invade. As master of soldiers, Belisarius could have dictated terms, but it seems his experience in Italy had pushed him to look for consensus, rather than let malcontents fester amongst his ranks. However, once again, the general's inability to control his subordinates nearly cost him dear. Leading the army out from Dara, Belisarius set up camp 9 kilometers outside Nisibis, trying to lure the city's garrison into a battle. However, 2 of his sub-commanders camped much closer to the city and fell prey to a surprise attack. Belisarius quickly advanced to drive back the Persians, but the chance to inflict a heavy defeat was gone. The army moved on and did succeed in destroying the fort of Cicerana and taking slaves, while Harith led a raiding party into Assyria. However, Harith's men slipped away from their Byzantine minders and kept the captured loot for themselves, while Belisarius' army began to suffer from exhaustion in the blistering summer sun. Once disease began to spread, Belisarius gave up the attempt to penetrate any further and was then summoned to return to Constantinople for the winter. In the secret history, Procopius sheds some light, or throws some muck, on the general's withdrawal from Persian territory. He claims that Belisarius' real motive was to meet up with his wife Antonina, who he had just heard was having an affair. Not just any affair either. Apparently it was with a young man named Theodosius, who Belisarius had adopted before leaving for Africa. To make things even seedier, Antonina's own son from a previous relationship was apparently the one who blew the whistle. It's difficult to know which of the various subplots of family drama are really true or just exaggerations from the toxic pen of Procopius, but we do know that Belisarius' love for Antonina could not be shaken, and he endeavored not to go on campaign without her again. Back in Constantinople, Antonina had certainly been busy, stirring up trouble with her good friend the Empress Theodora. Theodora was active in pursuing her personal enemies, and by 541 it was the greedy Praetorian prefect, John the Cappadocian, who was firmly in her sights. Apparently John's ambitions were so great that he agreed to a meeting where Antonina proposed overthrowing Justinian and putting Belisarius on the throne. John readily agreed, while hidden witnesses listened in with horror. That's the story anyway. Justinian either took pity on or was lenient to the man who had funded all his dreams, and simply confiscated his property and forced him into the service of the church. John held out hope of returning to office, and although the emperor would continue to protect his former favorite, he would never be recalled. Back on the Eastern Front, Procopius claims that had Belisarius not turned back, his army could have marched on Ctesiphon, sacked it, and freed the former residents of Antioch. But even if Belisarius' army were not ill and overheated, this seems like a tall tale. We saw in Italy that Belisarius was a cautious field commander who didn't want to leave enemy units to his rear. So it would have been deeply out of character for the general to attempt to besiege a heavily fortified city when he knew full well that Khusro's army would soon return. The next spring, the King of Kings looked west again, this time at Palestine. Having despoiled Syria of its riches, he now imagined sacking Jerusalem and returning with even more loot to glorify his realm. First, though, he returned to Sergiopolis, where the unfortunate Bishop Candidus was forced into captivity because he could not pay for the promise he'd made to ransom captives. Belisarius returned from the capital and gathered up the army of the east to face the great king. The Persians again outnumbered the Byzantines, and if the two sides had faced off, it would doubtless have been the greatest challenge that Belisarius would ever face. But Khusro didn't invade. Instead, he demolished the small settlement of Callinicum and returned home. Procopius tries to claim that it was the diplomatic genius of Belisarius that sent a shiver up the king's spine. But in reality, it was a far more real threat than the reputation of any general. Bubonic plague had reached the armies in the east. One day, around October 541, at the port city of Pelusium, a sailor developed a headache. Soon after, he added pains in his leg and back and a fever to his list of symptoms. The following day, his shipmates began to make similar complaints. The day after that, the first man had a painful swelling in his groin, while one of his friends became confused, his speech slurred, his eyes bloodshot. By the end of the week, some of them had blackened skin, while others were bedridden and delirious. 2 weeks after the headache first appeared, everyone on that ship was dead. And now it was the shocked dock workers who were complaining of headaches and fever. Then the shop owners they traded with became ill. Then their families. Soon the whole of Pelusium was in turmoil as person after person became infected and died. Disease was a common feature of life in the ancient world. As sad as death was, it was something everyone had experienced and everyone expected. Even outbreaks of serious illness that crippled whole towns were not unheard of, but they usually didn't last long. Pelusium is in Egypt, near to the modern Suez Canal, so even when news of a horrifying death toll reached neighboring Alexandria, it's unlikely that anyone was overly concerned. But once the docks of the second city of the empire were overrun with dead sailors, people began to realize that this disease was something new. The distinctive feature of the outbreak were the bubones, buboes in English, large dark swellings which would appear around the groin or armpit and which no one seems to have seen before or have any record of. More alarming even than these unsightly growths was the speed at which the disease spread and killed. For 4 months of the Egyptian winter, the disease just kept on killing in Alexandria. Corpses lay rotting on corners, in courtyards, and in churches, with no one to bury them. The streets became putrid, with piles of the dead, so thick with flies, so slippery underfoot, with blood and melted flesh that it was impossible to clear them. The people were panicking. Those who were ill were staggering around the streets, collapsing in public, their mouths wide open, their hands stretched out upward. Those who were able fled, while those who remained lived in constant fear that they would be next. To add to the horror came humiliation. Alexandria was home to the Roman world's finest medical schools. The best physicians in the city were helpless in the face of the disease. They had no clue what was causing the illness, or how to treat it. Even more frustratingly, they couldn't even predict the severity of the disease. Those with a mild fever were told to get on with their work, only to die suddenly the following day, while those who a doctor confidently pronounced were not long for this world would struggle on for weeks before recovering. Egypt was alone during this time. As you know, ships didn't regularly sail during winter, and although a few apocalyptic warnings would have filtered along land routes, it's unlikely that anyone further north knew what had really happened. By spring 542, the worst ravages of the plague were over, and the Egyptians had to try and return to normal life. For the majority of them, that meant gathering grain, loading it onto ships, and sending it to the rest of the empire. Little did they know that they were about to export disease and death along with their food. So by March and April 542, the plague began to spread across the empire. By boat, the disease first appeared in Gaza, then the rubble of Antioch, and finally Constantinople. Some ships never arrived, the whole crew dying on board, leaving the boat to meander across the sea. Inland, the caravan routes took it to Jerusalem and Damascus, to Myra and Sicyon in Anatolia. Nowhere seemed safe. When the buboes appeared, it was already too late to run. In the capital, Procopius was once more fortunate, or in this case perhaps not, to be an eyewitness to history unfolding. He gives us the best account of the symptoms of the disease. Victims were first gripped by a sudden fever. In fact, the color of the skin, nor create as high a temperature as a bad illness would normally generate. Doctors and friends were initially unconcerned by this apparently languid fever. But sometime later that day, or the next, but definitely within a week, bubonic swelling appeared, sometimes growing as large as melons and causing great discomfort. As well as the groin or the armpit, the swelling would occasionally appear in the thighs or behind the ears. Up to this point, everyone seemed to suffer similarly, but once the buboes arrived, different paths would emerge. Some would enter a coma-like state, sleeping for long periods and occasionally forgetting who the people were around them, while others couldn't sleep and began to hallucinate or seem delirious, crying out in terror or running into the streets. Those tending to the sick were exhausted, and of course those who had no one to look after them passed away. For a third group, the bubonic swelling became mortified, and the victim died in agony. Some lost all sense of feeling before the end. If you broke out in black pustules, you wouldn't survive the day. If you vomited blood, you wouldn't survive the day. In the words of author William Rosen, for 4 months, Constantinople was a window onto hell. As usual, the visitation began at the docks, before working its way into every quarter of the city. The poor died first, then the blues and greens, forced to put aside their differences to deal with their fallen comrades, then the artisans, tradesmen and guild members, then the senators. Many in imperial service died. Tribonian disappears from the historical record at this point, and it's tempting to assume he was one of its victims. Death stalked the streets. Thousands were dying every day, and citizens were afraid to leave their homes without wearing a tag to identify themselves in case they never returned. Those in pain or suffering hallucinations would throw themselves off buildings to escape their torment. One particularly foul-smelling home was avoided by passers-by until someone went in and found 20 rotting corpses inside. A city the size of Constantinople was used to around 30 people dying every day. Within a couple of weeks, the regular burial sites were overloaded with the dead. Some bodies were tossed into the sea, but the soup of decomposing flesh that this created was no solution. Christians demanded a proper burial anyway. Justinian ordered massive pits to be dug across the Golden Horn in the suburb of Sikai. However, as the nightmare summer dragged on, even this became full, with the unfortunate gravediggers having to pack bodies in tightly and push down on them to make room for more. The men eventually turned to the guard towers along the walls surrounding Sikai and began piling bodies in them. When the wind blew south, the stench covered the whole city. The streets were now empty. No business of any kind was undertaken. The butcher's shops, the markets, the bakeries all ceased to be used. Famine now followed pestilence, and it was considered great fortune to have enough bread to feed what remained of your family. An earthquake hit in August, which only intensified the feeling that these were the end times. All court functions ceased, and no one was seen in official dress, particularly once the disease decided to prove its egalitarian nature once and for all, and infected Justinian. The emperor was one of the lucky ones. Left in a coma-like state for weeks, he wasn't short of attendants to care for him. Theodora was left in effective control of the government. By August, the plague had died down to a manageable level. Trusting Procopius's estimates of the dead is difficult, but many scholars do assume that at least 200,000 people, if not more, died during that outbreak. This, in a city that had stood 500,000 strong. Out in the provinces, the toll varied from place to place. One of our sources is a Syrian scholar called Evagrius, whose personal story is deeply tragic. Although he survived the plague, he would lose his wife, his daughter, his grandson, other relatives, and many servants as the plague returned in later waves. He confirms similar symptoms that Procopius describes, adding sore throats and diarrhea for good measure, and pointing out that even those who caught the plague and survived would often have lisps or muscular tremors for the rest of their days. More information comes from a Monophysite clergyman who we know as John of Ephesus. He had to journey to Constantinople during this time and describes empty villages and imperial staging posts littered with corpses. As harvest time approached, he saw empty fields with grain white and erect, but no one to reap them, while flocks of sheep and other animals were living wild off the land. He also hears stories of more personal tragedies, of weddings abandoned on the day itself, when either bride or groom had died. In addition to the horror and the grief, there also came a psychological and spiritual torment. Many victims claimed they had seen a ghostly apparition touch them just before they fell ill. While out on the coast, as one port town after another succumbed to the disease, men began to describe demonic visions out on the waves. Boats with headless oarsmen, glowing like fire, moving around the Mediterranean to deliver God's vengeance. During the height of the plague, a story comes to us from a city on the edge of Palestine, where apparently some demons, in the form of angels, appeared to the terrified inhabitants, telling them they would only be spared if they worshipped a bronze idol. It's fair to say that for most people in the empire, this apocalyptic event was assumed to be the work of God. When John saw the bodies being squeezed into the pits at Sikai, he calls forth the image of the winepress of the fury of the wrath of God from the book of Jeremiah, and assumes that as with the flood, good Christians should be building their metaphorical arks in order to survive. Temporarily, this may have worked, as, according to Procopius, local brigands and ne'er-do-wells changed the habits of a lifetime for fear of being struck down, visiting church regularly, and being kind to those around them, until the disease passed, when they returned to their old ways. By March 543, Justinian was back on his feet, issuing a law which declared that the epidemic was over, and calling it God's education. As William Rosen points out, we are very lucky to have Procopius, whose training and preference was for the Hellenistic historical approach to writing, which means that he notes events as he saw them, rather than putting them through a starkly Christian lens. If the plague was God's wrath, then it seemed that God was angry at everyone. The disease took no account of gender, race, age, class, location, or even season. Evagrius notes with frustration how some were spared even when they tried to contract the disease to end their misery. Through these sources, we also hear that cattle, dogs, mice, even snakes were not immune to the plague. Why, even rats, swollen with buboes, were to be seen infected and dying. The plague was a devastating blow to the Byzantine Empire, just as it was to all the nations whom it touched. Estimates of the total number of dead are hard to come by, but it's assumed that most towns, cities, or army camps that became infected would lose a third of their people. The plague was not over either. Every year it would break out in a new location. In 543 it reached Africa, Italy, Illyricum, Gaul, and the border with Persia. Another historian comments that the world seemed returned to its primordial silence, for no voices rose in the fields, no whistling was heard of shepherds. The following year it made its way to Spain, Britain, and Ireland, with reports coming in from places as far afield as Scandinavia and the Yemen. Whether it was an island or a hilltop community, the plague seemed to find those places which it hadn't already struck. And it would return to the same cities a few decades later and hit them again. Constantinople would suffer a recurrence in 558, 573, and 599. The same goes for Antioch, Amida, Nisbis, Rome, Thessalonica, and so on, for 2 centuries, until 747, when the last recorded outbreak took place in Naples. To put it another way, by the year 600, the Mediterranean population was probably only 60% of what it had been in 500. The demographic growth which had helped the Byzantines see off the Germans and the Isaurians, that had filled the treasury of Anastasius and allowed for the reconquests under Justinian, were wiped out in a year or two. The chance for the Roman Empire to reform itself in anything like its former strength was now gone. The Byzantine world did not collapse, though. Despite the death and the accompanying dislocation, life would go on. We will explore the political fallout in detail, but for the rest of this episode, I want to try and answer the question of what on earth happened here. I should start by acknowledging that there is no academic consensus on what the plague was. Its origins, its makeup, or even if all those who reportedly died of plague from 540 to 740 were suffering from the same disease. Even with DNA evidence from 6th century skeletons confirming the mainstream theory, we still lack sufficient proof to be certain. We are fairly confident, though, that the bacteria responsible for the plague goes by the name of Yersinia pestis. Bacteria have been living on the earth for millions upon millions of years. They were here well before we were, and have had a long time to adapt to the new environments that the arrival of mammals provided. Bacteria spend their days adapting and reproducing. That is their raison d'etre. They have the ability to rewrite their genetic code by borrowing, copying, or adapting themselves to find a better means of surviving, spreading, and multiplying. For Yersinia, its preferred home for a long time was the digestive system of the rodent: marmots, squirrels, and rats. The process was slow but steady, as Yersinia passed out of one animal through its waste and then managed to find a new host. However, there's an inefficiency to that process that I'm sure you can imagine, and Yersinia dreamt of a better way. The answer came with the flea, the tiny blood-sucking insect, many of whom live on the backs of rodents. Although their aim is to extract blood, the process is something of a two-way street. Here, then, came Yersinia's chance. Who knows how many times over how many years it took for Yersinia to adapt to living temporarily in a flea's gut, a quite different environment to that of a mammal, before working out a way of being pumped back into another animal's bloodstream. The process was utterly ingenious. Once absorbed by the flea, Yersinia would make a protein which would turn off the flea's natural defenses and prevent itself from adhering to the flea's stomach. It would then make a sort of glue out of blood. This biofilm would clump together, sealing off the flea's stomach from the blood it was taking in. The flea, realizing it wasn't getting fed, would now bite frantically at anything it could, desperate to gather more life-giving blood. As it sucked voraciously at its new target, the blood already in its foregut would be forced out, infecting the unfortunate mammal with Yersinia pestis. This ultra-cunning transportation system gave Yersinia exactly what it was looking for. Fleas, you see, are themselves very adaptive to their rodent hosts. Some species of flea have learned to give birth at the same time as their carriers do, so that their children can move to new homes. The fleas can also, of course, jump from one rodent to another, latch on, and begin feeding. So now Yersinia could spread itself more efficiently around a group of mammals, infecting, replicating, and adapting. But it was at this point that Yersinia pestis got greedy. This is also the moment when we introduce the particular species responsible for the plague. The flea was Xenopsilla chiopsis, the oriental rat flea. Its host was Rattus rattus, the black rat. The black rat arrived in Europe during the time of the Roman Empire, and its population density is what attracted it to Yersinia pestis. Rats live in large groups, falling over one another to breed and get access to food, and female rats deliver litters of up to 20 pups 5 to 7 times a year. Yersinia was staring at a gold mine of fresh bloodstreams to replicate within, and was not satisfied even with the fleas transporting them around. You see, Xenopsilla chiopsis has little reason to leave the rat it's living on. Fleas have short lives, and so several generations of flea can live happily on the back of one rat. Despite its amazing adaptability, Yersinia could not effectively survive in every bloodstream. Some rats had hardy immune systems, and if they detected and killed Yersinia, they would remember it, develop an immunity, and possibly pass it on to their offspring. Yersinia wanted a way to force the fleas to find new rats who had no immunity. The solution to this problem was quite simple. Yersinia would just kill the rat. Again, over untold years or centuries of adapting, Yersinia developed the necessary toxins and proteins that could attack the rat's immune system and kill it. The flea would be forced to jump to a new host and spread Yersinia far and wide amongst the colony of rats. The balance has to be right, of course. Yersinia needs time to reproduce before the rat begins to die. So the bacteria learnt to keep its poisons less poisonous at mammal body temperature. The rat could therefore live with the disease for a week without showing any symptoms until the bacteria reproduced sufficiently to raise body temperature, and then the lights would go out. Now, this new deadly strain of Yersinia presented a major problem. What if it was too successful and killed all the rats? In its search for the most efficient reproduction method, Yersinia was reaching the point where it might have undermined itself. Thousands of fleas living on hundreds of rats, injecting hundreds of thousands of bacterial cells, is for the most part a stable ecosystem. Because, as you remember, a good number of rats will be immune to Yersinia, either through a strong immune system or acquired immunity after infection. The problem for Yersinia's survival only arises when there aren't enough of these resistant rats in a particular group. For any rat colony, there will be a tipping point. If for some reason 80% of one group of rats became infected and die, then suddenly you've got a lot of manically hungry fleas looking for something to feed on. Naturally, they look for the nearest warm-blooded mammal to bite, and who do rats normally live next to? Humans. Of course, horses, dogs, camels, whatever will get bitten too, but we are rats' constant companions. This is because rats are so omnivorous that they feast on human garbage. They'll eat any sort of vegetable matter, from seeds, nuts, leaves and fruit, to less obvious fare, like paper, soap, beeswax, along with animal food and all sorts of items that humans gladly pile up day after day. So if the rat population crashes, and fleas feast on the neighbouring humans instead, then Yersinia pestis will enter the human bloodstream. All the mechanisms and adaptations made for the rat's body now go out the window. The human body is of course much larger, and Yersinia had no instructions to find a balance with this new system. It only cared about the rat. So when Yersinia arrived in Pelusium, it began to attack and destroy its strange new environment. The outer proteins of Yersinia pestis are designed to prevent the body from destroying it, in part by blocking the signals which would alert the body to attack, and in part by blocking the phagocytes, a type of white blood cell which would normally absorb such an intruder. Once in, Yersinia would begin replicating as fast as it could, which would often leave the area of the flea bite to turn necrotic, or leave the tissue withered. At this point, the body does recognize that something is wrong and conveys the bacteria to the lymphatic system, where our blood circulates and diseases are normally attacked. However, this is where Yersinia wants to be taken. It now has access to the whole body and continues to spread and replicate. Our immune system tries to drag the disease to one of the regional lymph nodes, garrisons of white blood cells where most diseases are slowly absorbed. The battle is fierce, and the node becomes engorged with blood and cellular debris, which create the grossly swollen buboes. As you may have figured out by now, the lymph nodes can be found in the groin, the armpit, and other areas where the swelling appeared. The reason swelling of the groin was most common is simple. The tiny fleas, looking for somewhere to bite, would first come upon the legs, and so the infection would be drained toward the nearest lymph node around the crotch. The bubonic edemas would press on the nerve endings of its victims, causing tremendous pain. As the body struggles to replace deoxygenated blood with oxygenated, the muscles surrounding the human voice box become more acidic, which was the cause of much temporary or permanent speech problems for those who survived. We've now reached the stage where the divergences which Procopius observed begin. For those who were destined to survive, their battle would now rage, leaving them exhausted and sleepy until their body won, and often the swollen bubo would explode in a shower of pus. For others, the bubonic edema might turn septic, and like a snake shedding its skin, the tissue would collapse, often causing shock and death. As the body heats up from battle, Yersinia begins to release its toxins. Two of its most deadly weapons interfere with the body's ability to clot blood and form platelets. This attack on the blood leads to the gangrene, or blackened extremities, chiefly toes and fingers, which 700 years later, in Yersinia most famous appearance on the world stage, would lead to the nickname, the Black Death. If they spread further across the body, giving the appearance of lentil-like blisters, as Procopius identified, then death would follow swiftly. If the plague became septicemic, then victims would die, vomiting blood from internal hemorrhages. Another of Yersinia's deadly toxins are a collection of fatty acids known as lipid A. Once embedded, they cause overproduction of an enzyme which releases tumor necrosis factor, which can kill cells. Again, the result is shock, sometimes fatal. The most fatal results, though, come from the third option. If Yersinia reached the highway into the lungs, then the victim would start to produce sputum. When the sputum accumulates blood, the infection moves from being bubonic to pneumonic. This meant that a victim's saliva drops were infectious and could contaminate someone being talked to within a 2-meter range. Mortality rates for pneumonic plague are 100%. Although bubonic plague is what killed most people, with a guess being that 40% of those infected would die, pneumonic plague leads to guaranteed fatality. Victims of the plague were unknowingly breathing a death sentence onto the loved ones who gathered around them. The tiny particles would be absorbed slowly by the unwitting victim, who might then spend the best part of a month thinking themselves immune, before suddenly Yersinia had replicated enough to attack. Within the Byzantine Empire and beyond, I assume you can now build up a picture of how the disease spread. The diet of Rattus rattus requires a good deal of water, so the rats were big fans of anywhere that was damp and had lots of food. The Nile Valley, Pelusium, and Alexandria were all ideal homes for the rat. Constantinople, Antioch, and any other major city with a good source of water would do just as well. Many diseases might flare up dramatically in one city, but having killed off so many potential hosts, they would burn themselves out. And given the ancient world's slow traveling speed, most diseases would never make it all the way to a neighboring province. This is why the plague attacking the Byzantine Empire is what turned the outbreak into a pandemic. Once Yersinia had killed off all the susceptible Egyptians it could find, it may well have died out before the very slow caravan routes carried it out towards Libya, or in the other direction, towards Palestine. But fortunately for Yersinia, the Roman fleet was as good as any flea. The ships which set off from Alexandria in spring 542 carried rat, flea, and bacteria on ships filled to the brim with grain, a moving food hall to keep the rats alive and ready to spread their disease to the rats of the capital and its people. To add another gross thought to the legions conjured up already, the piles of dead bodies only provided a fresh source of food for the rats, who could then go on providing incubation for more plague. Once it reached new shores, Yersinia was able to spread slowly inland. One by one, towns would be visited, and Yersinia burst to life again, feasting on untested victims. Areas which avoided the plague in the early years would be found sometime later, and major cities like Constantinople and Antioch would be revisited multiple times, usually with 15 or 20-year gaps, so that a whole generation of children would have grown up with no acquired immunity to the disease. Round and round Yersinia would go, always capable of killing thousands, so long as new humans arrived who could be infected. Initially, Khusro was able to continue the war with Byzantium and retreat whenever the plague broke out in a nearby town. The Persians had limited trade between the empires to designated cities, like Nisibis. This kept the Sassanids away from the plague temporarily. But once it broke through, Mesopotamia, with the Tigris and Euphrates providing a wonderful home for rats, was devastated. One chronicler notes that all was famine, madness, and fury. The few areas to avoid large-scale destruction were those where rats would not want to live, mainly mountainous highland or desert, wherever water and human garbage were hard to come by. We will explore this as we go on, but once more I'm sure you can see the significance of a plague which repeatedly decimated those living in cities, while the Arabs out in the desert, or the Bulgars of the steppe, were far less affected. We've seen what the disease did. We've seen what it was doing on the inside. We've looked at how it spread. But what about the question, why now? Was this simply the moment when Yersinia had developed the ability to kill rats in large numbers? Or were other factors at play? The question is still open as to where exactly the deadly strain of Yersinia learned its trade. In his excellent book Justinian's Flea, William Rosen puts together fairly convincing conjecture about the origins of the plague. He points out that SYNOPSIS, the flea in question, prefers a dry, warm environment of around 20 to 25 degrees centigrade or 68 to 77 Fahrenheit. As with several other diseases, Rosen assumes that Yersinia originated around the mouth of the Nile, where many of the great African lakes are. This would have provided a comfortable home for rat, flea, and bacteria, but kept it away from any large-scale human settlements. The question is, how did it get all the way up the Nile to Egypt? And then why jump to the human population at that moment? The flea would not enjoy the hotter temperatures of the desert environment of Egypt, which would have normally prevented any journey that far north. What it would need to make such a jump would be several years of lower average temperatures. Like the sort that might occur if the sun gave forth its light without brightness, and it seemed exceedingly like the sun in eclipse, for the beams it shed were not clear. Those were the words of Procopius, who says that between 536 and 538, summers were colder because something was blocking the sun. The two most likely explanations for a dust veil that could cover the whole Earth for 2 years would be a comet or meteor strike, or a huge volcanic explosion. Through dendrochronology, or the study of tree rings, we have evidence suggesting that during this period, a very real drop in temperature occurred. Could it have been enough to entice rats and fleas north toward Pelusium? Could the lower temperatures in fact encourage an explosion in the rat population, as the colonies of Egypt reveled in the cooler conditions? An explosion in susceptible rats, of course, would be just what Yersinia was looking for, and as it began a great cull of the unsuspecting rodents, the flea would have been forced to look elsewhere for something to bite, and landed on the ankles of that sailor in the harbour of Pelusium. It's a good theory, one that it's very hard to prove, but which fits the facts sufficiently to offer us an educated guess about the origins of the plague. In David Keyes's book, Catastrophe, he argues for an explosion of the Sumatran volcano Krakatoa as the source of the dust veil. He may well be right, but personally I'm attracted by the idea that a body from beyond the heavens struck the earth. That it was something extraterrestrial that ended up causing the plague which would devastate the Roman Empire. The empire would never recover the strength it had in Justinian's early years, and the eastern provinces, as you know, were destined to be conquered by the Arabs. But what if none of that was meant to be? What if the volcanic explosion had never happened, or the comet had missed the Earth? Would Justinian have crushed the remaining Goths, seen off the Persians and gone on to conquer Spain and leave a Roman Empire that would fight on for centuries more? It's fun to speculate. The final word on the plague is its name. The Black Death is such a catchy title and is both more recent and more devastating that it tends to hog the headlines when it comes to human pandemics. Our plague, unfairly or not, has conventionally been called the Justinianic Plague, or the Plague of Justinian. Named for the Roman emperor who strived so hard to be great and was so horrifically surprised by this turn of events. The plague certainly defines the emperor more than any other man. And there's a real irony that for all his law books, and the cities and army detachments and the like which he named after himself, that it's Yersinia Pestis that will be known by his name to future generations. We saw Justinian rise from his apparent deathbed, having shaken off his battle with Yersinia Pestis, to find that the glorious Roman Empire he was attempting to restore had been devastated by the plague. The emperor had to immediately pull out deep austerity measures in order to pay his armies, who had to continue fighting on every front. It's certainly not an uplifting story. In fact, since 539 turned into 540, the news for Justinian and the Byzantines has been nothing but terrible. Khusro's invasion of the East and the sack of Antioch was swiftly followed by news that the Goths had undone Belisarius' work in Italy and were on the offensive. Then the plague changed everything. Suddenly all was chaos, famine, and death. Expensive war on the Eastern Front continued, Africa broke into revolt, the war in Italy turned disastrous, and the Slavs and Bulgars were making dangerous noises on the Danube. Today we take the story forward from 545 to 550, as the painful crawl toward recovery begins. We pick up the story in Italy, where the new Gothic king Totila had used a combination of good generalship and savvy PR to turn the Italian countryside into his domain. The remaining Byzantine troops had been driven back to the fortified coastal cities like Rome and Ravenna, while the Goths retook the majority of the country. In despair at what was being lost, the emperor turned again to Belisarius. Temporarily in disgrace, the general was ready to resume his duties and head back to the country he had so nearly conquered 4 years previously. Unfortunately, as I explained last episode, the empire was in no real position to raise new armies, and it's doubtful if the suspicious Justinian would have wanted to give Belisarius the kind of force he would need to crush the Goths. So Belisarius made his way to Illyricum and recruited 4,000 troops from the army there before sailing to Ravenna in September 544. As soon as he'd arrived, though, news reached them that the Bulgars were on the move again and had raided Illyricum. The troops who had just made the crossing insisted on heading home immediately to see if they still had homes to return to. Belisarius was now in command of the army of Italy, but had no actual army to do much with, as it was spread around, garrisoning the remaining imperial strongholds. During the campaign season of 544, Totila had secured control of the Flaminian Way, which linked Ravenna and Rome, and had begun a siege of the Eternal City. Belisarius knew that he had to do something to save Rome, but would have to sail all the way around the peninsula to get there. As he made his way down the coast, he was able to relieve a few besieged towns, but everywhere he put in, he found morale at rock bottom, with troops who hadn't been paid in a year, and stories of men slipping through the gates to find Totila and join his army. He wrote to Justinian explaining that without money and reinforcements, there was little he could do. Surprisingly, Belisarius gave this letter to John, the nephew of Vitalian, who he'd already had serious problems with during the First Italian campaign. And sure enough, John took his sweet time in getting to Constantinople and coming back. However, when he did return in summer 545, he brought around 5,000 men with him. Once again, though, he refused to cooperate with his general. Belisarius' plan was to make an amphibious assault from Portus, the port of Rome, while Bessus inside the city would distract the Goths with a sortie, and then John would march up and fall on the besieging Goths. Instead, John marched south, insisting on recapturing the towns that had been lost before moving north, and Bessus refused to let his men out of the city, fearing they would simply be cut down. Left alone to carry out the plan, Belisarius launched a fleet up the Tiber in an attempt to at least resupply the garrison of Rome. The assault failed, though not for lack of preparation. Procopius tells the familiar tale that one of Belisarius' sub-commanders disobeyed orders, leading the general to fear that Portus had been taken, which, if true, would have meant his wife Antonina was amongst the captured or killed. When he returned, she was fine, but the chance to reach Rome was gone. The siege of Rome continued for another year, with Bessus allowing any civilians who wanted to leave to abandon their homes and wander miserably through the countryside looking for refuge. In the end, it was an Isaurian soldier who agreed to turn traitor and open the gates in December 546. Bessus and his remaining men fled, and Totila marched into the practically abandoned city. With Rome in his possession, the Gothic king wrote to Justinian asking for peace. Bar the few remaining Byzantine strongholds, he had recaptured most of Italy. He offered to resume the former terms of rule between king and emperor. He would rule in Justinian's name and continue the partnership which Theodoric and Zeno had set up a half-century before. He also darkly hinted that he might destroy Rome if he didn't get his way. And when Justinian refused to even discuss terms, he apparently intended to do just that. Again, according to Procopius, Belisarius intervened, writing to the Gothic king to point out that Rome was still admired by the world for its beauty and legacy. Did Totila want to be remembered as the stupid barbarian who destroyed the greatest city in the world? Whether it was this call from posterity that stayed his hand, or more practical concerns, we don't know. But by spring 547, the king left Rome as he'd found it, and headed south with his army to take back the towns now in the possession of John. Although he left a garrison behind, he did take the precaution of pulling down sections of the Aurelian walls to prevent the Byzantines from retaking the city. So he must have been pretty furious when a few weeks later, news came that as soon as he'd gone, Belisarius had attacked the city, taken it, and patched up the walls. Unable to catch John or dislodge Belisarius, Totila faced his first serious setback in the war. And to add to the good news for the imperial forces, events in Africa now allowed 2,000 extra troops to be sent north to reinforce Rome. Needless war had broken out across the African prefecture, leading to the death of the governor Solomon and serious trouble for the plague-affected Byzantine army. For 4 years, between 543 and 47, the conflict dragged on, before finally John Troglita, the capable Duke of Mesopotamia, was appointed as sole commander. Initially he fought indecisive battles with the Moors, but soon began to work the old Roman magic of divide and conquer. Befriending tribal leaders and turning them against one another, John was able to win a crushing battle with the most prominent rebellious tribes in 548, which was to leave Africa at peace for another decade. Peace in Africa, though, was no great victory. Conflict shouldn't have broken out there in the first place, and the 2,000 men who arrived in Italy only confirmed the stalemate in that country. Belisarius spent parts of 547 and 48 traveling around the country trying to find a way to win the war, but he couldn't. He didn't have enough men in the peninsula to press the Goths, who themselves were too small a force to successfully starve the Byzantines out. This futile deadlock was benefiting no one, so Belisarius sent his wife Antonina back to Constantinople in the summer of 548. He hoped that her friendship with the Empress Theodora might persuade Justinian to send the troops he badly needed. However, when Antonina arrived in the capital, it was to the news that Theodora was dead. The Empress had been in her late 40s, and the historical consensus suggests that it was cancer. Justinian went into sincere and public mourning for his beloved wife, and never would marry again. A procession of Constantinople's notable citizens walked past the Empress as she lay in state, and when the Emperor approached to put a necklace on her, he broke down in tears. It's a fascinating part of Justinian's story that here was a man who refused to bend in the face of his minister's advice, or in the face of common sense, some might say, as he strove to restore the Roman Empire. And yet he would bend for Theodora, and publicly credited her with helping to shape policy or amend laws. From an imperial point of view, though, you wonder if he should have listened. Knowing what really went on behind closed doors is hard to ever ascertain, but from what we do know, there were times when the Empress harassed men who would have served the empire well. During the darkest days of the plague, men like Belisarius, John the Cappadocian, and Germanus would have been better served undisturbed at their former posts. While by protecting and encouraging the Monophysites, Theodora greatly hindered any hopes of reconciliation between the churches. From a Monophysite's point of view, though, she was their champion. Part of the reason the Empress gets such attention in the historical narratives is that visitors to Ravenna today can still look up and see her fearsome visage staring back at them. The church was begun in the 520s under Gothic rule, but only finished in the 540s when the Byzantines controlled Ravenna. It seems like the leading Orthodox bishop in the city, Maximian, made sure that as the church neared completion, it should honor the imperial couple who now ruled from Constantinople. And it should be noted that Maximian himself gets a prominent placement too. But it's Justinian and Theodora who are most famously captured on either side of the church's apse, overlooking the altar. They are standing, awaiting the Eucharist, the Mass, or Communion, which would take place on that spot, just like the vice-regent of God and his wife should. Justinian carries the bread, Theodora the wine. The mosaic panels are remarkable for many reasons, but two are important for our story. One is that they survived at all. Many great visual representations in the Byzantine world were destroyed during the period of iconoclasm, another religious dispute which will break out in a few centuries' time. Ravenna, by then lost to the empire, was out of the reaches of those who did not wish to see God represented in art. The other is simply the prominent place of Theodora in the representation. The Empress is tall, stern, and powerful looking, given essentially equal place alongside her husband. We know that back in the capital, only the Emperor would have been allowed to stand alongside the clergy during the liturgy, so the Empress's elevation is something of an anachronism. It seems like Bishop Maximian was well aware of how powerful the Empress was, and if she was likely to hear of the beautiful new depiction of her in Ravenna, then she might well look kindly on the man who made it happen. Unfortunately for Maximian, the church was consecrated just before news arrived that the Empress had taken bread and wine for the last time. For Antonina, the situation looked hopeless. Justinian had other things on his mind and didn't seem likely to offer her husband any help in Italy. By the following year, though, she had successfully lobbied to have Belisarius recalled. The general returned to the capital in 549 to a warm greeting from the bereaved emperor, and then retired from military service. He left the world stage a rich and successful man, but to contemporaries and posterity alike, the question aimed at him would always be, what might have been? Belisarius left Rome to be held by 3,000 men. But to underline the futility of the war in Italy, the Eternal City changed hands for the fourth time in early 550, when once again Isaurian soldiers, who hadn't been paid in months, betrayed the gates to Totila. In the meantime, Justinian appointed Liberius, the career bureaucrat whose career keeps getting more amusing, to be the new commander in Italy. Now, to be fair, Liberius was an Italian, so the appointment had that going for it, but he was now in his mid-70s, with no significant military experience at all. He made his way to Sicily with a few troops, only for Totila to cross to the island and set up the identical stalemate that existed on the mainland. Imperial forces in the coastal towns, Goths in the countryside. It was only by 550 that Justinian felt the empire's resources were restored enough that he could contemplate the creation of an army that could actually finish the war in Italy. With recruits from the western field armies and other mercenary forces, the army gathered in Salona and was given a proper commander, the emperor's cousin Germanus. With Theodora gone, Germanus was free to assume the role that had always seemed his, the heir apparent. By winning the war in Italy, he could return home and fully expect to be seen as the next emperor, should Justinian pass away. To bolster his chances of winning over the Goths, he married Matasuntha, the daughter of Amalasuntha, and therefore granddaughter to Theodoric. Everything seemed to be lining up for Germanus, when suddenly he fell ill and died, in the summer of 550. Together with the loss of its commander, the army left behind in Dalmatia had to deal with a massive Slavic invasion of the area. 3 years earlier, a major raid through Illyricum had been identified for the first time as being Slavic only, having nothing to do with their Bulgar neighbours. The raiders had captured several fortified towns during their stay, which was a worrying development for the Byzantines. The following year, in 548, another Slavic party crossed the Danube, defeated the garrison guarding the settlement of Topyrus, and sacked it. The invasion in 550 saw an even larger group attempt to carry off the wealth of the empire, but they were surprised by the large imperial army blocking their path through Dalmatia. The group moved east to avoid battle, and the leaderless army chose to maintain their position rather than chase after the intruders, who were now loose in the Balkans. With these major blows to Justinian's morale and planning, we end the nightmare decade on the Western Front and turn east. We return now to 545, but on the Eastern Front, where the 5-year truce was signed with the Sassanids. Justinian badly needed peace and never had a problem paying Khusro to stay on his side of the line. In 2 areas, though, the fighting continued throughout the decade. The less immediately important struggle for us was that between the Lakhmid and Ghassanid Arabs in the Syrian desert. It had taken Harith of the Ghassanids a few years to exert his control over the tribes in his area, but slowly they became more adept at defeating their Persian-sponsored neighbours. The Lakhmids had enjoyed raiding imperial territory in the 520s and 530s, and hostilities with the Ghassanids became more bloody the more able Harith became at blocking their attacks on Syria. Things became darkly personal in 545 when Mundir, the man best known to you for sacrificing Byzantine nuns to his deity, captured one of Harith's sons in battle. He too was killed in honor of the goddess Al-Uzza, and Harith was left to plot bitter revenge on his rival. The other active theatre of war was in the northern kingdom of Lazica. Lazica was the kingdom which had set off the wars between Persia and Byzantium way back in 527. The Laz were by now a Christian people and had decided to ask for Byzantine protection when Justinian became emperor in order to escape Persian domination. After a war was fought to secure a protectorate over his country, the Laz king Gubazes decided that he could now get a better deal from the Persians after hearing about the sack of Antioch in 540. The Persians marched in and took control of the country and the key port city of Petra. The Byzantines couldn't allow the Persians access to the Black Sea, but their plague-ravaged armies were in no position to do anything about it until 548. By then, Gubazes was once more thinking about a U-turn. He and his people found the Persians more distasteful overlords than they'd expected, and he asked Justinian to restore Byzantine protection. With the worst of the financial crisis over, Justinian was able to send 7,000 men under the commander of the army of Armenia, Dagestheus. Joining up with the Laz army, the combined forces drove out the Sassanid troops guarding the passes back to Persia, but couldn't take Petra. The Persians counterattacked in 549 and 550, and although the Laz Byzantine forces kept them out, they did succeed in resupplying the garrison at Petra. The Byzantines closed the decade besieging the city, proud to have seen off the Persian occupation, but watching the horizon to see if Khusro would send more men against them later on. While Justinian juggled wars, financial crises, and famine, he also turned his mind once more to the problem of the Monophysites. It can be difficult to understand the mindset of people who lived hundreds of years ago, and it says a great deal that with so much already heaped on his plate, the emperor saw the unity of his church as one of his highest priorities. Perhaps he even felt that the plague and accompanying disasters were signs that it still wasn't high enough. Justinian had always been keenly interested in theology, and so looked for an intellectual solution to the issue, not a political compromise, as had been the case with Zeno's Henoticon. You may recall that soon after Nika, the emperor invited distinguished Monophysites to come to the capital and debate their differences with clergy who supported the Council of Chalcedon. Now with the plague subsiding, Justinian began to put into practice some of the ideas which emerged from those discussions. Justinian had noted that one of the Monophysite objections to Chalcedon was that the Ecumenical Council had tolerated the contributions and theology of three men who were associated with Nestorius. Now, Nestorian Christianity is the teaching which emphasizes the division of Jesus' humanity and divinity, the polar opposite of what the Monophysites argued, which, as you know, was the one nature of Christ. Justinian concluded that if he could have these three men condemned, and thus remove the taint of their Nestorianism from the Council of Chalcedon, then the Monophysites would once more be able to join their Orthodox brethren around this statement of belief. Everyone agreed that Nestorius' teachings were heretical, and his supporters had long been pushed out of the empire. It was a thoughtful solution to the issue, and one the emperor hoped would be able to please everyone. But as is becoming a familiar refrain, the condemnation of the so-called three chapters was welcomed by no one. The compliant patriarchs of the East accepted the edict with some reluctance, but the news caused dismay amongst the clergy of Italy and Africa. They had no interest in seeing Chalcedon edited in this way, and were worried about the precedent of besmirching long-dead and respected churchmen who could no longer defend themselves. The sitting Pope, Vigilius, was caught in an unenviable position. He had been forcibly removed from the many sieges of Rome and transported to Constantinople by 548. The Pope was sympathetic and no doubt intimidated by Justinian's proposals, but knew that his own position in the West would be hopelessly undermined if he caved in. So he delayed and got into arguments with the Patriarch and war on Justinian's already shredded patience. The Pope would end the decade still refusing to give in to imperial demands and would eventually take refuge in a church, where the citizens of the capital looked on in horror as Justinian's soldiers tried to drag the Vicar of Christ off against his will. They eventually let him be, and the emperor was forced to negotiate with his pontiff, ending the decade no closer to a solution to the church's divisions. The 530s had been a decade of optimism, growth, and success for the empire. The 540s had been a disaster. Amidst all the ruin and misery, Justinian had clung grimly on, and the empire would emerge into the 550s still intact, with its economy functioning and its armies still fighting. The emperor deserves credit for keeping the state together in the face of these trials, but he also deserves the blame for some of that misery, particularly when imperial tax collectors pushed on in the face of people whose lives had been turned upside down. The emperor had never been a beloved figure, and now many were nursing very real reasons to resent him. However, his control of the state remained firm, and as the empire recovered some of its former strength in the next decade, Justinian would continue to single-mindedly pursue his ambitions. With Theodora gone, the emperor would be married to his work from now on. Last time, we concluded the nightmare decade of the 540s. With the worst ravages of the plague dying away, and Khusro happy to keep a truce in the east, Justinian was able to gather an army in Illyricum, which he hoped would finally end the now 16-year-old war in Italy. Instead, though, the army's commander Germanus died, and a large Slavic invasion spread out across the Balkans. Despite these final setbacks, the 550s were set to be happier days for the emperor. Thanks to, or in spite of, his ministrations, the men and money had been found to push forward with his dreams of reconquest. The men who would lead the empire's armies, though, were a curious selection. The man put in charge of ejecting the Slavs from the Balkans was Scholasticus, a palace eunuch with apparently no military experience. The new commander of the army in Italy was another eunuch, our old friend Narses, the man who handed out bribes during Nika and then foolishly squabbled with Belisarius during the First Italian campaign. Narses had at least that brief experience of military life to fall back on, but he was now in his 70s and seemed as unlikely a conqueror as one could imagine. Finally, the man sent to take over affairs in Lazica was Bessus, last seen not offering Belisarius much help during one of the sieges of Rome. Bessus, too, was now at least 70, though he was an experienced general, if not with the best reputation. Justinian had begun to split his commands after hearing that Belisarius had been offered the title of Western Emperor by the Goths. This approach was doomed to failure, and the emperor was quick to recognize that one overall commander was a necessity for successful operations. But Justinian remained forever on guard against usurpation. Shortly after Theodora's death, a conspiracy against his life had come to light surrounding a couple of Armenian generals. While not a serious incident, it was clearly enough to push the emperor into only trusting old men, or eunuchs, those he could feel safe in promoting. We should remember too that Justinian was now in his late 60s, and showed no desire to slacken his workload, so he probably felt that men in their 7th decade were perfectly capable of leading armies. Historian Tom Holland also points out that with the plague recurring in far-off places every year, perhaps the emperor was choosing men who had survived their meeting with Yersinia and would not unexpectedly die out in the field. Whatever the determining factor was, the emperor's judgment of talent and loyalty had not failed him. Bessus brought the siege of Petra to a successful conclusion in spring 551 and demolished the fortifications which might tempt the Persians to retake the coastal city. And although Khusro refused to give up his forts in the east of the country, he did agree to an extension of the truce between the two empires. This would be another 5-year deal, with a couple of £1,000 of Byzantine gold as the price. In the west, Scholasticus took command of the army of Thrace, and after an initial setback was able to defeat the Slavic raiders and drive them back across the Danube. However, the gathering of imperial forces in the Balkans began to worry the Gepids, who had enjoyed free reign on the northwest Danube for some time. Apparently it was they who incited a horde of Kutragar Bulgars to raid the empire and distract the army that Narses was putting together. Justinian acted quickly to free his general from the burden of dealing with these latest raiders. He sent messages to the neighbours of the Kutragars, the Utigars, also Bulgars, inviting them to attack their cousin's homeland, which they did, and the Kutragars withdrew. Justinian was also quick to send word to the Lombards that he would happily switch his subsidies to them if they would attack the Gepids. This they did, and finally the path was clear for Narses to invade Italy. The eunuch emerges from the histories as a man Justinian must have trusted more than any other. Remember that during Nika, it was Narses who was handed a bag of gold and sent out of the besieged palace to sow discord amongst the blues and greens. Now General Narses was given around 20,000 men and the back pay for the garrisons in Italy. Oh, what Belisarius would have given to lead such an army. There were significant numbers of mercenary troops included as usual, with heralds, Huns, Persian deserters, and nearly 6,000 Lombards. In Italy, Totila was aware that a storm was gathering, and was working hard to improve his position so that he could bargain from a position of strength with the empire. He had wisely invested in his fleet, knowing that ideally the Byzantines would send reinforcements by sea. During 551, he used it to cut off the Byzantine garrison in Ancona on the east coast, so while Narses was still gathering recruits, it was left to John, the nephew of Vitalian, to lead a relief force across the Adriatic. When they met, the two fleets were of equal size, but the imperial navy was far more experienced, leading the Goths into a disastrous battle that saw practically their whole fleet sunk. Meanwhile, down in Sicily, Liberius was replaced by a more experienced commander who kicked the remaining Goths off the island. The stage was set for the final invasion. By spring 552, Narses' army was ready to march and crossed through Dalmatia into Italy. The overland route was a necessity, for despite the recent naval success, the plague had taken a heavy toll on the imperial navy, and there just weren't enough experienced sailors to man a fleet that large. The march was more perilous than it might have been, because the crossing into Italy led them close to the conflict between the Lombards and the Gepids to the north, and then once in Italy, the Franks to the west. When Totila had set up multiple sieges of Rome and crossed to Sicily, he needed the bulk of his troops in the south of the country, so he allowed the Franks to occupy most of the country north of the Po. You'll recall that the Franks had already invaded once during the First Italian campaign. So Narses hugged the coast as much as possible until he reached Ravenna. Once there, he was able to gather reinforcements from the Byzantine garrison and marched south, with closer to 30,000 troops. Totila amassed all the forces he could, but was outnumbered, probably with only 15,000 men to his side. Ignoring other Gothic garrisons, Narses made his way to the Via Flaminia, and the two sides met at Busta Gallorum. Narses took up a strong defensive position, with his infantry massed in the centre, and dared Totila to attack. He actually ordered many of his cavalry to dismount and stand with their lances ready, like a makeshift phalanx. On each wing he placed his archers, rather than just cavalry. Totila decided to make use of his countrymen's greatest asset, and ordered his cavalry to make a ferocious charge to try and break the imperial army in one burst. The disciplined imperial infantry held their line though, and the archers poured volley after volley into the charging horsemen. When the Goths finally broke and fled, they were mercilessly cut down, apparently losing 6,000 men, while others were taken prisoner. Using quite different tactics than Belisarius would have done, Narses had crushed the core of Gothic resistance. Procopius was no longer on hand to describe the gory details, and so we get conflicting reports as to what became of Totila. However, it's generally agreed that he was injured either during the battle or in the rout that followed, and died with a few retainers by his side in a nearby village. He was hastily buried, but someone tipped off the Byzantines as to the location of his grave so that they could determine that he was indeed gone. After the battle, Narses hastily paid off and dismissed his hired Lombards, who were looking a little too eager to pillage the Italian countryside. The general then moved on to crush what remained of the Goths. The garrison of Rome put up little resistance, while the hastily chosen new king, Teias, executed the Roman senators and other hostages under his care and raced to Cumae, where the Gothic treasury now resided. Narses followed the new king's movements and trapped his forces in the foothills of Mons Lactarius, not too far from the now long-forgotten town of Pompeii, before the Goths withdrew up the mountain for safety. However, after a day or so, the Goths realized that there was no food available, and so surprised the Byzantine army gathering to besiege them. The two sides fought a frenzied infantry battle, with no time or space to get into proper formation. This was just man hacking away at other men in a desperate attempt to survive. The battle went into a second day, before Teias was killed, and his men begged Narses not just for peace, but to let them leave Italy. The Goths were finally done dealing with the empire. Narses let them go as his forces fanned out and retook the towns and forts of southern Italy. However, the country was not conquered yet. Waiting on the sidelines were the Franks, and when news reached them of Totila's death, they began preparations to move south of the Po and plunder Italy. Actually, the king, Theodebald, decided to play things safely and maintain official neutrality, while looking the other way and letting his Alemanni subjects loose on the Italians. Some Goths rallied to their banners, but quickly realized that the host was not here to restore Gothic power, but to carry off Italian wealth. Narses perhaps wisely let a year pass before engaging the invading Franks. His army had been split up to garrison the towns of the country. The results for the Italians, though, were miserable, as the horde contained many pagans who had no scruples about ransacking churches. Eventually, though, the two Alemanni chieftains divided their army, one heading south along the east coast and the other the west. This was to be their end. One chieftain was ambushed by a Byzantine garrison, losing most of his booty, and when he retreated beyond the Po, an outbreak of plague saw him off, while the other made a foolish stand at Capua against Narses, who by now had brought the full imperial army down to bear on him and annihilated his half of the horde. Soon after, the Frankish king himself died of disease. The Franks still held bases north of the Po, and it wouldn't be until the summer of 555 that the final strongholds gave in. But for now, Justinian considered Italy, at last, brought back into the empire. he issued an edict cancelling Totila's actions and restoring property to their former owners. Narses would remain in the country from now on and take charge of its administration and the subjugation of the territory north of the Po. While the emperor could finally rest easy in the knowledge that the former home province of the Roman Empire was back in the fold, there was no joy in Italy. For the Italians, the last 20 years had been spent in constant and fairly pointless warfare. Milan had been destroyed, Naples sacked, Rome depopulated, with thousands of untold others dying of famine, plague, or because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. That old cliché about the Romans making a desert and calling it peace had now come back around to destroy their homeland. 3 years after Justinian's death, Italy would be too weak to prevent yet another German invasion, as the Lombards decided to make it their new home. And it was those soldiers who Narses hired for the campaign who were able to tell their brethren of the rich and pleasant peninsula to the south. It was in the summer of 552, while Narses led the march from Dalmatia to Italy, that a Visigothic embassy arrived at Constantinople from Spain. Visigothic control of the former Roman provinces of Hispania had never been strong. Even after their crushing defeat at the hands of the Franks, the Visigoths maintained their capital in Gaul rather than Spain, and the mountainous peninsula really required a firm hand if it was going to keep the various regions all pulling in the same direction. As you know, Theodoric essentially ruled from Italy until his death in 526. The young king Amalaric then took power, but suffered another defeat at the hands of the Franks, leading to his former guardian Theudis to rule until 548. A series of assassinations followed before King Agila took charge and faced multiple rebellions from those who had realized that power was being held by a shaky hand. The city of Cordova in the south had declared itself independent of Visigothic control and was now being ruled by essentially former Roman citizens. When the city was able to repulse Agila's attempt to retake it, another Visigothic noble named Athengild, based in nearby Seville, also rebelled. And it was Athengild's embassy which asked the emperor to intervene and help settle the matter. The fact that Athengild would ask Justinian for help tells us much about the confused political fallout from the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, but it's only been a century since the empire controlled the whole of Spain. Surely, any other emperor of the time would have refused to consider the matter. After the decade he'd just endured, the sensible option would surely have been polite refusal and to focus on completing the conquest of Italy, while keeping a watchful eye on Khusro in the east. This was, after all, just the kind of situation that had led to the sack of Antioch. But Justinian was a true believer. Whether it was Rome, the Christian God, or his own legacy, he was committed to achieving great things. If the conquests of Africa and Italy had gone smoothly, then it's entirely possible the emperor would have looked to retake Hispania anyway. So here was the chance to establish a beachhead for future endeavors. Spain was the final area of the Western Empire being ruled over by Arian Christians. So the chance to bring orthodoxy to the whole Mediterranean and put his borders back on the Atlantic was too tempting to resist. The empire couldn't spare many men, but Justinian found about 2,000 and ordered them to set sail immediately. Now the key question, of course, is who should lead these troops? Spain was far away, and a man of great skill and leadership was needed, but one who was unlikely to rebel or set himself up as King of Spain should things go too well. Finally, the punchline has arrived. Which brave conquistador did Justinian select? Why, Liberius, of course. the now probably 87-year-old career bureaucrat whose only military experience was to hide behind the walls of Sicilian towns while the Goths raged outside. There was simply no chance that Liberius was going to threaten the emperor. And to be fair to Liberius, he did a fine job. It's doubtful he led any troops into battle, but he coordinated the operation, which saw the Byzantine troops land and link up with both the Roman rebels of Cordova and Athengild's men, and defeat King Agila in battle, securing the southern portion of Spain for the unlikely alliance. Liberius would return to his homeland, Italy, for a thoroughly well-deserved retirement. However, the troops would stay behind and help Athengild conquer the rest of Spain. With the Ostrogoths in Italy on the run, Justinian found some reinforcements to send by 554, and by the following year, the supporters of King Agila, sensing which way the wind was blowing, killed him and proclaimed Athengild king. Athengild tried to thank and dismiss the Byzantine troops, but they refused to leave. Joining with the Roman rebels of Cordova, they held on to about a fifth of the peninsula along the south and east coasts. The king left them be for now and concentrated on securing the rest of his realm. The Spanish campaign puts Justinian's career in a nutshell. A foolish endeavor on the surface, swimming against the tide of history which might have diverted men and money from where they were most needed. And yet the campaign was a success, and proved once more that the organized structures of the Roman Empire could still overcome disparate kingdoms. It's the largest the Byzantine Empire would ever be, and it won't look like that for long. In Lazica, war rumbled on for a few more years after the capture of Petra. Khusro still hoped to somehow gain the upper hand, but became increasingly distracted by the chance to finally deal with the Hephthalites. By 557, Khusro agreed to extend his truce with Justinian without asking for any gold, and he included Lazica in the deal. Ambassadors were now regularly crossing the border to establish a permanent treaty of peace between the two great empires. This relative calm allowed Justinian to turn his mind back to the Monophysites. We dealt briefly last time with the Pope Vigilius's delaying tactics as he tried to not sign up to the emperor's condemnation of the 3 chapters, or the 3 theologians who had taken part in the Council of Chalcedon. With the dispute going nowhere, Justinian called for an ecumenical council to meet in 553 in Constantinople. It had been over a century since the last one, Chalcedon of course, and the gathering of all the empire's bishops was Justinian's best chance of forcing a solution on them. And that's very much what he intended to do. An ecumenical council was meant to be a sacred gathering whose pronouncements would gain extra legitimacy, not only by the presence of all those senior churchmen, but because the Holy Spirit was meant to attend their pronouncements. However, it was clear to all the bishops gathering in the capital that the only invisible power guiding them on this occasion would be the emperors. Most of the Italian and African bishops did not attend, and neither did the Pope. The remaining bishops from the East accepted the condemnation of the 3 theologians. It was a relatively small thing to accept, and the emperor was so vehement in his desires that it was always likely to be approved. Even Pope Vigilius was eventually pressured into accepting it after being briefly condemned by the council. The result of the Council of Constantinople was not what Justinian intended. As usual, the reworded statement of faith did nothing to change the Monophysite objection to the claim that Jesus had 2 natures. The Monophysites felt they believed something different to the Orthodox, and what they believed was true. Even as the council was meeting, Jacob Baradius and men like him were leading the people of the East through Monophysite services, which explicitly put them at odds with those in the West. And although this might seem like Groundhog Day to you, yet another imperial attempt at unity failing, it does have long-term significance. The history of the Christian Church up to this point had been one of constant debate and scholarship. Men from Alexandria, Antioch, and Constantinople responding and discussing different aspects of the religion they all stridently believed in. But the debate had ground to a halt around the Monophysite issue, and Justinian turned out to be the last man who could have done something about it. Those within the church had made their arguments and dug in their heels, and from now on, no serious theological attempt would be made to bring them together. Justinian was a clever man, and though his 3 chapters idea seemed like it had merit, it was actually the final failure in a long process. Future emperors would continue to look for political solutions, but from now, the 2 branches of Eastern Christianity were fairly fixed in official ideology. Justinian had ordered a solution from on high, and in a way he got what he asked for. Debate over orthodoxy was now done. The statement of faith laid out at his council would remain as it was, and the Monophysites would go their own way. This calcification of theology was not apparent at the time, of course. Justinian remained hopeful that somehow the Monophysites would come around. As he grew older, the emperor spent more and more of his time with a small group of theologians, debating and studying doctrine. He never lost his passion for theological speculation, and would continue to hope that somewhere in the Gospels and the commentaries on them, there was a way to bring all his people together. Last time, we left Justinian triumphant as Italy was finally annexed. Khusro asked for permanent peace, and Byzantine troops took control of southern Spain. As you know, this happy-sounding situation was far from it. Misery follows war, as does famine and economic depression. The Byzantine Empire had recovered enough of its strength to provide Justinian with the resources he needed to finally make his reconquest stick. But the empire had little else to give. Throughout our story, I've hinted at the discontent many people felt with Justinian's rule. His oppressive laws and tax policy, his unpopular wars, his bullying attitude toward religion. So much muck was hurled at the emperor behind his back that Procopius calls him a demon, sent to destroy the Roman world in his secret history. Those who had seen the plague as a sign of divine displeasure would often point to the emperor as the obvious culprit. A series of natural disasters in the 550s would further cement this point of view. The first arrived in 551, when a catastrophic earthquake struck near Beirut in modern Lebanon. The city of Beirutus and its famous law school were destroyed, and the quake caused a tsunami, which then washed miles inland, adding to the destruction and dislocation of many coastal settlements. A contemporary estimate was that 30,000 people died in Beirut alone. Of course, there were imperial relief efforts, but there was little that could be done. Such was the devastation. In 558, another earthquake rocked Constantinople. While not comparable to the one which hit Beirut, it did cause extensive damage and death for many miles around. A few months later, its after effects became apparent when the dome of the Hagia Sophia collapsed. The repairs would have to wait, though, because as the citizens of the capital were recovering from their seismic shake-up, the plague returned to their streets. The death toll was less catastrophic than its previous visitation, but only by comparison. Again, the streets filled with the dead, and there was mass mourning. Those watching in horror noted that the young were disproportionately affected. We know why now. Yersinia was working its way slowly around Europe, waiting for the next generation to grow up without the acquired immunity to fight back. Once the outbreak settled down, Justinian had to accept that he had done his last bit of conquering. Any recovery in population in the last 17 years had been wiped out, and along with it, the tax revenues. Peter Barsimes had to be called on to become Praetorian prefect again, and return to gouging the rich to make up any shortfalls. There would be no reinforcements to send to Spain from now on, and it also took 5 years to repair the dome of the Hagia Sophia, when during the boom of the 530s, it had taken only 6 to build the whole thing. The earthquake also damaged the long walls in Thrace, which would soon lead to trouble. The Danube frontier had been quiet for most of the decade, but with news of the plague's return, the Bulgars got ready for another raid. They crossed in the spring of 559, along with some Slavs and a group of Kutriga Bulgars. With the army of Illyricum no longer distracted by the Italian campaign, the majority of the invaders were driven back once they reached Thrace. However, around 7,000 Kutrigas headed for Constantinople to raid the suburbs. When they defeated a detachment of imperial troops, Justinian became concerned. Although the Theodosian walls were unlikely to be breached, there were technically no troops available to man them beyond the palace regiments. It was also a humiliation for a man bragging about his control of everything from the Atlantic to Mesopotamia to have his own capital threatened by a barbarian horde. Panic began to spread in Constantinople as refugees from the Thracian plain came pouring through the gates. The emperor had to do something, and in a story which sounds like it was made for TV, Justinian called for Belisarius. The retired general, now in his 50s, was asked to lead the defense of the city. He gathered a small army of volunteers, veterans, and guardsmen, and devised one of his old strategies to deal with the threat. He marched out to meet the invaders and built a camp for his men before they came into contact with the enemy. He lit as many fires as he could to give the impression of leading a much larger force. And the next day, as the Kutrigas approached, he gave his most inexperienced men the instruction to bang on their shields and make as loud a noise as possible, again to mislead the approaching horsemen. Meanwhile, the few experienced troops he had were given javelins and arrows and hidden in the surrounding woods, so that when the Bulgar riders charged straight toward the exposed infantry, they would be taken by surprise. Sure enough, the Kutrigas approached Belisarius' position and were assaulted on both sides, while a very loud infantry force marched toward them. Spooked and losing men, the Kutrigas turned and left. Instead of hailing Belisarius as victor, though, Justinian made one of his rare trips out of the city to take command of the situation. He sent envoys to pay off the Kutrigas in order to get them to release their captives and leave the Balkans. The emperor also sent word and money to the Utiga Bulgars, again encouraging them to attack their neighbors, and the conflict which followed would end up enfeebling both tribes. Perhaps paying them off was a wise move under the circumstances, but as he returned to the capital, Justinian rewarded himself with a triumphal procession, leaving some to wonder if the old jealousy of Belisarius had been his real motivation in leaving the city. Some would argue, though, that Justinian deserved his triumph. He had certainly achieved a lot, and one of his pressing concerns was now to secure a lasting peace with the Sassanids, so that his conquests would not be threatened from the east. The process of negotiation took many years, with ambassadors travelling hundreds of miles back and forth to discuss every last detail. The final agreement was signed in 562, and will sound quite familiar to you, as it involved all the issues that have provoked war between the two powers during the history of Byzantium. 1. The Persians were to guard the Caspian gates and Darial passes to prevent barbarians from entering either empire through the Caucasus Mountains. 2. The Ghassanid and Lakhmid Arabs were to abide by the peace. This was particularly important since the outbreak of the plague. Both Persian and Byzantine border forces had been allowed to dwindle, and the tribes had taken it upon themselves to escalate their conflict. In the last episode we heard how Harith, the Ghassanid chief, lost a son to Mundir, the chief of the Lakhmids. In 554, Harith got revenge when he cut off a raid by Mundir and killed him. It was around this time that Harith's followers began to see themselves as defenders of the Christian faith rather than just federated allies of the Byzantine Empire. The idea began to spread amongst the Ghassanids that those killed defending the Christian Empire were martyrs, to be accorded special status. 3. Trade was to only take place at the established custom posts like Nisbis. 4. Dara was now accepted by the Persians as a legitimate Byzantine stronghold, but neither side was to build any new fortifications. 5. The Persians would leave Lazica and accept the country as a Byzantine protectorate. 6. Persian Christians would not be persecuted, but would also not convert any more Persians. There were several other clauses to deal with damage caused on the borders, or barbarian merchants who tried to carry out black market trading, and so on. And the final clause invoked the one true God, whoever he might be, to bless those who kept the peace and curse those who broke it. The signing of the treaty gives us a nice glimpse into the diplomatic realities of the ancient world. The agreement was written in Persian and Greek, side by side, and then translated into the other's language, and compared to make sure everything was stated equally. If the emphasis of a word was wrong, then it had to be haggled over. You won't try to keep out barbarian merchants, you will strive to. Every little detail was examined to stop the other side from getting one over on you. For example, the treaty was for 50 years, and explicitly excluded leap years. Don't try any of your weird astrological tricks on me. Justinian and Khusro both had to send letters saying they approved of the treaty before the final copies were sealed with wax. To maintain a 50-year peace, the Byzantines were to send yet more cash. This would amount to 30,000 gold pieces a year, the first 7 years up front, and then the final 3 years' worth to be paid in the 8th year. Justinian was happy to secure peace on these terms, but the details were very unpopular in Constantinople. Although the Romans had long made payments to tribes beyond the frontiers, many felt that paying the Persians amounted to tribute, and a recognition of Persian superiority. We have reports of the disgust felt by some at the Persian ambassador and his entourage being allowed to walk around Constantinople with no chaperone, as if they owned the place. Grumbling about foreign policy wasn't the only domestic trouble that the emperor saw in his final years. The Demes, quiet for so long, began to fight with one another again. The post-Nika generation had now grown up without the scarring memory of that occasion. Several disturbances accompanied shortages of bread or water in the capital. In one alarming incident, a bad drought set in the summer of 563, which led to men being murdered at the water fountains. There are 2 more incidents from Justinian's reign that we need to cover before we can finally put him to rest. The first concerns silk. One of the empire's long-term concerns was the amount of gold they sent east each year in return for Chinese silk. The Romans loved their silk and couldn't grow it themselves, remaining largely ignorant of the process by which the Chinese extracted the thread from silkworms that lived on mulberry bushes. Justinian knew that most of the gold heading east was ending up in Sassanid rather than Chinese hands, and that was the real threat from his point of view. The emperor knew how important it was to maintain parity with the Persians, and to overcome this trade imbalance was one of his desires. the Byzantines intervened in the Yemen to help the Christians of Aksum take control of the country from its Jewish king. Justinian hoped that friendly relations with Aksum would help circumvent Persian traders and bring silk into the empire via the sea, rather than the so-called Silk Road. This tactic didn't work though, as the Persians had representatives at the various Indian ports where such deals would have to be made. But by the late 550s, the emperor had found another way. The story that comes down to us is that 2 Christian monks smuggled silkworm eggs in a hollow cane across the Silk Road and brought them to Justinian. Historians question whether this could possibly be true, but however it happened, the emperor was able to set up a native Byzantine silk industry. Although the silk produced in Europe was never quite the same quality as the Chinese, meaning the trade with the East didn't cease, it did help balance the scales, and by making the new industry a state monopoly, the emperor added more assets to the imperial ledger. This monopoly involved the takeover of some existing cloth manufacturers, yet another source of discontent about the emperor's interference in the private business of wealthy citizens. The second incident will have a much larger impact on the history of Byzantium going forward. Off in the steppe lands to the north and east of the empire, another convulsion took place around the 560s. There's no point in me wading into events we know little about, but it did involve the fall of the Hephthalites and the rise of Turkic nomads who worked with the Persians to bring their enemies down. The fallout of this conflict led to yet another group of horse archer steppe nomads moving west into the orbit of Byzantium. The new people have come down to us as the Avars. As usual, we have little idea of their ethnic makeup and social structures until they come more fully into contact with the empire. But at this point, the Byzantines didn't see a lot of difference between them and the Huns who had come before them, and the results were eerily similar. As the Avars swept west, they were told of the rich empire to the south and of the emperor who was known to pay tribes or give them lands to settle. Avar envoys made the long journey to Constantinople to demand just such treatment, and made quite an impression on the people of the capital. The men who arrived were large, outlandish looking, with their hair hanging down their backs in long ponytails. If you have an image of Khal Drogo in your mind, then I'm right there with you. Justinian knew little of the Avars, but wanting to be on friendly terms, indicated that subsidies would come if the Avars could subdue the empire's enemies on their northern border. The emperor did not realize quite how effective the Avars would be. Within a few years they had subdued the Kutrigas, the Utigas, and large groups of Slavs and Bulgars, enrolling them into the Avar state in much the same way the Huns had done. By 562, the Avars received their subsidies, as they sat menacingly on the Danube. Although they hadn't subdued all of the tribes in the region, they soon would, and would recreate the menace that had contributed so greatly to the fall of the Western Empire. But now we come to the end. As I mentioned last episode, as Justinian moved from his 70s into his 80s, he became increasingly concerned with theology above all else. Clearly, the emperor's mind could not rest until he had united the church. By 564, he had come across another theological angle with which he hoped to bring the Monophysites back in line. But the doctrine he announced his support for was an extreme Monophysite position, which he had somehow convinced himself would bring general agreement. It seems like Justinian had finally lost touch with reality. The bishops of the East fretted awkwardly over how to oppose a doctrine they considered heretical, without causing massive ructions within the church. Fortunately for everyone, Justinian died before he could press the issue. The emperor had lived a long life. The only one of his contemporaries who outlived him was Narses, who was still organizing Italy for his master. Even Belisarius, a much younger man, died a few months before Justinian. The emperor passed away peacefully on November the 14th, 565. He was 83 years old and had ruled the empire for 38 very memorable years. Whenever an emperor died during the History of Rome podcast, Mike would sum up the importance of their time at the top in terms of whether they left the empire better than they found it. He would also analyze the significance of their reign and perhaps touch on where they rank in a theoretical list of great emperors. I will continue in this tradition, but as I mentioned last time, I found this a tough task with Justinian, and certainly impossible to do in a few sentences. A related question came from a listener, who asked why I've spent so much time covering Justinian's reign. The answer to the latter question may help us with the former. Part of the answer has to do with me, of course. I only planned to take the podcast up to this point, so I had no incentive to leave out any incident that I thought was interesting. Part of the answer has to do with Procopius. We would never have spent so long on the Nika riots, the Battle of Dara, the African campaign, the Siege of Rome, or the Plague, if everyone's favourite 6th century historian hadn't been there as an eyewitness. So I thought you would appreciate me not skimping on the detail. Another part of the answer is, of course, how long Justinian reigned. At 38 years, he is the third longest-serving Roman emperor behind Theodosius II and Augustus. If you remember his close relationship with his uncle Justin, then it's possible to see his influence over the state extending to almost half a century. That sheer length of time meant that Justinian had a profound effect on the empire, and it was always going to take many episodes to sort through it all. Justinian's reign doesn't fit neatly into the sweep of Roman history. From the crisis of the 3rd century to 476 AD, the Roman story was one of decline and fall. Mike was able to frame each emperor's life during that period in the context of watching the classical era Roman Empire morphing, changing, and collapsing into the states that would succeed it. But the history of Byzantium's first 25 episodes were about the Eastern Empire stabilizing and recovering. Justinian actually began to reverse the narrative of history by reclaiming provinces for the empire. We need to place this apparent recovery in its proper context, because just over a century after the emperor's reign, the empire will be reduced to little more than just Anatolia, Greece, and a few other distant spots. It would be all too easy to ignore the 6th century and just tell the story of how the Romans began their decline with Commodus and never stopped falling until 1453. And that's not the story, as I understand it. As you know, the rise of Islam would unify the peoples of Arabia in a way which really couldn't be anticipated. It's important, therefore, to assess Justinian without just assuming that the Romans were destined to fall, and everything he did was swimming against the current. So, let's just get some obvious things out of the way, shall we? Justinian was intelligent, capable, and hardworking. He took the business of being emperor very seriously and never shirked his responsibilities as leader of a multinational state or as defender and leader of worldwide Christianity. He was an excellent judge of talent and inspired great loyalty from those who worked with him. Considering how many emperors across history faced assassinations, rebellions, and uprisings, this is a very underrated skill. Many of the things Justinian achieved were good for the empire. His codification of the law, his rebuilding of fortifications, and his use of diplomacy to secure alliances. The emperor understood many geopolitical situations far better than his ministers did. He seems to have understood early on that Khusro needed cash, and that it would be cheaper and more beneficial to buy him off than fight him. A lesson his successors did not learn. Similarly, the expensive task of guarding the Syrian desert was far better handled by empowering the Christian Ghassanid Arabs than paying more Byzantine soldiers. The Ghassanids knew the terrain and fought tenaciously to protect their Christian brothers. Another situation the emperor's successors would mishandle. As I mentioned last episode, the Roman Empire under Justinian was the last time that the empire would be a superpower. In the gathering of its laws, the building of the Hagia Sophia, and the success of the Reconquest, we glimpse the last gasp of Roman greatness. But the Reconquest is a controversial issue. The historical headlines tend to say that the attempt to retake the West weakened the empire so gravely that its collapse was inevitable. Hopefully, I've demonstrated that this was not the case. Although there was healthy luck involved, Africa was retaken with ease and would go on to become a financial asset to the empire. While with a bit more luck, Italy could have fallen quickly and also provided a boost. Until the disasters of 540, Justinian did not commit so many soldiers to these campaigns that his other fronts would be weakened, and had Italy fallen, the treasuries of Goth and Vandal would probably have paid for the expense of recapturing them. But now we come to the crux of Justinian's reign. I've spent a year studying the emperor, and the title of this episode sums up how I see him: the true believer. I think Justinian believed in three things to a fault. One, that the Roman Empire was the civilized world. Two, that the Roman Empire was the God-approved realm of true Christianity. And three, that Justinian was a great emperor who should be remembered as such. If you connect these three statements in a Venn diagram, then somewhere in the intersection, you would find Justinian's worldview. There's nothing inherently wrong with any of those beliefs, nor necessarily holding them all together. But I think Justinian's particular combination led to the pursuit of ends which ultimately didn't benefit the empire. So my conclusion about the man is that he was undoubtedly a great figure, but not really a great emperor. Time and again, we see him making mistakes which seem to be driven by his beliefs and desires rather than what was best for the empire. Did the Hagia Sophia need to be built so quickly and at such great expense? Could it not have waited until after the invasion of Africa? It seems obvious looking at the 530s that Justinian was gripped by a sense that if he didn't get cracking on his grand projects, then he might not be around to see their glorious conclusions. And although he got away with pushing for both simultaneously, it's what came next that really caused problems. If Belisarius had been left in Carthage for, say, 5 years, then Africa would have had time to be properly reintegrated into the empire's financial, administrative, and military structures. Instead, the invasion of Italy was pressed immediately, with far too small an army. And Africa was left to fend for itself, which led to years of unproductive war with the tribes on the border, when peace would have released more men to fight elsewhere. I won't reiterate the mistakes made in capturing Italy, but remember that the Goths only ruled at the emperor's pleasure. I doubt Justinian would have had to work hard, to find a pretext for invasion whenever he needed it. Instead, he seized on Amalasuntha's murder, and 20 years of pointless war commenced. With these foolish and self-serving decisions going against him on the ledger, we now encounter the plague. When historians conclude that Justinian's reign weakened the empire, it's very important that we all understand that it was Yersinia that did the real damage. If the plague hadn't come when it did, it's likely that Justinian would have made peace with the Persians and swiftly dealt with Totila. Instead, a decade was spent just binding the empire's wounds. Historian Warren Treadgold assesses the damage of the plague by estimating that the population of the Byzantine Empire was roughly the same in 565 as it was in 518 when Anastasius died. The key point being that by 565 you have to include the populations of Spain, Africa, and Italy, and yet the numbers are level. The plague wiped out millions of people, and its recurrent waves made real recovery impossible. But instead of the plague making me see Justinian as a victim of circumstance, it only underlines his status as a true believer. The invasion of Spain provides us with the amusing image of 90-year-old Liberius trying to play Achilles, while the attack of the Kutrigas on Constantinople allowed Belisarius to strap on the armor one last time and say, "I'm getting too old for this." Well, you get the idea. But behind both moments are serious issues. Although the invasion of Spain was a surprise success at the time, I can't help but see it as an inexcusable excess. After the struggles to take Italy and the revolts in Africa, surely Justinian should have learned his lesson. The empire needed time to heal, and to expand further ignored the very real threats on the horizon, such as the invasion of the Kutrigas. I've been mentioning raids on the Balkans throughout the history of Byzantium. I know they might seem insignificant, as they never lead to permanent change, but I've included them all to give you the drip, drip, drip sense that the Danube border was not at all secure, and if the emperors didn't do something about it, there could be real trouble. Justinian had continued his rebuilding policy into the Balkans, fortifying towns and watchposts that had been neglected to try and provide security for his citizens. But the success of multiple raids, including the apparent siege skills of some of the Slavic intruders, should have raised alarm bells. To invade Spain when the enemy was literally at the gates shows a misunderstanding of the empire's true situation, out of step with Justinian's far-sighted decisions elsewhere. The more I think about Spain, the more I begin to wonder what would have happened if the reconquest of Italy had been easy, and if the plague had never come. It seems easy to imagine that Justinian would have pushed on and invaded Spain anyway. The opportunity to free the last Catholics from Arian rule would surely have been too tempting. The empire might have ended up overreaching and exhausting itself without Yersinia playing the part that it did. So in the end, I have to conclude that Justinian was one of the most capable men to become emperor, but one who put his own beliefs about himself and what the empire should be above what was actually good for it. Without the plague, I think Justinian would be remembered quite differently. But when half the people in your capital city lie dead in giant pits in front of you, and you don't change your policy of expansion, then you aren't being a good emperor. I think a comparison with Hadrian is instructive. When Trajan died, Hadrian inherited armies occupying the Parthian Empire and determined that the new territories could not be held. It was a pragmatic decision based on evidence, rather than a fixed belief in what the empire should look like. Hadrian was, of course, the great travelling emperor, a man who visited every corner of his realm, which may have aided his smart decision-making, when it came to ordering his borders. By contrast, Justinian almost never left Constantinople, and probably rarely left the palace. It's easy to imagine how this closeted daily life affected the emperor's judgment of faraway places. What Justinian left to his successors was not a ruin, but an empire that was now much harder to defend than it had been before. The western provinces were only really accessible by sea, and there is little evidence that the imperial navy had received much investment. There were now 9 field armies to pay for from a reduced and resentful tax base. As Warren Treadgold concludes, the empire now needed an emperor as talented as Justinian to manage it. And as you know, the empire was not always blessed with such leaders. By ruling for nearly 50 years, Justinian certainly put a personal stamp on the Byzantine world. In fact, I think his reign marks the clearest distinction between the late antiquity of the Roman world and the beginning of a new medieval Byzantine age. His attacks on what remained of pagan culture, his attempts to convert neighbouring peoples to Christianity, and his dictation of ecclesiastical policy are all legacies which lead directly to the Orthodox Christian Empire of Byzantium that we will come to know. And by building the giant church of Hagia Sophia, everyone would know that God lived in the centre of the empire, and Justinian would be remembered for putting him there. My final word on the age of Justinian is that it provides one of the finest examples of a great man coming up against the forces of history. I'm sure many of you listen to Dan Carlin's podcasts or have heard elsewhere of the debate about what drives history, great men or the trends and forces which we are all subject to. Justinian is unarguably one of those great men of history. If Anastasius's nephew Hypatius had become emperor, there would have been no reconquest, no law codification, no Hagia Sophia. History would be quite different. But then along comes Yersinia Pestis, and the history has bent to the will of bacteria. It's clear to see from our story how both forces shape history.